Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare. Everybody here, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, all together. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Hari. We'll be first with Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahotsa ki. Thank you everyone for being here for this most auspicious occasion of Srila Prabhupada's 127th Vyasa Puja celebration. This year we are very fortunate to have disciples of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada with us. Praise Bhavananda Prabhu, praise Chittahari Prabhu, praise Chandri Mataji, praise Prashuti Mataji. So we will start with the offerings shortly. Since today being the glorification and the day that we actually offer a gratitude to Srila Prabhupada, we will always think where would have we been had Srila Prabhupada not come into our lives. I just read from this Vyasa Puja book, a very short quote that is quoted in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Akshno palam twadrisha darshanam hi tano palam twadrisha gatra sangaha. Jiva palam twadrisha kirtanam hi sudurlabha bhagavataihi loke. My dear Vaishnava, seeing a person like you is the perfection of one's eyesight. Touching your lotus feet is the perfection of the sense of touch. And glorifying your good qualities is the tongue's real activity. For in the material world, it's very difficult to find a pure devotee of the Lord. Srila Prabhupada ki! Amen. So I'll now request the Great Father Gopal Prabhu to please speak on the meaning of Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. The meaning of Vyasa Puja by Dravida Prabhu. Understanding the meaning of Vyasa Puja begins with the understanding the full import of the well-known verse Srila Prabhupada chose to begin his introduction to Bhagavad Gita as it is. Om Agyanti Mirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. That torch of knowledge, which Srila Prabhupada acknowledged his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, had enlightened him with, and which Srila Prabhupada in turn enlightened his disciples with, is the same transcendental knowledge Narad Muni imparted to his disciple Srila Vyasadeva, who in turn bestowed it upon his disciples and embodied in the voluminous Vedic library he wrote, culminating with Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada would often describe the bona fide spiritual master as a transparent medium through which the transcendental knowledge could flow down from Lord Krishna himself through the parampara, unimpeded and undistorted, to the submissive disciple eager to hear. So, Vyasa Puja is the formal offering of glorification, worship and expression of heartfelt gratitude to Srila Prabhupada on his appearance day because he is the genuine representative of Vyasadeva. Srila Prabhupada embodies not only the essence of Vedic knowledge Vyasadeva taught, but also his mood of compassion exemplified by his writing down the Vedas, which had previously been taught and received orally, to make the knowledge accessible to the benighted people of Kali Yuga, whose mind would be too disturbed for them to simply hear and remember the words of wisdom. At the urging of his beloved Guru, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Srila Prabhupada courageously undertook the Herculean task of travelling alone and virtually penniless to the West at an advanced age, founding the International Society of Krishna Consciousness, managing the latter while circling the world 14 times, and writing commentated English translations of essential Bhakti Shastras, the Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and in the form of a summary study, the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and setting up the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust to publish his books, translate them into all the languages of the world, and provide them to his growing legions of disciples so that they could study them and distribute them by the millions. Just by attending Mangal Aarti and singing Guru Ashtaka should awaken a deep sense of gratitude in the heart of devotees present, whether Srila Prabhupada's direct disciples or his grand or great-grand disciples. Every member of ISKCON who participates in the festivities of Fri Vyasa Puja should feel that their real treasure is Srila Prabhupada's boundless mercy, which impelled him to wholeheartedly embrace the spirit of Paradukha and bestow upon all of us the many ways we can nourish our Krishna consciousness in ISKCON. In this vein, I have written the following poem, Srila Prabhupada Kripa Ashtaka. Trapped within the samsara's all-devouring blazing fire, we had no hope of rescue till your Guru's strong desire. Inspired and empowered, you boldly crossed the sea and teach the truth of bhakti, so some souls would be set free. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. Patiently you taught us how to chant the holy name, and how to dance, and how to sing, and what was life's true aim. And thus you gave Lord Chaitanya's teaching unalloyed, and saved us from all devouring Mayavadi void. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your lotus feet, soothing lotus feet I bow. When Krishna Bhakti spread and you had centers here and there, you introduced the worship of the deities so fair. And soon throughout the world their lordship smiled upon your crew and nourished strong devotion to themselves and unto you. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. Prasadam was your special weapon, no one could resist. On a Sunday feast, once the Sunday feast had started, no one could desist. Halwa, sweet rice, crisp pakoras, sabji, puri, rice. With these and other preps, you did our tongues and hearts entice. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. Your books are showered down upon the masses and on us. Taught scripture's sacred essence, bhakti pure and nectarious. And while you wrote, you relished Shri Radha Krishna's name, and form and pastimes, qualities, and everlasting fame. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. While managing your ISKCON with the whole world as your stage, meeting, preaching, traveling like a person half your age, you served their lordship Shri Radha Krishna in your heart, arranging for their pastimes in Vrindavan's secret parts. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. The Guru is as good as God, you said, and some were shocked. You had simply quoted scriptures, you did not concoct. And sure enough, for those who worship you as they would God, the path of bhakti opens wide and joyfully introd. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. If you bestow your mercy, then Shri Krishna gives his due. But if your mercy is lacking, then there is nothing we can do. So every day we should reflect upon our life sublime and vow to serve you always with our body, words and mind. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. I pray that all my hymns, though lacking literally worth, presented to remind us of your pastimes on this earth, may find some favor both with you and with your devotees, who hover round your lotus feet like maddened bees. O Prabhupada, I pray that you bestow your mercy now. Unto your lotus feet I bow. Srila Prabhupad Vyasa Puja Mahamotsav ki jai. And now request Radha Vinod Prabhu to come and read the offering from His Holiness Ramay Swami Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Read the offering from His Holiness Ramay Swami Maharaj. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Prascha Chade Chatarine. Srila Prabhupada, one time in Melbourne, you told us that for the general mass of people, there should be Kirtan and Prasad distribution. Those who are more serious will understand the philosophy by reading our books. In a letter to a disciple you wrote, yes, Kirtan and Prasad will appeal to even the uneducated. We have means to preach to both the educated and uneducated, the sinful and the pious. Dhira Dhira Janat Pranato. Letter to Dwarkadish Das, Vrindavan, September 29, 1976. In Srimad Bhagavatam, purport 4, Canto 4, Chapter 24, verse number 10, you wrote, the Krishna consciousness movement has started performing Sankirtan Yajna in different places, and it has been experienced that wherever Sankirtan Yajna is performed, many thousands of people gather and take part in it. Imperceptible auspiciousness achieved in this connection should be continued all over the world. We are certainly seeing the result of performing Sankirtan Yajna. So many have taken up the process of Krishna consciousness. For example, at this year's Gaur Purnim festival in Mayapur, tens of thousands came to chant and dance in ecstasy. However, much more needs to be done. Today there are billions of people still suffering from disease, mental distress, natural disturbances, and war. We must always plan to increase our efforts. One time a disciple said, Srila Prabhupada, I always want to sit by a holy lotus feet. You replied, that would be very difficult because I'm always moving. That should be our attitude, Srila Prabhupada. Always moving, spreading Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement. Maharaj wrote a very beautiful poem. Around the world he made his way to lands that were under Maya's sway. His guru instructed him once before to distribute the divine honey store. Lord Chaitanya he wanted to please, but he knew it would not be with ease. Anything was possible by the Lord's mercy, even if it caused some controversy. Still, Srila Prabhupada tried his best, and all along his attempt was blessed. At the beginning, just a few persons came, and were fortunate to receive the holy name. After a while, the gatherings increased, especially when he served a sumptuous feast. Rice, dal, sabji and chapatis they relished. Thoughts of the next serving they cherished. It became apparent the movement would spread because they had Srila Prabhupada at their head. On and on to every village and town, a transcendental flood of rain came down. Everyone was amazed to see the effect. Lord Chaitanya's desire could not be checked. One man's effort would not go in vain, to transfer all to the spiritual domain. What is the duty of a disciple who is faithful? He must show that he is always grateful. To his guru who gave him a precious jewel, Following in his footsteps, that's a golden rule. We should never imitate the powerful acharya, otherwise we'll be captured by Maya. Nevertheless, we should try our very best to forward the mission so that he'll be impressed. Satisfying him is our desire and success. The more we do it, the more we progress. For what is advancement in spiritual life, if not to please the Guru who frees us from strife? I pray to always remain at his holy feet, that one day I may again directly meet the wonderful person who guided me well to the abode where I may eternally dwell. Guru Pada Shrayas Tasmat Krishna Diksha Rishikshanam Vishrambhena Guru Seva Sadhu Varta Manuvartanam. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.274. The first and foremost limbs of sadhana bhakti are taking shelter of Sri Guru, accepting Diksha, receiving Shiksha, serving Sri Guru with intimacy and affection, and following the path of the previous acharya under his guidance. Your insignificant disciple, Ramai Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki! Now request Madhava Gopal Prabhu to read an offering from his own Devamrita Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Offering from His Holiness Devamrita Swami Maharaj. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrated obeisances at your lotus feet, my only shelter in this unremitting storm known as material existence. When I contemplate the utter wreckage of my life before encountering your mercy, I shudder and shake. During BP, the appalling years before Prabhupada, I superficially thrived as a Manhattan enjoyer, externally living as a privileged, educated life of illicit benefits. Internally, however, I was a desert, an existential wasteland. Society goaded and pressured me, reassuring, "You've scaled the mountains to the pinnacle, now breathe the rarefied atmosphere and delight." Nevertheless, the thought terrified me. Is this all that be? The one who dies with the most toys and acclaim wins? The overpowering cosmic reality seemed nothingness is. A nihilistic pseudo-siddhanta reigned supreme. Oh, on this crazy planet, devise your own truth, make your own light, as your brief life fades in and out of the vast darkness, coldness, and indifference of the universe. The Paribhasha Sutra guiding whatever Kali Yuga fleeting relationships. Don't try to lead me, don't try to follow me, just walk together with me through the chaos. Dispelling the spiritual and material deadliness of such massive inner devastation, you brought me back to the infinitely attractive Shri Shri Radha Krishna, especially as they combine as Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Not only did you give us the consciousness of them, but also you lavished us upon us the knowledge of their pure devotional service, the most precious gem. Among the 6 characteristics of pure devotional service that Rupa Goswami describes, the trait of rareness is stunning. Knowing this, how can we ever dare to think we deserve the opportunity to render even neophyte bhakti? What to speak of a possibility to serve in spotless devotion? Our material qualifications and achievement cannot even interest Krishna, to say nothing of attracting him to us. Consequently, I seem trapped in a paradox, a spiritual cul-de-sac, no through road ahead. The standard of pure devotion is so typical and anomalous, it sounds beyond supernatural. Yet nothing else can attract Krishna. What to do? Only your eternal status as a pure devotee can resolve my dilemma. Nothing else will suffice. If I selflessly serve your lotus feet, the impossible attainment of Shuddha Bhakti becomes within reach. Because of you, Krishna can agree to notice me and my juvenile attempts at pleasing him. Bhaktivinoda Thakur declares the reality of your place in my life. Krishna is yours. You have the power to give him to me. I am simply running behind you, shouting, Krishna, Krishna. Please establish this fallen soul in your service, which will allow Shri Radha Krishna and Shri Panchatattva to shine their grace upon me. Your hopeful servant, Devavrita Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
We will now request His Grace Bhavananda Prabhu to please speak an offering.
Haribol. Om Jnanatimirandasya Gyanjana Shalakaya Chakshurinmilitam Jaina Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Jai Srila Prabhupada. A few things before I read my offering to Prabhupada. And I'd like a few things I've observed, and I'd like to thank the temple committee, I guess. I don't know who the committee members are. That's the problem with committees. It's a bit, what is the word? Impersonal. But, you've done a wonderful job. I inspected the bathrooms, I saw outside, everything is spotless, neat and clean, which is the symptom of good management. One day we were all following Prabhupada up the stairs at Mayapur. He was going to the roof, where he would walk around the roof and chant japa, his morning walk. And halfway up the flights of stairs, he stopped. And he said, Bhavananda is the best manager. God is over that. I was giving the elbow to a Chutananda Swami who was standing next to me. And he said, everything is neat and clean. So I was, what is the expression? Chuffed. That's not an American word, I don't think. But anyway, I was chuffed. I'm the best manager. We were very competitive. You can testify how competitive we all were. We wanted to be the center of Prabhupada's attention. So we were always competing. Actually, there's nothing wrong with competition. Prabhupada told us in Calcutta, in his room, he said, competition is good. He said, my brothers and sisters and I would compete for the attention of our parents. And he said, in Vrindavan, in Goloka, the cowherd boys compete, they race. Who can touch Krishna first? He said, but the nice part about transcendental competition is nobody loses. There's winners, but nobody loses, because it's all around Krishna. Anyway, that's my first comment. I want to thank the committee and the associate devotees for making such nice arrangements. And last year, as I recall, this room was pretty much empty. Wasn't it? There weren't very many, but this is nice. Anyway, second thing, I want to thank you for the walkway here. I don't know if you know this, but Prabhupada instituted that in 1970. Gargamuni was running Spiritual Sky Incense out of Los Angeles, and the center was on La Cienega Boulevard. It was a little teeny church. And he went to the bank and he took a loan of $100,000, which I thought was a lot of money. Especially since, ISKCON, we were very poor. He took a loan of $100,000 and he bought the Watsika Avenue church building. And I was in New York, and Prabhupada sent me a telegram to come there and help him in designing the interior of the Watsika Avenue. So Prabhupada designed a temple room, not the present temple room in Watsika, but the previous one in the back. It was about this size, but it was wider, but this length. And Prabhupada did every detail. He had the 3 altars. That's when he established 3 altars, 3 sets of doors. He told me the platform that the deities sit on should be 4 feet by 4 feet, and the steps going up should be 4 steps, 6 inches high, 6 inches deep, 6 inches up, right down to the inch. He designed it to within an inch. He had this, and he said he said the deities will go there. At that time in Los Angeles, the deities were, Radha Krishna deity were small, maybe not even a foot. And he said, the Vyasa-san will go here. And I said, Prabhupada, that's a long way from the deities. How will you see them? And Prabhupada looked at me and he said, there is no question of distance. And he said, you'll make this barrier, or what would you call it, walkway, from there to the deities. And I said, well, Prabhupada, how will we assemble? Because if we're here, we'll all have our back to you. He said, no. He said, the Matajis, Chaudhary Maharani, the Matajis on one side, facing, and the Brahmacharis on this side, facing each other. Right? And you dance like this, the Swami step. This way you see Guru, and then this way you see God. They're settled. And imagine, of course we were not so, strict. The brahmacharis, every morning, Mangalarti, they're looking at the brahmacharinis and the Matajis. You see? So no big thing. But this way Guru, this way God. So we had these walkways for a few years in every temple in ISKCON, even in Mayapur, in the original temple room, long. And Prabhupada did not like anyone coming, blocking his view of the deities, because during a Guru Puja, Kirtan, in Mayapur, we're all there, Brahmananda, I remember, and we're all dancing. And we started dancing where we move as a group this way and then, back. And Prabhupada said, he stopped it because we were going back and forth, cutting off his view of the deities. He said, no, if you want to do that, he stopped now. He said, go this way. But so I'm very happy to see this because it's Prabhupada's, it's what he wanted. So you've reestablished it. You keep it like that, right? It's authorized by Prabhupada. So, all right. Now I've written, like many of my god brothers and god sisters, have written this offering which I'd like to read to you. It was written, I guess you could say in a fit of pique, P-I-Q-U-E, upon hearing some news about some devotee who had written a book about questioning Prabhupada's certain statements Prabhupada made regarding different, what are today socially, mundane, socially significant issues, but in the light of spiritual are not really issues because we're all spirit soul, so it doesn't matter what kind of body we have. But he was questioning Prabhupada and his purports, which is, I don't know. So anyway, I'll just read you this little offering. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. Your purports are the instructions for the conditioned souls to navigate our way through the labyrinth of the Kali Yuga. In 1969, you arrived in Boston from London with your servant Purushottam Das. Brahmananda and I were sitting with you in your darshan room of the house we had rented for you. Purushottam was packing his bag in another room across the hall. He came into your room and simply said, goodbye, picked up his suitcase and walked out. He was Prabhupada's servant. And he had come with Prabhupada. Prabhupada had just arrived in Boston from London. And this was shortly after the moon landing. And Prabhupada, you turned to us and said, he is leaving. He does not believe me when I say they did not land on the moon. I can understand him doubting me, but how can he doubt the Vedas? Very important point that he made. You can doubt me, but how can you doubt the Vedas? But he did, and he left, and that was the last we ever saw of him. Purushottam. That was an instance, one of many, where you did not back down from a situation where the Vedic dictum was prime, even in the face of popular current viewpoints. That single-pointed understanding of the infallibility of the Vedas guided you through your entire life, and through your Bhaktivedanta purports, you have given Lord Krishna's absolute directives to all of us, the conditioned souls of this world. Material philosophies, sociological phenomena, and modern thinking, which are based on mundane philosophers and even more vox populi, popular opinion, and ephemeral condition are ephemeral, conditioned, and spurious. Those opinions are tossed about. You have to forgive me because I'm blind in one eye, so everything is difficult in old age. I can't see so properly. Those opinions are tossed about on the tempestuous winds of the modes of nature. Shelter at your divine lotus feet means acceptance of the Bhaktivedanta purports as they are. It is not that your sublime realization can be altered to suit and appease the limited understanding of the conditioned souls of this world, even within ISKCON itself. It has become increasingly disturbing for me to hear within ISKCON the dismissal of your authority if a devotee begins a statement by saying, Prabhupada said, as if you were just another devotee. In 1975, you told Upendra and me that you only came to this world on the insistence of Krishna. You are no ordinary person. Therefore, let me take this opportunity to declare to you, Srila Prabhupada, that I have no interest in any literature, treatises, or opinions of anyone. If those literatures, treatises, or opinions are contentiously opposed to yours. Call me simple-minded, naive, or foolish. I will wear those labels and pray for the remainder of my life that I will be a Prabhupada said man. In 1972, on the veranda of the temple at Albert Road, Calcutta, you were explaining how dangerous Maya is. It is like walking on a razor's edge. At the slightest lapse of attention, there will be bloodshed. Please allow me always to keep my attention upon your sublime lotus feet and to always be crying for your mercy. I remain your eternal servant, Bhavananda Das. And personally to that, one day I walked into Prabhupada's room in Mayapur, and he was standing. And I just had this urge to see him, and I went in and I bowed down and I put my head on his feet. And I said, Prabhupada, please bless me that I may always have service eternally at your lotus feet. And Prabhupada was quiet, and then he said, yes. And then, to keep this on a light note, I left and I immediately went to some of the godbrothers who were gathered on the veranda and told them what I did. A few of them, really close godbrothers of mine, got really disturbed because I had done it before. Now they were trying to think, how can I go to Prabhupada and get his blessing like that? So, which brings us back to the beginning. We were very competitive, but our competition was all based on getting the attention and the love of Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Do you want this? Did you write anything?
Thank you, Prabhu, for really bringing to the focus of Bhaktivedanta purports, and most importantly, the transcendental principle of everyone's a winner. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Kripa Chitta Hare Prabhu.
Nama Om Vishnu Buddhaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharani Nirvase Sasunyavadi Paskachati Zatarni. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I just wanted to talk this morning and tell the story of how I really had my first meeting with you. That was in 1972, I think. And I'd been a devotee maybe nearly a year. I joined the day after Prabhupada. Prabhupada was in Melbourne in 71, and I saw him there. I was just long-haired hippie, and I fell in love with Prabhupada immediately, and so I joined the temple the day after he left, but it was probably nearly a year later that Prabhupada came, and that's when we were getting ready for Prabhupada's, this was the next time Prabhupada came. We had plastered Melbourne with all of these amazing posters of Srila Prabhupada. He was in a side-on view preaching, and he had his hand up in the mudras, and he just looked so transcendently focused. And he was obviously speaking in this poster. And anyway, we put this all over Melbourne. It was like on railway stations, it was everywhere you went. You could not get away from these posters of Prabhupada. And it was called He Sees God. So everybody in Melbourne was very interested in this because it was a big event, and it was on in the town hall. So it was free to go to the town hall. You didn't have to pay anything, you didn't have to book, and so like 3,000 to 4,000 people just packed into the Melbourne Town Hall. So Prabhupada was lecturing in this poster, and everybody wanted to hear him speak, because nobody had heard any. We'd had so-called spiritual leaders that come to Australia before, but none of them had ever got up and given a talk about spiritual life. They just kind of got up there and got worshipped by everybody and went away again. But Prabhupada wasn't like that, of course. So, Prabhupada was speaking in the Melbourne Town Hall. I think its capacity was 3,000 or 4,000, and you just couldn't get in. It was absolutely packed. You couldn't get in there. Anyway, somehow or other, on this, when we got to I was in the car that went to the town hall from the temple. We were just in that little temple in St Kilda at the time. It was just a terrace house, and there was about 1,000 of us in there somehow or another. Anyway, I got assigned to look after Prabhupada after he got out of the car at the town hall. So we went into the back of the town hall where the dressing rooms are. And the town hall in Melbourne, pretty impressive building really. It had all these roof-to-ceiling mirrors, and it looked really exquisite even in that dressing room. So as soon as Prabhupada got in there and we sat down, he sat down, and then he looked at me and he saw that I had these I had a set of freshly ironed silks for him. He was dressed in a crumpled up dhoti, and because he'd been preaching all day, and he had this big puffy sweater on. It was really cold in Melbourne at that time. I think it was April or something. And it was really cold, and Prabhupada had the sweater on. So he said, do you think I should change? I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada, I think you should put on the silks. This was a totally amazing experience. If you've never seen anybody dressed like Prabhupada, did you? Bhavananda would have seen this a number of times, I'm pretty sure. But Prabhupada, right in front of me, he just stood up, and then he put on the silks over the top of his other. First he put on the dhoti, and then his other dhoti just kind of dropped below it. It was like magical. And then he put on the kurta, and the other kurta just disappeared too. And Prabhupada was standing there in the beautiful silks. Oh, that's a bit crazy. He put on the dhoti, then put on the kurta, and then he did a twirl in front of me. He did this twirl right around, and he said, so how do I look? I said, Srila Prabhupada, you look magnificent. He said, all right, stay with me and don't lose the sweater, right? So then we went through to the stage. It was time to go into the stage. So we went through to the backstage, and all the people were waiting there. The whole place was packed up with people, and the devotees were sitting on the stage. We had a big Vyasa sign there for Srila Prabhupada. He got up onto the Vyasa sign, and I sat right on the edge, at the edge of it. And I was like, and I said to Prabhupada, Prabhupada, my mother's there. I could see her in the front row. I had no idea my mother even knew I was a devotee, because I was just a hippie, and you didn't tell your mother what you were doing in your hippie life. You know, I'd become a devotee. So we didn't check in. Anyway, she found out, and she came along there with her sister. Her sister was a nun in the Catholic order, a special order that was like a bit of a secret one. And she used to wear that big, you know, the spiky things they wore on their heads and everything. So she was all dressed up as the full nun with my mum. And then she was like that. And so I told Prabhupada, you know, that's my mother. She's very religious, and she's brought her sister along to see what you're about. Anyway, I said this to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said, I want to meet her. I just didn't know how that was going to come about, but I was pretty happy. And I sat down, and then Prabhupada gave his talk. I think maybe he's saying Jai Radhamadava first, and then he gave his talk, and it was a beautiful talk as usual, everything about not this body and who we are as servants of God and so on like that. I can't remember the actual words, but they were all there, I guess. Then at the end of the talk, Prabhupada just signalled to start the Kirtan, right? Then he said to me, now bring your mother. Right, so I went down, I climbed down off the stage. It was a big stage, and I climbed down, and my mother was there with her sister, and I said, Prabhupada wants to meet you, so I took her up. She'd never met me with a bald head or anything, you know, she was like in shock looking at me. And so I took them up onto the stage, and they're standing on the stage there. And Prabhupada, then he got down off the Vyasa son, he came up to my mother, and he said, you have a very nice son. And my mother said, well, I have 9 more. Prabhupada then he had a big smile on his face. He said, we can take them all. My mother got totally blessed, you know, because she basically offered her whole family to Prabhupada. And one of my brothers did become an initiated devotee, and all of my family basically became vegetarians, and they're all very favourable. So that was my first transcendental adventure with Srila Prabhupada, and it was very, very satisfying, I must tell you, because I never expected any of it. I didn't even expect to be able to go there with him into the dressing room. So these amazing things. Prabhupada, he caught the moments, the exact moments when he could really capture a devotee. So if you'd done some service, he made it more intense, you know, like to bring my mother into it and to bring the whole family into it. It's just pretty amazing. Prabhupada did this all over the world. It wasn't just in Melbourne. He had parents all the time. He was charming the parents, and he always charmed the parents. Even, I remember there's this amazing story of Achyutananda and, was it Achyutananda? No, it was Brahmananda, and Brahmananda and his brother, and his mother came to the initiation, Brahmananda, And Prabhupada at some point asked her if she could give a donation to help out. She said, "What?" She said, "You've stolen 2 of my sons and now you want my money." She was a Jewish mum, but anyway, Prabhupada loved that. Thought that was very funny. So, so I will kind of leave it at that and let other people speak too. But I just wanted to tell that one story fully because it was published. I didn't realise I'd given an interview on that story and it didn't get published. So you may have heard it before. Thank you very much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you so much, Acharya Prabhu. Beautiful. Mother Chandra, Mataji. Can I get you a chair from there? Can I get you a chair?
No, I'm better stand. Got my back to you. Sorry. I've got my back to you. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Sadhu Kaleshi Mati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamani Namaste Sasadi Guru Bani Pacharani Nivasisini Vasarani Sai. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Just one little story. It is not as maybe grand as the stories here, but it is something really significant that I remember dearly. I was talking to Chidahari, and we can't actually remember which year, be it the year, it was either 1974, 76, we were in Vrindavan, and it was actually quite wonderful to be in Vrindavan. Srila Prabhupada was there, and his room, it was very, very simple as opposed to what it is now in Vrindavan at the Krishna Balaram temple. But the room where Prabhupada lived, in his rooms, you'd walk past it. We all had to be very quiet. There was persons either side to make sure everyone was quiet. But you would actually walk past it in the hope that you'd get a glimpse of Srila Prabhupada. No one ever got a glimpse of Srila Prabhupada. Only when he came out to give lectures and morning walks and so forth. But after maybe 6 days of being there, Chidahari Prabhu, who's my former husband, Chidahari actually was told, as well as many others, that Srila Prabhupada was going up to Delhi in 2 hours' time. So Chidahari Prabhu came over to me and he said, "Chamri, go and pack our bags. We're going up to Delhi. Prabhupada's going to Delhi in 2 hours." And it was like, okay. So 20 minutes later, the bags are packed, and there is many Maharajas that were there at the time. What seemed like 60 people, mostly it was only 15. But anyway, so at that stage, you know, there was a group of persons that secured, in those days, the only vehicle that was there was the black ambassador car. Now, for those that go back many years, I don't know, but there was only one vehicle, which was the black ambassador car. So there were several of those parked outside. Maharajas got in them, we got in one, and there was actually 3 of us in the back seat. They really only take 2. There was 3 of us in the back seat, and there was a Maharaj in the front seat. His danda was going out the window into the back seat. Now, those days it took a really long time to get up to Delhi, a really long time. But we got up to Delhi temple. It was the old Delhi temple, it's not the current one. So we got up to Delhi temple, we got into the temple room many hours later, and we were just so the anticipation of Srila Prabhupada. And it's just that eagerness of the devotees to have that little bit extra association of Srila Prabhupada. So we got to the temple, and there were truly, to me at that time, there looked to be a sea of dandas. There was so many sannyasis, so many Maharajas, and me up front. And as Bhavananda was saying before, it was exactly like this. There was a walkway up the middle, and there was a lot of Maharajas with the dandas, and then Prabhupada arrived, and he came up, and Prabhupada always had such a beautiful smile on his face when he would see his devotees that were really fixed and really, really fixed, really serious about Krishna consciousness. There's always such a smile and such a pleasure. You could see he derived great pleasure. Anyway, so Srila Prabhupada took the Vyasa with this laneway. There was only really 5 women in the temple, and the rest of it was so many men. And so to greet Prabhupada, there was the most ecstatic kirtan going on, and to greet Prabhupada, I think it might have been Sabal Maharaj, he actually got up on the side of the Vyasa with a very big marigold and put sandalwood paste all over Srila Prabhupada's forehead. And he put the marigold down on the boaster on the Vyasa. Prabhupada gave a wonderful lecture. I can't remember a word of it, but I know it was really ecstatic. Can't remember it. And then Prabhupada nodded his head and he hopped down, and then the kirtan was really raucous and Prabhupada started leaving. Now, during that lecture, this was I can't remember it, I just kept my eye on the marigold, and that marigold was full of sandalwood paste that had just been on Prabhupada's forehead. And so as everyone came down for Prabhupada to leave out the door, I actually made a beeline round, grabbed the marigold, put it in my bead bag, and the sandalwood paste to this very day is in this little container. So it's only small, but it's very sweet. So that's it, inside here. Yeah, it's inside there. So that's the sandalwood paste in there that was from touching Prabhupada's forehead. And actually, I have to thank my mother for this, because in many, many years of devotional service, and you change temples, like maybe many of us, I would leave things at my parents' place. And Mum said a few years ago, my mother's very elderly, she said, Chamri, she said, maybe you should collect everything that is here. I'm aging now. And anyway, so I went through a lot of the things, and this is one of the things I thought, oh, thank you. And there's many nectar, much nectar. But it was just a very, very sweet memory, and to see that sandalwood paste. And I also have to thank you, Bhavananda Prabhu, because from Bhavananda, back in the late 70s, you gave me quite a bit of paraphernalia from Srila Prabhupada. So I have Srila Prabhupada's scarf that he wore, a very famous orange scarf that you see. I have a diary that there's monetary entries in there, and it's brought me very close to Srila Prabhupada. So very wonderful. So yeah, a little bit of mercy. Haribol. And I'll just read, I've got a small homage. Thank you, Gayatri. Thank you. But when you remember those times way back, and it's just very sweet, it was very different. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I offer my prostrated obeisances to you on this most glorious occasion of your Parents' Day. Srila Prabhupada, had you not come to the West, where would we be? What would have been our destiny? Simply a struggle without purpose. You gave us all the vital instructions to open our devotional hearts, to leave our mundane existence and transcend our dismal past. You gave our life a meaningful goal, along with offering us each a sacred role. To follow in your footsteps, to wake up our soul, you trained us up as Gaudiya Vaishnava Bhaktas, where surrender and purity is the way to serve you each and every day. Through my devotional activities, I will follow in the dust of your lotus feet. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please guide me as your instrument. I only hope and pray that my love for you, this is a bit cheesy, I only hope and pray that my love for you will expand each day, but actually, it's really there. Your servant and beyond grateful disciple, Chamri Devi Dasi. Jai. Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Thank you, Mataji, for that great.
Yes, thank you, Mataji Chamari Maharani. Is this on? Yeah. I just have a short codicil to that story I told you about being the best manager. It lasted for about 5 minutes. Because we all went up on the roof, and Prabhupada was walking around. We were all behind him. And this is in the Lotus building. It was the only building we had. And he stopped on the southwest corner. There was a breeze, and it had blown there were some potted plants up there, and it had blown some old dried leaves and some small, little tiny pieces of paper, and it was little, and some dust. And we were all walking, Hare Krishna. Prabhupada stopped. And he took his cane, and he picked it up, and he pointed at this little pile of litter. Then he turned, and he looked at me in front of everyone. I'm still chuffed, right? And he looks at me, and he says, "This is your management."
Yeah, thank you, Prabhu. Thank you for the additional bit of nectar. And thank you, Chamuri Mataji. I'm pretty certain a lot of devotees will be running after you after this program to get those. We'll now have the Abhishek of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Namo Vishnupadan Krishna Prishtai Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namne. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine nirvishesha shunyavan asya vyaktashakarine. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaurabhaktarinda. Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaurabhaktarinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaurabhaktarinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. More? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Very sweet, soft voice.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, oh Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada Ki. Little surprise for Prabhupada now and for everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Okay, no longer that. Anyway. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada, hey!
Thank you, Prabhu. After that transcendental Abhishek of Srila Prabhupada, we'll now request Prasuti Mataji to continue with her offering to Srila Prabhupada.
Okay, good. Thank you. Whoops. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much for coming to celebrate his appearance day. And I just want to say quickly, Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Paskachara Deshatarine Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. There's one thing I especially like about this prayer is because the Bhutale is the earth, so on earth he's very much appreciated. And the other thing is this Sunyavadi, this impersonalism and voidism. When I became a devotee, I had absolutely no idea what that meant. And it was Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Okay. Srila Prabhupada was always on about this Sunyavadi and my mind does that thing, Look in the cupboard, where is it gone? Never say so. Find it. So, anyhow, I recently had a very kind of interesting realization. I have a few friends who are always bemoaning their fate, and they message me and they give me voice messages and they're telling me how much they're struggling and stuff. And I try and tell them, well, I do tell them, and I try to get through to them that there's different ways of doing things to get a better result. And they are absolutely adamant they are not going to change their attitude. They're having a bad time and that's what they're going to have. So anyhow, I realize I also sometimes have a bad time. and for years actually I used to have a very, very difficult time. And then just like last week actually, I had this absolutely wonderful, it was like such an ecstatic, it was like being bathed in this hot spring of ecstasy, it was awesome. I had this realization, I make my own problems. And Srila Prabhupada has given us such a beautiful, wonderful way of life. For instance, we have the 4 regulative principles, and a lot of people, when you speak about the 4 regulative principles, like there's this one story of some fellow who wanted to get Brahman initiated, and he asked the Guru, and he said, yes, you can, but you have to, so what are the rules? So he told the 4 regulative principles, and then the aspirant Brahman, that's impossible, Whereas, actually, the 4 regulative principles are protecting us from the influence of Kali. So, by following the 4 regulative principles, we are saving ourselves from so much trouble. Really, really, absolutely mountains of trouble. So really, it's such an incredible blessing. And then, I've been following the 4 regulative principles sort of for a long time, so I have it's no difficulty for me anymore. But I know that some people struggle with it. But if they realized the blessing of it, then it would become easy, because it's saving you from so many difficulties. And so that was the one thing he gave us, the 4 regulative principles, and the chanting of Hare Krishna. That is cleaning our dirty hearts. So it was, I've been a devotee for more than, I think it's 47 years now, and it was last week that I realized, oh, okay, what Srila Prabhupada gave us was to save us all this trouble, and when we hang on to various kinds of conditioning, which a lot of you probably didn't get as bad conditioning as I did, but anyway, then that makes this difficulties recycle. They just come again and again. Anyway, and so that aspect of chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, because it cleans the dirty heart, so gradually, eventually, we get to see ourselves. And of course, he gave us the worship of Tulsi Devi. With every step you take when you're circumambulating Tulsi Devi, you're getting rid of heaps and heaps of karma. And basically, if you weren't getting rid of it that way, you would have to live through it, to pay your debts, it's like, oh Lordy, how many lifetimes would that take? So, what Srila Prabhupada has given us is so absolutely magnificent. And I think sometimes, because of all our surrounding influences, like, even you go to the shop because you have to buy a few things from the shop. And basically, I think 99.9 items in that supermarket I will never buy. And every time I notice that, every time I go there and I make my little selection, I thank Srila Prabhupada, because he saved me. All the diseases or the ailments that your body can experience, the agony of all the terrible things that you can experience, if you take part in indulging, in partaking of those dreadful things that they have in the supermarket. Prabhupada saved us. So every day I'm very, very conscious of the fact that Prabhupada saved us. But, so that's mainly what I wanted to just say, is how incredibly grateful I am to what Srila Prabhupada gave us. And of course you read the books and they're just so exciting and full of nectar as well. So yeah, that's another pastime we can, engage in. But I will just tell you one little tiny personal story I have. Well, it's not actually a little tiny, it's short, but it was huge. So Prabhupada we were in Mayapur, and Prabhupada was going to Vrindavan. It was right near his last days, you could say, towards the end. And so I had my youngest child. He was maybe about 14 months old, and he was still in a pram, so we had this little push pram. And my husband, he had my daughter, she was about 4 years old. So he had her on his shoulders and he was running the car, Prabhupada had come down in this chair. How does it? Prabhupada? No, not that. Jashu's husband? Pratapana. Yes, Pratapana Prabhu told me that he actually was one of the fellows making that chair. So he was quite surprised to hear this story. So anyhow, they carried Prabhupada down in the chair, and they put the chair there, and then it was one step down, and there was the car for him to get into. So he did that. And then the car started going, and all the devotees were chanting all the time, and they were running after the car. And my husband was carrying my daughter, so, and he was... So, yeah, I was pushing the pram, running, pushing the pram, chanting, I just got exhausted. I couldn't go any further. They were only halfway to the gate. So I just thought, I can't do this, So I turned around and I started going back to the temple, or, where Prabhupada's chair was. Although I wasn't aiming at Prabhupada's chair, I was just going back there. Because actually I have a problem with the sun, so I was thinking, how can I get some shade, And next thing I get to where the chair is sitting and there's nobody around. Everybody's run after the car. There's just me and my son. And I see on the chair, there are these perfect footprints. Dust. from Srila Prabhupada's feet. And it's like, have you ever seen that? The dust making a perfect footprint, you know, it was like, I've never actually seen that happen. I don't leave a perfect dusty footprint, you know, I mean, it was just so magnificent. It was like unbelievable. I was just like awestruck. I looked at it for several minutes before I thought, wow, you know, I mean, it was like a work of art. And then I suddenly went, that's the dust from his lotus feet. And I just started rubbing it all over me and all over the kid. And I was very naughty. I didn't think of saving some for my husband. But I didn't have a piece of paper or anything to put it in, you know. So, and I was actually so overwhelmed. Anyway, I think that blessing that Prabhupada inadvertently gave me was what kept me, even though I went through a tremendous amount of difficulties, which I'm not going to mention at all, except to say that they were there. I think that's what kept me strong throughout. So, I don't know if it's ever possible to get the dust of Srila Prabhupada again, but basically I can assure you that it's very, very powerful. So that was the one. Another little thing was, you know, Prabhupada's remnants would be distributed among the devotees, and I was always like the end of the line. So I got the skins. They used to cut the orange into slices, quite thin, maybe like 3/4 of a centimeter, not even, maybe half a centimeter wide. So there were the rinds from the oranges that he'd been sucking on. And I got 3 or 4 of those. So that was another piece of nectar I got. But unfortunately, you know, the Prabhus, they had plenty of association with Srila Prabhupada, but he didn't really have much association with most of the women. So I feel very blessed for having had that at least that very personal affair. Apart from the fact that he also gave me my japa beads. Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you, Mataji, for that really heartfelt offering and reiterating the importance of 4 regulative principles and chanting the holy names. Thank you. I will now request Prahlad Prabhu to give his offering to Srila Prabhupada, followed by Anant Prabhu. Yeah, if I can request everyone to move forward a bit. There are a lot of devotees waiting to hear these nectarian pastimes of Srila Prabhupada, so we can make space for as much as we can. That would be really helpful. Prabhu, if you can move a bit forward. Or some of the Prabhus can get up from the back and come and sit in the front so that the Mandali does not have to move. Prabhus, can you, maybe 4 or 5 can get up and come in the front? That would be helpful. And try to squeeze in as much as we can so we can all share Srila Prabhupada's nectar. Thank you. Prabhu,
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimade Bhakti Vikasa Swami iti namine. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimade Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Kisharane Nivishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatatesh Dharane. Being a grand disciple of Prabhupada, of course I don't have any pastimes shared by his disciples. Wonderful to hear. Saying that I had an opportunity last year to visit Prabhupada's birthplace in Calcutta. It's just a small little street. ISKCON Calcutta has done a beautiful job there. If you have an opportunity, please visit. It's just a small little street, houses on top of houses, how it is in Calcutta. and this little jackfruit tree, and that's it. That's a place Srila Prabhupada was born. And from that little place, a person born has saved the entire world. Not just India, just the entire world, from a little place in Calcutta. I was reading Chaitanya Charitamrita this morning, and Prabhupada writes that the Sankirtan movement is not just going to save this world, but it's going to spread throughout the whole universe and deliver the entire universe. So we can wait and see how that happens. Anyway, I'll go back to my offering here. Dear Srila Prabhupada, on this auspicious occasion of your divine appearance, please allow me to speak properly on the importance of your instructions which you have provided in the Bhaktivedanta purports. My material intelligence, of which I am so proud, has only kept me in this material world since time immemorial. Misdirected by false promises for happiness and enjoyment has only resulted in my perpetual suffering. My prayer is that you have mercy on me to understand those transcendental purports of yours. With the blessing of Guru, Sadhu and Shastra, anything is possible, even relief for a wretched soul like me. Narottam Das Thakur, in his prayer to his spiritual master, Lokanath Goswami sings, Guru Mukha Padma Vakya, Chitete Koriyo Akya, Arana Kori Bomone Asha. Make the teachings from the lotus mouth of the spiritual master one with your heart, and do not desire anything else. Aikya, completely one with your instructions. Nothing more, nothing less. The directions of my mundane intelligence, no matter how appealing or promising they might sound, unless in line with your purports, they are simply concoctions caused by interaction of the three modes of material nature. Bhagavad Gita 3:27, Prakrite Kriyamanani Gunais Karmani Sarvasha Ahankara Vimudatma Kartaham iti manyate. The spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. I have been misled time and time again through countless lives, but now, by mercy of your purports, you have given an opportunity to achieve real happiness. Bless me that I may live my life in unity with your instructions. Servant of your servant, Prahlad Das. Just want to add one more thing. Bhavananda Prabhu always claims that I plagiarize his offering. I've been thinking of this theme for a year, so he can't take that. So anyway, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Thank you, Prabhu. I now request Anand Prabhu to give his offering to Srila Prabhupada.
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देश तारिणे ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः. हरे कृष्णा. डियर श्रीला प्रभुपाद की जय. Hare Krishna, dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, today I am representing this offering on behalf of Vaman Kshetra Yatra, which is the southwest of Sydney. We are humbly trying our best to preach your legacy under the guidance of your disciples, grand disciples and followers. O merciful or compassionate one, please forgive this fallen soul who would have committed offenses knowingly and unknowingly. Although I have no qualification whatsoever, today I came before you with a humble prayer in my heart. All glories unto the founder acharya of ISKCON, all glories to our well-wishers, all glories to Shri Radha Gopinath, dear devotee, all glories unto Srila Prabhupada, who shed the brilliant light of Srimad Bhagavatam upon the ignorant soul trapped in the darkness of clutches of Maya. Just as you adhere your spiritual master, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's instructions to preach Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's message throughout the world. Bharata Bhumi Rehilla Manushya Janmayara Janma Sarthaka Kari Kara Para Upakara. One who has taken his birth as a human being in the land of India, Bharatvarsha, should make his life successful and work for the benefit of all people. Please keep your blessing upon us so that we continue your divine spiritual legacy, so that the whole world become Krishna conscious and goes back home, back to Godhead to serve their Lordship eternally. Your courageous journey to enlighten the fallen souls had awakened us from the miseries of Maya and allowed us to discover the glories spiritually that no one would have dreamed of. O Savior of the world, although you have disappeared from our eyes, but your instruction through your Vani in your lectures and books exists eternally, which constantly direct our focus unto the lotus feet of Sri Radha Krishna, allowing us to get away from the clutches of Maya. One time, one reporter asked Srila Prabhupada, how old you are? Prabhupada said, I am 80-year-old. And then she said, then what will happen after you? Then Srila Prabhupada said, I will never die. He said, I will never die. I shall live for my books and you will utilize. It is because of you and that you have been provided with the spiritual Vedic books fully translated for us to understand. They are like our instruction manuals to direct our life unto the path of devotional service to achieve our life's goal. Furthermore, after hearing from you and your disciples, reading from your spiritually in-charged books, and engaging in the devotional service, my faith and love towards their Lordship grew instantly. Under the guidance of my Shiksha Gurus and association of pure devotees, this Krishna conscious journey was a blissful and spiritual educational, as it taught me that we have an eternal relationship with the Lord, but being entangled in this mundane world, we have forgotten about it. And you being our best wisher, well-wisher, have once again guided us to the correct path. One time, Srila Prabhupada was giving lecture, a Janmashtami lecture, and in that lecture, after the function finished, then he was saying that now why we are celebrating the Utsavas or this celebration, that Krishna appear in our heart, right? Krishna present in our heart, right? Krishna is present in our heart as a Paramatma. But we are celebrating this Janmashtami festival, all this festival to appear, Krishna appear in our heart. So regarding that, I will tell a little pastime about that. One time in India, one businessman invited Srila Prabhupada and all his disciples at home. When Srila Prabhupada reached home, then he offered obeisances and offered one Krishna deity to Srila Prabhupada. And when Srila Prabhupada got that small deity, that time Srila Prabhupada came with little Saraswati, who was the daughter of Malati Devi Dasi. So she was only 5-year-old. And that time Srila Prabhupada handed over that deity to that Saraswati. And after some time, Srila Prabhupada hid that deity. behind him. And then Srila Prabhupada asked, okay, Saraswati, where is Krishna? And she was a very small child, she was just looking for everywhere. Everyone was like, just telling her, Saraswati, where is Krishna? Where is Krishna? And she was just searching for Krishna. And that time, it's just the pastime tells us, we should search for Krishna. We come, we celebrate Janmashtami, we celebrate Ram Navami, we celebrate Narsimha Chaturdasi, but we should search for Krishna. And after that time, then some devotee said, Saraswati, who has Krishna? And then Saraswati said, Prabhupada has Krishna. So that we know, we all here gathered together to celebrate his Vyasa Puja. So under his guidance, under his loving divine shelter, we will definitely appear Krishna in our heart. I humbly pray to Srila Prabhupada that you please, with our little devotional service offered to you and to Sri Radha Krishna, we pray also for your patience as we endeavor to involve in your service for Srimati Radharani and their devotees. We all are eternally indebted to you for guiding us on the path of Krishna consciousness and helping us to correct our life to serve Sri Radha Gopinath. Although there is so much service to be done, by your mercy and blessings, only can we all come together as a family and execute our spiritual mission. Kindly help us. Thank you. All glories to your divine grace. Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsav ki.
Thank you, Anand Prabhu. Yes, as you rightly said, Srila Prabhupada definitely has Krishna. And we are all just praying to his lotus feet to reveal it to us someday. I'll now request Toshin Krishna Prabhu to speak his offering for Srila Prabhupada, followed by Acharya Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Radha Govinda Goswami Niti Namine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. So, I have a small offering that I've composed for Srila Prabhupada that I'll be sharing now. And this is addressed to Srila Prabhupada. Unlike all of the wonderful pastimes we've heard from all the direct disciples of Srila Prabhupada, I do not have any personal association, quite obviously. And yet, nevertheless, Srila Prabhupada, you've always been a large presence in my life. And in many ways, that presence was real, and in many ways, it was not. There's a famous saying that in the beginning, God made humankind in his image, and humankind has been returning the favor ever since. Our ahankar, our ego, all of our conceptualizations of the world always color the way that we portray the sadhu, the way that we portray Krishna, the way that we portray any of these things. We wish to see our desires fulfilled in the acharya, in Krishna, and so on and so forth. And so we find lots of mythological conceptualizations of Srila Prabhupada. We will sometimes hear of Srila Prabhupada, who was the staunch ally of mundane conservatism, which is a myth. We will sometimes hear about the Srila Prabhupada, who was an ally to the cause of mundane progressivism, which is also a myth. We hear about the Srila Prabhupada who came to spread Hinduism and Indian culture, which is also a myth. I had my own little myth. I remember when I was around 4 years old, I used to always think Srila Prabhupada was my biological grandfather. And, and so, yeah, I would see the photos and I'd say that's my grandfather. And my mom would say, spiritually, but let's not push it too far. So, like this, we all have these mythological conceptualizations in which we project ourselves and our desires onto, again, the Sadguru, the great acharya. However, in my experience reading your books, Srila Prabhupada, in the same way that Bondrak is completely destroyed, his attempts to imitate Krishna completely humiliated and mocked, simply by the slightest effort by Krishna. In the same way, by reading your books, Srila Prabhupada, I've encountered a Prabhupada who is not mythological, who is not some expression of our desires, who is not an expression of what we wish to have from spiritual life, right? But rather what we require. One of the great myths that we often hear is Srila Prabhupada, who is very understanding. And because he's understanding, he will let us get away with anything or do whatever we want. This is the other mythological Prabhupada. But instead, the real Prabhupada we find in Srila Prabhupada's books is a Prabhupada who is very understanding. And in his understanding, he understands my position, our position, as a rotten, degraded soul that's simply hungering to satisfy their own desires and their own wishes. And that Srila Prabhupada is so much more merciful than a Prabhupada who simply accepts whatever we desire, but instead is a Prabhupada who rejects what we desire in order to impose his desire, which is our greatest benefit. This is the Prabhupada we find when we encounter Prabhupada, as he himself said we should encounter him. Not in our fanciful imaginations or wishes of sense gratification in the name of spiritual life, but through his books and his transcendental purports. Srila Jiva Goswami Pad writes that the way we can understand that the Bhagavatam can be absolutely authoritative, even though it is apparently limited in the form of a tiny book, not so tiny, but smaller than the Mahabharata, I guess you could say. But in such a book, how can we understand that infinity is captured? And Srila Jiva Goswami, he makes the point that it is in the same way that when we see the Murti, which is apparently to our eyes some limited form made of matter, but is nevertheless, if we have true understanding, the Supreme Lord directly. In the same way is Srimad Bhagavatam. But in the same way that when we see the Murti, had we not received the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, we would think that what we are seeing is simply marble and not the Supreme Lord. In the same way, when we peer upon Srimad Bhagavatam, when we peer upon Ishopanishad, Sri Srimad Bhagavad Gita, all of these Shastras, when we peer upon them, without the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, without the mercy of your purports, we would see simply words on a page, information, and not Krishna himself in the form of Shastra. So in this way, Srila Prabhupada, you've so mercifully allowed us not only to understand you, but to understand all about Krishna. If I will be absolutely honest, I do not know if Krishna exists. I don't know if Krishna is real. I have not had any experience that could verify that or solidify that. But the more that I learn of your qualities, Srila Prabhupada, the more that I receive the knowledge, wisdom that you have embodied and give to us, the more I understand that even though we are drowning souls in this material world, and sometimes the idea of a shore, of a lighthouse, can seem illusory, sometimes we can doubt, is there really anything beyond this material existence? Still, by some glimmer of your qualities, you function like a lighthouse that reminds us, no, there is land, there is security, there is eventually some sort of peace. In this way, Srila Prabhupada, though I have no real knowledge whether Krishna exists or any of the other things we hear in Shastra, I know oh so well now, through the study of your books and through the mercy that you shower upon us, that you do exist. And the only explanation of your character, of your nature, of your qualities, is that Krishna too must exist. And in this way, I can say that Krishna is real, because you are real, and because you love Krishna. And such a true love can only have an object that is real. So, to conclude, now that I've been placed under the shelter of my spiritual master, I can really say that I'm the spiritual grandchild of Srila Prabhupada. And reflecting on this, I think sometimes of, I guess, a mundane example of our own grandparents and that sort of sweetness. In a sense, our parents discipline and our grandparents spoil, right? This is the nature of it. And this is how I feel with you, Srila Prabhupada. I feel spoilt by all of the mercy that you pour upon me and all the rest of us in our simple attempts in order to pursue Krishna consciousness. I just wanted to read out one short quote before I continue, I'm assuming, going over time. And it's from an offering by the devotees in Taiwan. And I found this a very beautiful offering that touched me very deeply, because to me it really embodies the mercy and beauty of Srila Prabhupada. Jai. Jai. Srila Prabhupada, this is discussed from the perspective of these devotees in Taiwan, and they're discussing the difficulties of practicing Krishna consciousness in Chinese culture. And they write, Srila Prabhupada, we are so fallen that we do not even have the syllables or pronunciation for the word Krishna. But we do find the Chinese characters for your name, indicating the sound Prabhupada. So you are more easily approachable to the Chinese than the Lord himself. And we have an incessant desire to glorify your divine grace. In this way we find Krishna so far away, but Srila Prabhupada is so mercifully nearby. Patita Pavana Bhakta Bandha Vishvacharya Srila Bhaya Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki.
Thank you, Tosha Krishna Prabhu. You truly exemplify how grandparents are more merciful and more loving and affectionate, being the perfect grandchild. I'd like to request Prabhu Prabhu to please pick an offering. Hare Krishna.
Oh, this is very unexpected. Thank you. Srila Prabhupada is like a monsoon of mercy. As the monsoon comes, so does the riverbank. The riverbank gets washed away. And in this way, Prabhupada's mercy, for my own experience, is like that. I trained to become an expert materialist in many different ways, and on leaving school I picked up the Bhagavad Gita, I read the preface, and the monsoon rushed through. All my material desires had been undermined, and the sandbanks fell apart. And so I found that he's like the monsoon. It washes away all the material desires, all the material attraction, and it brings you, or prepares you for Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada said about Bhaktisiddhanta Swami once, that he said that to the devotees that, my Guru will take care of you. He's like a grandfather. He will care for you while I'm gone. And it's similarly for the devotees here. Srila Prabhupada is your grandfather, and the grandfather is much more merciful, and much more tending more favourably to the disciple sometimes than the father is. The father can give the son a hard time, can discipline him and push him harder, but the grandfather will always come in afterwards and nurture the child. So Srila Prabhupada is like that. That ocean of emotion, that monsoon of mercy will continue to flow. And it flows through his books. Prabhupada never left us. He's here now. It's in his books, and he continues to be with us the next 20,000 years, however much longer. He's never left us, and he never will. And he'll always there for you, he'll always watch the devotees, and they can be confident in this regard. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. We're very fortunate to have also with us His Grace Chitta Hari Prabhu, very senior devotee from the Ukraine Yatra, has been with us in Sydney for the past many months, going on Harinam every day, truly living the spirit of Sankirtan, being a Sankirtan warrior. So we're very fortunate to hear from him. Mother Sudhimati will be reading on his behalf. So, Hare Krishna.
Namaham Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Shatarine.
My dear Srila Prabhupada, today on your appearance day, I'm writing an offering to you, and I feel a special feeling of gratitude for what you have done for me personally. And with this special feeling of gratitude, I bow down to your lotus feet. You came to this world by the will of Krishna, who, as yourself said, instructed you to simply write books. But out of love, you did much more than Krishna himself expected from you. Your appearance is the beginning of a change of era in this world. This is prediction from the Lord himself. You are the Sanapati Bhakta, the general of devotee, that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spoke about. Having become a perfect instrument in the hands of Krishna, you brought into the degraded society of the modern Western world a transcendental weapon of delayed action, which does not destroy but that heals and changes the consciousness of people. You sacrificed yourself, personal life, for the sake of the whole world, and even more, the entire universe. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I noted for myself that the day of your arrival in America coincided with my birthday. And I live already at that time when you traveled all over the world on a mission. But I met you much later through your books and devotees. And also, we did not meet in personal. You sent me your representative, a disciple, a pure devotee, whom he accepted with heart and soul as yourself. This is my dear Gurudev, His Holiness Srila Niranjana Swami. When he reads your comments and then gives his own, they sound like an extension of yours. When an outwardly very unfavorable situation arises in my country, in Ukraine, it turned out to be the greatest good fortune for me to come to a place where you personally brought and installed the very merciful Sri Radha Gopinath deities, who are in the mood of caring for the devotees at your request. And this concern extended to me. And to all the devotees here, I want to express my deep gratitude for the example of pure devotional service that they perform, for the kind personal attitude that they provide. And you showed me all this. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I have much to say to express my deep gratitude to you, but there is a time limit, so I'll end here. Please allow me, always under the protection of your lotus feet, to continue to purify my existence and improve my service, understanding and deepen that love for Krishna that has not yet flared up very much in my impure heart. And for this I ask for the blessings of all the devotees present here. Thank you for your patience. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki. Now we'll start with Pushpanjali, so please request everyone to stand up. Hare Krishna. There are flowers being passed around, so please grab and then, no, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. We are going to recite Prabhupada's Pranam Mantra once and we'll be offering the flowers. Please repeat after me. Om Ajnana
Pemidandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Jaya Prabhupada Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada ki Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Saraswate Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada ki Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Sri Guru Charana Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadha Bandha Mui Savadana Mate Bhai, Baba Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Namaste. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada Paramahansa Parivacharya Ashtoshakti Vidhvane Sabhay Charanarvind Bhaktivedanta Swami Ki Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Prabhupada Paramahansa Parivacharya Ashtoshakti 32 दास संख्या को गोस्वामी महाराज प्रभुपाद की जय. दावाचार्य हठात ठाकुर की जय. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवास आदि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय. श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोपकुमार श्याम राधा गिरि गोवर्धन की जय. गंगा माई की जय, गंगा देवी की जय, भक्ति देवी की जय, तुलसी महारानी की जय, श्याम देव भक्त वृंद की जय. हरे राम संकीर्तन की. श्री श्री प्रभुपाद व्यास पूजा महामहोत्सव की. Goswami devotees, Hare Krishna. All Goswami devotees, Hare Krishna. All Goswami devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories, always, Shri Guru, Shri Guru, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you everyone for coming to Vyasa Puja Mahamotsav. The prasadam will be served outside, so we request everyone to please find your way to go outside. And may I request Srila Prabhupada disciples to go to council room of temple where the prasadam will be served to them. Hare Krishna.
What to speak of our existence in Vaishnava community? Focus should be to enhance everyone else's bhakti. Focus should be to serve other devotees, to help them in their practice of Krishna consciousness. Where is the question of us offending? Where is the question of us getting offended? Nayam hanti na hanyate, Krishna says. Whoever who says the body is the killer or being killed, neither of them is in knowledge, Krishna says. So here the question should not be that I am correct, I am going to prove to the whole world that I am correct, that devotee is wrong, and I am going to actually prove to this devotee himself or herself that she or he is right. What's the end game there? Who's going to benefit? We should always ask that question. How is Krishna benefiting and how am I benefiting? How is this devotee benefiting? The real spiritual intelligence means all three should benefit. That's real intelligence. Whenever any devotee go in front of Prabhupada and they say, this devotee is causing trouble, that devotee is causing trouble, Prabhupada would give a suggestion so everyone will come out happy. Everyone will actually feel Prabhupada is with them. Nobody will feel prejudiced. When Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, when somebody brings some situation like that, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur would say, get two devotees, okay, yes, that devotee is at fault, you are also at fault, no problem. Now you pick one good quality about the other devotee and glorify. And then this devotee will glorify. And then he would say, you pick another good quality. And then he would go back and forth like that. So by the time they finish that glorification, they'll be happy. They'll just hug each other and they'll move on. So that's the proper mentality. Like it said, it takes a village to raise a child. All of us are child only of Radha Gopinath. And we all need everyone's help. If we understand how important everyone else is, there is no question of offense from that point. Problem comes when we think, I am very important, I am doing the most important service and everyone else is wrong. That's where the problem comes. But if we think we are actually dependent on that devotee, His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, he says, if you are in a devotee community, understand, and if you have grudge against anyone, always understand. Fast forward and you are lying down on deathbed. And if this particular devotee happened to be one of the devotees around you, what thought do you want to carry about this devotee? That yes, at some point we were not in good terms, now we are good friends. Is that the thought? Or why him now? You know? or why her now? Is that what we want to think now? Now what? So he says, we need everyone. So mood has to be that everyone's level of maturity is different. That's why communication should actually happen. If it's not directly possible, when the terms is not directly possible, as I said, bottom line is relationship should not be lost. That's the bottom line, no matter what. So how can we still keep the relationship intact? Is this, some problem we have the tendency to magnify it bigger and bigger and bigger. It doesn't have to be. Is it something just a one-off? Okay, move on. The problem will solve itself. If you think this is just going to persist like that and it's becoming intolerable, then we can approach someone who we know that devotee is in good terms. And rather than saying it aggressively, we can bring out the problem and try to address the problem through that devotee. And we know, you can even ask the devotee to keep your name confidential just to solve the problem like that. Then, situation will be better. Okay, I'll finish with this story soon. I'm 5 minutes late already. So, there's one king who contracts leprosy and he asks his prime minister what he should do. So, the prime minister says, they tried different medicine, nothing works. So, the prime minister says, you just take your cot just outside your palace and sleep there for a week. Then he goes there, miraculously, his disease gets cured. And he gets shocked. This is such a good cure, I didn't know about it. And then he calls the prime minister, rewards him, and he asks him, what happened there? The medicine didn't cure me. Doctors couldn't cure me. Puranic story, by the way. How did I get cured? Then he says, my dear king, when you are just lying outside on your cot, you might have seen people walking past you, going back and forth. What were they doing? He said, like, some people, they were feeling sympathy for me. Most of the people were cursing me. Cursing, he says, like, yeah, look at this king. He is finally facing the reaction for all the sins. If he was such a great king, then how he could have contracted such a deadly disease like that? So then Prime Minister said, so whoever said that, they take a share of your karma. Then he says, 1 week I got cured, looks like I have a lot of candidates there. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself says, when Madai, Jagai, he gives Krishna Brahma straight away. Because he tried to protect Nityananda Prabhu. Madai, when he comes, he says like, no, you try to offend my dear Nitai, I will never. But then he begs, Jagai, we both did everything, we both are partners in crime, you have given him Krishna Brahma, please give. Then when Nityananda Prabhu appeals, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraces. He embraces and then he exhibits something. As he embraces, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is golden avatar. His body gets dark slowly. As he pulls all the sinful reactions from Madai's body to him, and Madai starts to become effulgent. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu shows the black hue in his body and he says, these are the sins of Madai. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, whoever offends my devotee, I'll give them a share of this. He says that. My Guru Maharaj says, who wants this mercy? Everyone was like tight. So we have to keep that in mind and then deal with the devotees carefully. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Sri Sri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai. Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai. Sri Sri Gaur Nitai ki jai. Samaved Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande. Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivashadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan Ki Jai. Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani Ki Jai. Shri Shri Gauranitai Ki Jai. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Samaved Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Hare Krishna. Let's continue our discussion on the glorification of the Pandavas by Hanuman. Sri Parikshit said, upon hearing these words, Sri Narada became uncontrollably eager to see the lotus feet of Krishna. He simply wanted to go to Dwaraka and live there forever. He stood up, sat down, and stood up again. He danced enthusiastically, filled with inner joy, and made loud cries. So, 79. So, after hearing about the glories of Pandavas from Hanuman, Narada Muni, he has developed the eagerness to go and meet the Pandavas. Srila Prabhupada, when he discusses about enthusiasm, Prabhupada says it's natural for us because we are in material world. There will always be reversals in life. There will always be challenges. But Prabhupada says one should keep a cool head. And you will see this term, cool head, being used by Prabhupada in few occasions. So Prabhupada says here, you should keep a cool head and continue to chant Hare Krishna. And then these problems will go away. But along the same vein, Prabhupada would also speak about enthusiasm, utsaha nischayat dhairyat. And to drive home the point, Prabhupada says, this movement was practically started single-handedly, referring to himself. If you want to see, this is broken. If you want to see a better example, if you want to see an example of enthusiasm, Kapila, I have good service for you. Fix this. Fix this one. So if you want to see an example of enthusiasm, you don't need to look any further. So we don't need to look elsewhere other than Srila Prabhupada. How initially when he went to US there wasn't much support. Prabhupada took that opportunity to preach Krishna consciousness in whatever way he could. Prabhupada says, I was studying about how Americans, they work, they enjoy, they deal with each other, about their civilization, about their culture, so on and so forth. If you see the introduction for Bhagavad Gita, which Srila Prabhupada has written, that introduction was a transcription of a class which Srila Prabhupada has given in the early days. And how many students were there? Practically zero. Prabhupada was just speaking to the four walls. That class was recorded and later on transcribed as introduction to Bhagavad Gita. You can read that. So Prabhupada, so many different instances when devotees say that they can't print, it's impossible to print so many volumes of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita in such a short time. Prabhupada responds back saying, impossible is the word found in the Fool's Dictionary. So here we can see Narada Muni's enthusiasm and eagerness growing simply by hearing about the Pandavas. Hanuman's heart was immersed in transcendental tastes from speaking about the Pandavas. With this ecstasy raised even higher by Narada's dancing, he continued to speak about the topics. Sri Hanuman said, all the calamities that befell the Pandavas were most auspicious and desirable because those calamities made the personality of Godhead anxious to join the Pandavas quickly. We touched on this last week, how Kunti Maharani, she was praying, may all the calamities, difficulties keep coming to me again and again. Vipada Santuta Shashvat Tatra Tatra Jagadguru. Tatra Tatra means again and again. Why is she praying for all those problems? Bhavato Darshanam Yatsyat Apunar Bhava Darshanam. If somebody faces all those problems, if somebody happens to be the devotee of the Lord and they face the problem, what will Supreme Lord do? How will he respond? He won't sit, keep quiet. He would come and appear to them. In other words, that will give opportunity for devotees to take shelter of Krishna more and more and more. And if one takes shelter of Krishna more and more and more, Bhavato Darshanam Yatsyat Apunar Bhava Darshanam. If one sees the Lord that way, in that association of surrender, Apunar Bhava Darshanam, one will not have to take darshan of another birth and death, another lifetime in this world. That's what it means. O Pandavas, pure love has subdued you. Ignoring discrimination and etiquette, you engage my Lord as your messenger and charioteer. So now Hanuman is speaking on more like a friend of the Pandavas. Bhima is related to him as his younger brother. So he is taking that liberty and he is telling, O Pandavas, pure love has subdued you. Ignoring discrimination and etiquette, you engage my Lord as your messenger and charioteer. Ah, you Pandavas, these are all words he is speaking in ecstasy. Prabhupada, he says, if you read in Nectar of Devotion of the 64 items of devotional service, you will see do's and don'ts, but there are list of another set of items that are given that are considered offensive. So one of the items that's given is, you are not supposed to lie down on the temple room. It's against the etiquette of the Lord. But Prabhupada says, but somebody in Sakya Rasa, again, Sakya Rasa is not to be imitated. Sakya Rasa, if somebody is mellow, if somebody's Swarupa is in Sakya Rasa, Prabhupada says, they may lie down, but it's not to be imitated. So in a friendly mood, some may deal with the Supreme Lord like that. So here, Hanuman is actually telling to Pandavas that you engage my Lord as your messenger and charioteer. So in that ecstatic mood, he is still speaking. Ah, you Pandavas must know some transcendental herb or mantra that can chant the most powerful enchanter. Parishit Maharaj said, O mother, O celebrated wife of the son of the Pandavas. So he is specifically glorifying he's saying Pandaveya Yashashvini. Because Hanuman is glorifying Pandavas, Parishit Maharaj is taking this opportunity to highlight about his mother's relationship with the Pandavas. How is his mother Uttara related to the Pandavas? Arjuna's son is Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu's wife is Uttara. So Uttara is the daughter-in-law of the Pandavas. O mother, O celebrated wife of the son of the Pandavas, after Hanuman said this, he repeatedly jumped up into the air, higher and higher, joining the sage Narada in dancing. He then continued to speak. O master of all masters, you are conquered by your great affection for your devotees. This is how you attract their hearts. It is my greatest fortune that Pritha's middle son, Bhimasena, is also my dear younger brother. Pritha's middle son, who is Pritha? Kunti Maharani. Kunti Maharani had 3 sons. Who are they? Yudhishthir, Bhima and Arjuna. So, middle son of Pritha here refers to Bhimasena. It is my greatest fortune that Pritha's middle son Bhimasena is also my dear younger brother. Now Hanuman is also, just like how you see Parishit Maharaj is highlighting the relationship of his mother to the Pandavas. Similarly here Hanuman taking a humble position, he is saying, you know what, I am also related to Pandavas. How? My younger brother is the middle son of... Thank you for the class. I am hearing parallelly. I am pausing for a reason, not to hear the answer. Let me speak. So, Bhima. So, he is the middle son of Pritha. It is my greatest fortune that Pritha's middle son Bhimasena is also my dear younger brother. Lord Krishna, by acts of friendship, like giving his sister in marriage, who is Lord Krishna's sister? Subhadra Maharani. By giving his sister in marriage to the Pandava Arjuna, showed Arjuna full mercy. And that Arjuna bears my image on the treasured flag of his chariot. So here you can see Hanuman's humble mode, completely discounting his exalted position as the personal servant of Lord Ramachandra, someone who served, given entire life, someone who was instructed by Lord Ram himself to propagate his mercy, because of which so Arjuna, here you see he is holding Hanuman in his chariot, just like we somehow or other we try to take some credit. We somehow try to find our connection with the Supreme Lord and try to take some credit. I am related to such and such spiritual master, or I know that devotee is a pure devotee. And because I am related to that devotee, or somehow I have associated with that devotee, I will also take some credit, so on and so forth. So in this way, here Hanuman completely discounting his position as the personal servant of Lord Ram, somebody who has served Lord Ram for many thousands of years. Still he feels he stands no chance. He is not a good enough devotee, and he says, but my hope is I am also related to the Pandavas. Not only to Bhima, you know what, even Arjuna used me in the chariot as his flag. So in this way, Hanuman, by understanding, highlighting his position in relation to the Pandavas, he is taking solace, he is feeling very happy. So when we see, even in the life of Srila Prabhupada, everywhere, Prabhupada would always highlight his connection to his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. So the only identity of a disciple is his or her relationship with the spiritual master. It is said that Mathura, we were discussing it before, Mathura is one of the 7 holy cities. We were discussing Kashi, Kanchi, Avanti, Mathura, Ayodhya, Mayapuri, also known as Haridwar, and then Dwaraka. These are the 7 holy cities, of which Mathura is the most holiest, most auspicious of those 7 holy cities. Why? Shastras say Mathura offers liberation in 4 different ways. The city of Mathura, in which Vrindavan is situated or located, it awards 4 different types of liberation: by birth, by death, by cremation, as well as by initiation it's given. Birth means if somebody is born in Vrindavan, they are considered liberated. So Mathura is awarding liberation in that way. Death also, if somebody leaves their body. Cremation, somebody may die somewhere but their body is cremated in Vrindavan. And the 4th one is, which is very relevant here, by Diksha it's given. By initiation also, Mathura, if one gets initiated on the land of Mathura, in Vaishnavism, one will get liberated. So, Mathura is considered very, very holy in comparison to all the other remaining 6 cities. So, here we see Krishna or rather Hanuman, he is somehow or other trying to take some credit through his connection to the Pandavas. Not on an egoistic platform. Hanuman is saying, I'm a very simple servant, but I am connected to the Pandavas. See, I'm connected to Bhima. I'm connected to Arjuna also. So in this way, we also should follow in the footsteps of our spiritual masters. Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So our only credit is we have the shelter, we have the fortune. That's not our credit actually. Our only qualification is we have the shelter of Srila Prabhupada. Our only qualification is we have the instruction of Srila Prabhupada to do something in the service of Sri Sri Radha Gopinath. That is our only shelter and that's our only fortune. Without the unconditional mercy of the Lord's most beloved servants, a devotee's loving service can never succeed or bear fruit. Now, this is very important. We were discussing about this. Raganuga Bhakti means to follow in the footsteps of Ragatmika Bhaktas. Ragatmika Bhaktas are those who are eternal servants of the Supreme Lord. And if we somehow or other find connection to at least one of them and follow in their footsteps, then we can also practice Raganuga Bhakti. So here Hanuman is saying, without the unconditional mercy of the Lord's most beloved friends, a devotee's loving service can never succeed or bear fruit. In other words, practicing bhakti without the shelter of any devotees of the Lord is impossible. Therefore, O best of Vaishnavas, most dear devotee of the Lord, let us go together to see the Pandavas and take shelter of them. So Hanuman is suggesting Narada Muni also to go with them. There is one Leela that's there. Once Narada Muni teaches Hanuman how to sing, and Hanuman learns, Hanuman becomes such a great expert in singing. When he starts to sing, even the rocks, they start to melt. And on one such rock, Narada Muni has placed his Veena. Rock melts, Veena also gets merged into the rock now. When the time came for Narada Muni to leave, he couldn't detach. He couldn't take the Veena out. Then he looks at Hanuman and he asks him, Hanuman, what have you done? My Veena is stuck here. Then Hanuman says, Gurudev, I sang whatever you taught me. And then he says, please sing again, so when it's in molten state again I'll pull it out. Hanuman says, sure, and then he starts to run. Narada Muni also starts to chase. And you're having fun. So he runs. Narada Muni is also chasing after him because he wants his Veena back. Veena is personally gifted. Narada Muni speaks about that in Bhagavatam. That Veena is personally gifted by Vishnu himself. So, Naham Tishtami Vaikunte, Yoginam Hridayashva, Tatra Tishtami Narada, Yatra Gayanti Madbhakta. Wherever his devotees sing, Vishnu says, I'll be there. So, Narada Muni, he wanted his Veena back. So, he is chasing after Hanuman. After a long time, finally he manages to catch Hanuman. This mic is very humble. So, after chasing after Hanuman for a long time, finally he manages to catch him. And then he asks Hanuman, why did you make me run? Then Hanuman says, you are a pure devotee of the Lord. You go everywhere. Like Prabhupada says, Tirti kurvanti tirtani swantastena gadabrata. Wherever you go, that place becomes tirtha. I just want to purify this place. I want this whole place to be decorated with the dust of your lotus feet. That's why I made you run. And he says, okay, now I'll start to sing. You can take your Veena back. And he starts to sing. Rock molds and he takes the Veena back. Never in Ayodhya did the Lord disclose what he now reveals in the district of Mathura, known as Dwaraka. Prabhupada says in one lecture, I think this is in Juhu temple, Prabhupada says actually there are three personality of Godheads. Three supreme personality of Godheads. Take a guess who they are. One is, of course, Swayam Bhagavan, Krishna. Who are the other two? Rama, good. Third one? Chaitanya is Krishna himself. Third one, Prabhupada says, Lord Narasimhadev. So in ISKCON, if you see, we worship these three lords. Krishna, Rama, and Narasimhadev. So Prabhupada says, which means Lord Ram could have also displayed 64 qualities, which we see in Nectar of Devotion. Lord Narasimhadev also could have. But their mood, their rasa is, they display only so much. So here, Hanuman knew about it. He says, never in Ayodhya did the Lord disclose what he now reveals in the district of Mathura. Lord Ram, it is said, when he walks out of his humility, he'll always, his nose will be pointed down. It's given like that. Even though he's a majestic king, he was an epitome of humility. He'll always be looking down. His head will be slightly tilted down. Very, very polite, very gentle. Never in Ayodhya. And how did Krishna act? Exact opposite. Fighting, showing off his skills, stealing, dancing, you name it, you name every rule, Krishna broke it. And that way he proved that he is the Supreme Lord. Lord Ram, he followed every rule to the dot. You have to see two extremes, right? But this is Supreme Lord, Krishna. Krishna doesn't care about any rules. Krishna says, even when Karna was shot by Arjuna, Karna started to throw all this verbal abuse on Krishna, saying, what kind of Supreme Lord are you? Don't you know I am without weapon? I am just trying to pull the chariot wheel out of this ditch. And then, of course, when it comes to insulting, nobody can beat Krishna. Krishna insults him back. He insults many personalities also. You will see. So in this case, he insults him back. You are talking about all Kshatriya code. Where was all this code when you guys unfairly killed Abhimanyu? Then he starts to, and where was your Kshatriya code when you harassed Draupadi in the middle of so many? So he says, gambling match, you have unfairly usurped the kingdom of the Pandavas, so on and so forth. So already Karna is baffled by all this verbal tirade which Krishna threw at him. And then finally he says, whatever Arjuna did is correct because I am saying it. He says, like Karna says, okay, that works. You are the Supreme Lord. Whatever you say has to be true. Satya Sankalpa. Whatever he thinks, whatever he desires is the truth. If we are not happy with Krishna's arrangement, we need to pray to Krishna to give us the intelligence to understand. That's all we can do. Krishna is never wrong. We can never go to Krishna and say, Gopinath, is this what I prayed for? He gave me exact opposite. No. We pray for what we think is good. Gopinath will always give us what he thinks is good. Prabhupada said in one place, if you really want to make Krishna laugh, go to him and tell him about your plan. Krishna will have a good laugh. So we have to understand Krishna is all-knowing. Whatever he gives is for the ultimate good. If you look at the 10 topics of Srimad Bhagavatam, final topic, Atra Sarga Visargascha Sthanam Poshanam Yutayaha Manvantara Ishanu Kata Nirodha Muktir Ashraya. Ashraya means, Prabhupada translates as Sammam Bonam, ultimate shelter. So Prabhupada would say, everything which we have in this world, they are called fallible soldiers. Fallible soldiers means one day they will look like they are giving you support. Could be money, could be wealth, could be relatives, could be your fortunes, anything. But then overnight you can lose it. And there are people. One day billionaire, 2 days later they become paupers. Happened even beginning of this year, mid of last year also it happened. Okay, very big celebrities, richest people, they just become paupers overnight. So Prabhupada would say, all of this is just fallible soldiers. Nobody will be able to save us after death. Till the point of death also nobody can save. Birth, death, old age and disease. Nobody can stop COVID. COVID affected everyone. Disease, old age also affects everyone. Birth, death affects everyone. Be it in this life or be it in next, nobody can give anyone full protection except Krishna. So here it's said, never in Ayodhya did the Lord disclose what he now reveals in the district of Mathura. Says who? Hanumanji. In the district of Mathura, known as Dwaraka. Now you may think Mathura is in where? Uttar Pradesh. Where is Dwaraka? But here it said in the district of Mathura, known as Dwaraka. If you read Shastras, Dwaraka in ancient days actually extended all the way to Western India. So it was one single. When Madhu demon was ruling Mathura, at that time, the whole Mathura kingdom was extending all the way to Western India. Okay, so Dwaraka was included at that time. Countless varieties. Same way, if you look at Yudhishthir Maharaj, you may think Yudhishthir Maharaj, what was the extent of Yudhishthir Maharaj's kingdom? He was ruling what? South India? Bharata Varsha. Shastras say Yudhishthir Maharaj had sovereignty over the entire land of Jambudvipa. Not just Bharata Varsha, all the 9 Varshas. Entire Jambudvipa. Remember the Saptadvipa, centralmost island. You are looking at the projector, there is no projector there. We had it recently. So we have Saptadvipa, 7 islands in Bhumandala. Jambudvipa, Plakshadvipa, Shalmalidvipa, Kushadvipa, Kraunchadvipa, Shakadvipa, Pushkaradvipa. Central one is called as Jambudvipa. He had sovereignty over the entire land of Jambudvipa. That's how rich he was. But in 5,000 years, pretty much everything else is scattered now. There is no one single king. Countless varieties of supreme opulence. So never in Ayodhya did the Lord disclose what he now reveals in the district of Mathura known as Dwaraka. Countless varieties of supreme opulence and sweetness, one after another, which Brahma, Rudra and other demigods can hardly fathom. These glories expand the love of his devotees. Sri Narada said, what are you saying? Something unseen in Ayodhya? It's not seen even in Vaikuntha. Get up, my friend. We should go there at once. So Narada Muni is encouraging. Hanuman, come, let's go and check out. Sri Parikshit said, Hanuman, the ocean of sobriety, then sighed for a moment, and after a brief time in thought, he bowed down to Narada and spoke. Sri Hanuman said, certainly it would be fitting for us to visit Dwaraka to see the Pandavas and offer them service, for they are in all respects most dear to the personality of Godhead and his consort. But the Lord is now displaying uncommonly intense mercy and sweetness, more confidential than anything he has ever shown before. So we read in Bhagavad Gita, confidential, more confidential, most confidential. Most confidential is the glories of pure devotional service. How simply by taking a bhakti, one can totally bring the Lord under one's control. But that's not the mood of the devotees. But the Supreme Lord, being sold out to such devotees, come under their control. So that's why it's called the most confidential knowledge. So here, Hanuman is first of all acknowledging, yes, what is displaying now in Dwaraka is more confidential. But the Lord is now displaying uncommonly intense mercy and sweetness, more confidential than anything he has ever shown before. So what Krishna shows in terms of sweetness, in terms of his mercy, no other Lord has shown. Those wonderful playful pastimes are so supremely enchanting that they bewilder even self-realized sages. Just see how even your father Brahma, grandfather of the world, founder acharya of the Vedic teachings, was confused by the pastimes of Krishna. Now why is Hanuman saying about Lord Brahma to Narada here is, Hanuman is saying when Supreme Lord came as Lord Ramachandra, he was straightforward personality and it was very easy to understand him. On the other hand, if you see Krishna's activities, they are very uncommon. very hard to fathom, very hard to understand. And it can bewilder Brahma, Rudradi Mohanam. It can bewilder even great personalities like Lord Brahma and Shiva. And here he highlights, citing the instance when Lord Brahma got bewildered in Brahma Vimohan Lila. So he is reminding Narada Muni about it. Why is Hanuman saying, again Hanuman is taking a humble position saying, your Brahma, he is the founder acharya. He is the first acharya in our whole parampara. If you look at our parampara, Brahma, Madhava, Gaudiya Sampradaya, Krishna has given knowledge to Brahma, Brahma to Narada, Narada to Vyasa, Vyasa to Madhvacharya, and then we follow from there. So here he says, even someone of the caliber of Lord Brahma, he got bewildered. What chance do I, a Vanara, stand? I will get bewildered and I may do some aparadha to the Supreme Lord. So I am scared. He says like that. Just see how even your father Brahma, grandfather of the world, founder acharya of the Vedic teachings, was confused by the pastimes of Krishna. So what can be said about foolish forest monkeys like me? Because of how strangely Krishna's pastimes unfold, I am afraid of committing offenses. Goes to show how careful we should be. Prabhupada says, when we serve the Supreme Lord and our spiritual master, we should not go too close. So Prabhupada says one should not go too close to Guru, one should not go too close to the deities when you do Seva Parad. Thinking that deities are dependent on me. They are not dependent on anyone. We are dependent on the deities. So we should not imitate. We should not imitate even Sakya Rasa. Prabhupada says the mood of Sakya Rasa and mood of Atma Nivedanam, they are very, very difficult to understand completely. So we should not think of cheap imitation. The safest mode of worship is always, mood of worship also is always to understand oneself to be servant of the Lord. Not even directly servant of the Lord. In one place, when a reporter is asking in Australia to Srila Prabhupada, so who are you? Are you the Guru? Are you the master? Prabhupada says, no, I am the servant of Krishna. And then Prabhupada adds, actually, even being the servant of Krishna is a very exalted position. I am servant of Krishna. Prabhupada says that. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also exemplified the same mood. Gopi Bhartupada Kamalayor, Das Anudas. I am the servant of the servant of the servant. So that's the proper mood with which we should go and worship Krishna. Prabhupada would often quote the verse from Adi Purana, Eme Bhakta Jana Partha, Name Bhakta Chate Janaha, Mad Bhakta Nam Chaya Bhaktas, Teme Bhakta Tamo Mataha. He says to Arjuna, oh my dear Arjuna, whoever claims themselves to be my devotee, they are actually not my devotee. But one who claims themselves as the devotee of my devotee, they are actually my devotees. And if you see even of Navida Bhakti also, you can take everyone, they have a connection to Krishna not directly. They go through their spiritual master only. Could be Shravanam, could be Kirtanam, Smaranam, you can analyze. So there is no direct connection. It's always we take a humble mood, we take a humble stance and we follow in the footsteps of Sadhu Marga, Anugamanam, it's given. One of the 64 items is you have to follow in the footsteps of the spiritual master. That's what it means. Let the wonderfully varied pastimes of the Lord be the very life of his servants who think of nothing but him. For such devotees, those pastimes always increase the ecstasy of love of God. Even so, I simply feel more attracted to the Supreme Lord in his eternal identity as Sri Raghunatha. So now he is revealing a secret. The son of Dasharatha and the joy of Mother Kaushalya. His heart always tender with natural unaffected compassion. So here he is glorifying about Lord Ram. He is spontaneously attracted to the loving exchanges with his devotees, exchanges free from any tinge of duplicity. He demonstrates how to follow properly the religious duties of a civilized people, and he upholds the strict vow of having only one wife. In the shyness of innate humility, his face always looked downward. So this is how Lord Ram conducted himself. His eyes fixed on the ground. His exalted character is pleasing to all. He stands with bow in hand, the king of kings, the hero of the city Ayodhya, served by Sita and Lakshmana, and with Bharata as his older brother. He rules the race of monkeys as the dear friend of Shugriva and gives shelter to Vibhishana. By my hearing of the pastimes of Krishna, the unlimited loving attraction I feel towards my own master has increased. Now, normally we may think if somebody hears about Krishna, they'll get attracted more to Krishna. But Hanuman is eternally attracted to Lord Ram. They asked this question to Srila Prabhupada because we study different realms in spiritual world. If let's say Vaikuntha is also spiritual world, Dwarka is also spiritual world, Ayodhya is also spiritual world, Vrindavan is also in spiritual world. We have all of those places here, currently in India also. This is just like an embassy. The original version is there in the spiritual world. If we practice bhakti and if we leave the body chanting Krishna's name, chanting the name of Lord, then we won't take birth again in this life, in this world rather. Instead, we will go to the spiritual world and take birth there. So throughout the life, we have to keep chanting. You can chant Lord Ram's name if Lord Ram is your Ishta Devata. You can chant Krishna's name. You can chant Narsinghdev's name. Any Vishnu Tattva can actually take you to spiritual world. They asked this question if, let's say in this case we see Hanuman, he is attracted to who? Lord Ram. And if Hanuman happens to see Krishna, who will Hanuman like to go with? Or like to go to? Okay, good question, good answer. Ram. So they asked this to Prabhupada. So Prabhupada, suppose in spiritual world, if somebody is in Vaikuntha, who is there? Narayan is there. If somebody worships Narayan and if they get attracted to other forms of the Lord, can they go? Prabhupada smiles and he says that, yes, you can go, but usually they don't. And then they ask, Prabhupada, have there been instances of people moving from one spiritual world to the other? Prabhupada says, yes, there are many, even from spiritual worlds, who get attracted to Krishna and they go to Golok Vrindavan. Prabhupada says. Okay, but usually it's not the case. Therefore, I think I should stay here constantly seeing him in this form and drinking the immortal nectar of his pastimes. And when the Lord may sometimes call me for some purpose, by his great mercy, he might allow me the transcendental happiness of serving him. So this is the point. He is saying he is worshipping who? He is worshipping the deity of Lord Ram in Kimpurusha Varsha. And Hanuman is saying, I don't want to leave this place. Why? Because if suddenly Lord Ram asks me for some service, so when we goes to show, when we offer service to the deities, we should not think them as just yet another object. They are there. Once when one of the disciples of Prabhupada, when he says, so don't think, the disciple is saying, when he is preaching, he is saying, don't think the deity is non-different from Krishna. Actually, Krishna is in the deity. Prabhupada has another mic. He leans forward and he says, correction, Krishna is not in the deity, Krishna is the deity. There is a difference. And Prabhupada says, so we should not think Gopinath is in the deity, Gopinath is the deity. Abhinnatvam nama namino. So, Nama Chintamani Krishna Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha Purna Shuddho Nitya Mukto Abhinnatvam Nama Namino. It's there in Padma Puran. Krishna's name, Abhinna. Binna means separate, Abhinna means non-separate or non-different. Abhinnatvam Nama Namino. The name and the named, they are non-different. That's what it means. So Krishna's name, Krishna's Leela, Krishna's pastimes, Krishna's prasad. Now everyone will wake up. They are non-different. You can do bhakti simply by eating prasad. It's given. You don't need to do anything. Simply eat prasad. Or you can just come to temple like this and you can hear about Krishna. This is also bhakti. You can visit the temple, take darshan of the Lord, bhakti. You can walk in the park and chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. That's also bhakti. You can chant Krishna's name. All of this. So there are unlimited ways to practice bhakti. In fact, one has to think really hard to fall down in Maya because the process of bhakti is so powerful. In 11th canto, you will come across the first section, 11th canto, majority of that is Uddhava Gita. That's the longest philosophical section in the whole of Srimad Bhagavatam. Recently I came across a verse that is saying, how many verses are there in Ramayana? I feel like I'm in an auction. 120, going once, twice, 1 lakh. Why 1 lakh? Why? Okay, how many verses are there in Bhagavatam? Okay, how many verses are there in all of the Puranas? Roughly about 400,000. How many verses are there in Ramayana? Mahabharata is 1 lakh, 100,000 verses. Ramayana, generally we hear 24,000 verses. But Shastras say there is a version of Ramayana that was originally recited by, who wrote Ramayana? Valmiki. But there is a original version, unabridged version of Ramayana that was originally recited by Lord Brahma to Valmiki. And that Ramayana has 1 billion verses. You heard it right? 1 billion. So, the extent, even the Bhagavata Purana, which we read, is 18,000 verses, but this is human version. Kali Yuga version, exclusively for us. But the version of, hey, Devarishi, cushion is going out. I'm like, why is the cushion moving? So, the version of Srimad Bhagavatam that is read by Indra, that has 100,000 verses. That's 1 lakh verses, it's also given. So, what we read is kind of the abridged version of Bhagavata Puran, that itself is 18,000 verses. Anyway, coming here, so Lord Ramachandra's pastimes, if you see, it's very, very vast. It's not like what you read or what you hear, what you watch in cartoon movies, they are just like tiny portions. So here it's given, his face always looks downward, his eyes fixed on the ground, his exalted character is pleasing to all. He stands with his bow in hand, the king of kings, the hero of the city Ayodhya, served by Sita and Lakshman with Bharat as his older brother. He rules the race of monkeys as the dear friend of Sugriva and gives shelter to Vibhishana. By my hearing of the pastimes of Krishna, the unlimited loving attraction I feel toward my own master has increased. So that's what I was saying. The process of bhakti is so powerful. In 11th canto, it's given the most part of the 11th canto is Uddhava Gita, but in the beginning of 11th canto, you will see the sons of Rishabhadev, also known as Navayogendras, the 9 sages. They visit Maharaj Nimi, and you will come across so many instructions they give on the glories of devotional service, how to practice bhakti. You will find lot of details of how to practice bhakti, same as what you see in Kapila Dev's instructions in that section as well. Of course, throughout Bhagavatam also you will see, but the nuances of bhakti, you will see it's explained in very elaborate detail in that section. The 11th canto beginning, you can read the discussion of Navayogendras with Nimi. But after they recite all the glories, including predicting, they are the ones who say, Krishna Varnam, Tusha Krishnam, Sangopangashra Parshadam, predicting even about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Finally, they conclude with one single verse. And if you continue to read, that verse actually epitomizes the relationship between the Supreme Lord and the devotee. They'll recite that, and the next verse will say, after having spoken about bhakti, they just left the place, being pleased with the King Nimi, like that it says. That verse they conclude saying, Supreme Lord, when somebody worships the Supreme Lord personally comes and stays within the heart of the worshipper. Svapadamulam bhajata priyasya tvaktaunye bhavasya hariparesha vikarma yachot patitam katanchit dunoti sarvam hridhi sanivista. Normally we have this question, we may be practicing bhakti, but we have this question, what is the meaning of bhakti? 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 But the heart is still not pure. There is still lust, there is still anger, there is still greed. Whatever qualities that we study in Shastras, we find them to a varying degrees. And same day to a different degree also. So we don't know whether we are progressing or not. But here, the Nava Yogendras, they say, the Supreme Lord, being attracted by the bhakti of devotees, mind you, not pure devotees. This verse is specifically saying to Vaidhi Sadhana Bhaktas, to neophyte devotees like us only. He says, attracted by the sincere desire to practice bhakti, Krishna walks into their heart and Krishna stays there. Swapada Moolam Bhajata Priyasya Taktonya Bhavasya Hariparesha. Third line is very important. Vikarma Yachot Patitam Katanchit. So such a devotee, even though on one hand they may be practicing bhakti, on the other hand, if they perform any sinful activity, Vikarma Yachot Patitam Katanchit Dunoti Sarvam Hridisa Nivista. He says, such devotees, while practicing bhakti, if they do some sinful activity, Krishna seated within their heart, this karma, Prabhupada says, they are like seeds. If you study, it's there in Puranas also, you can study in the Nectar of Devotion also. How when you perform a sinful activity, what are the different side effects? Kutam bijam phalon mukam. Krameneva prayeta Vishnur bhaktim vratatmanam. We say, aprarabdha phalam pavam. Kutam bijam phalon mukam. It's said, when you perform a sinful activity, immediately there is a karma that is awaiting to manifest. That's called aprarabdha karma. It hasn't manifested. It's called aprarabdha karma. But then when that aprarabdha karma becomes manifested, it's called prarabdha. But that prarabdha karma, first of all, it will make us suffer immediately. The second effect, negative effect of bad karma is, first is immediately we will get punished. And the second one is, it will mold ourselves to get used to that sinful activity, so we may do the same sinful activity again. Just like a thief. They may be caught stealing, because of that they may be put in jail. But because they are now used to steal, second time they'll feel more cool to go and steal again. Now that's a danger. Then second time they'll go steal again, because of that proclivity, that inclination that they received as a matter of them doing. Same thing applies to anyone. Somebody may be having some bad habit, same way. First time when they do the bad habit, there will be some immediate effect. But the second negative effect of that bad habit is, they are already used to doing, so they will do it again. And then that will entangle them even more. If they pursue that inclination again and again and again, then they will be caught, very hard to come out. Okay, so if somebody is smoking cigarette, you can ask them. Most of the people I have spoken to, they say, initially when I smoke, I didn't know that I was getting into this habit. I just thought, let me try. Because my friends are doing. It's almost like the same story. But then first time you do, you start to get the taste, but then because of that you will be pushed to do even when your friend is not there. You will do it on your own. And then before you realize, you will start to introduce this habit to your friends. That's what and same thing holds true for any bad habit. Okay, but the power of bhakti, coming back to this verse, it said if somebody does a sinful activity means, strictest definition, anything that we do which is not aligning with the wish of Krishna, the will of Krishna, that's a sinful activity. This is the strictest definition. Okay, so then how do we know what is the will of Krishna? For that we have to study Shastras, how we are supposed to lead a life. Prabhupada in one place, when they said, so Swamiji, it's good you have made vegetarians. So Prabhupada said, that's not a great achievement. Then Prabhupada says, even monkey is a vegetarian. Look at how many naughty things it does. It has so many partners, Prabhupada says. Another place Prabhupada is saying, even pigeon is a vegetarian, but pigeon has sexual intercourse 200 times a day with its partner. Lion is a non-vegetarian, but lion has sexual intercourse only once in a whole year, Prabhupada says. So being a vegetarian doesn't make pigeon any good. Being a non-vegetarian doesn't make lion any bad. Prabhupada says we are prasaditarian. We have to take Krishna Prasad. Why? Because even killing plants will incur sin. Plants also have got life. So here this verse It says, because Supreme Lord is already inside, a sadhaka does some sinful activity, the seed is now sown. Now, moment they sow, immediately they say, the next second, Krishna, Dunoti Sarvam Hridisannivista. Because Krishna is already inside, when somebody throws the seed of karma inside, even before they hit the land of our heart, Krishna will burn them to ashes. That's what it means. Dunoti Sarvam Hridisannivista. Why? Because Supreme Lord is seated in our heart. When the seed of karma, it's gonna be just sown there. Even temporarily, accidentally, some devotee may do a mistake. Because of that, the karmic reaction may happen. The seed is coming, Krishna will immediately burn them to ashes. And that's it. They say that, get up and they go away. Normally, when you are speaking in a conversation about a certain topic for such a long time, something you repeat over a period of time is important. What you say at the end is very important. So they say the power of bhakti here, because the sin is involved, he is not talking about pure devotional service here, mind you. Okay, because the pure devotees will never do sins anyway. Here it specifically speaks about devotees like us, Kali Yuga disciples. Once I got chastised by my Guru Maharaj like that, Kali Yuga disciple. I was repeating his lecture in Melbourne, and then he said something, I misunderstood it and I repeated it wrong. Then he looked at me and he said, Kali Yuga disciple. I laughed. Then he said, repeat that. Then I said, Kali Yuga disciple in the mic. Everyone laughed at me. So, all of us, Kali Yuga disciples. Okay, so we have to be very careful. Therefore, I think I shall stay here. Hanuman is taking a humble stance and he is saying, therefore, I think I shall stay here. Constantly seeing him in this form and drinking the immortal nectar of his pastimes. And when the Lord may sometime call me for some purpose, by his great mercy, he might allow me the transcendental happiness of serving him. Or inspired by affection for me, the Lord may call me just to show me the beautiful form I love more than my own life. Like Gopinath showing us darshan every single day. Every single day being attractive to our eyes all the time. Gopinath is attractive. But those of us who make our way to come to the temple, he gives us special mercy there. Many people have seen form of Gopinath. It's there everywhere in every media. I'm seeing one temple in another corner of the world. They are advertising Janmashtami using our Gopinath's photo. I'm giving online class. There is one boy. He is sitting in Canada. And I told him, do you have altar in your place? He says like, yeah, I can show you. Then he showed me, Gopinath is there. Gopinath, you are there too. I'm receiving a message from one Mataji in US saying, Prabhuji, please inform Mayapur TV devotees, whoever doing, ask them to zoom and show the lotus feet. Sure, no problem. Gopinath has fans everywhere. But Gopinath is, if we get attracted to Gopinath, that's his special favor. So when we come to temple every time, we can understand we are visiting because Gopinath wants us to see. Not because we are visiting because I'm going to the temple. It's not like that. We are visiting the temple. We are here in the temple because Gopinath made arrangement to see us. We are in this temple because Gopinath wants to see us. It's not about us. Because Gopinath wants to see us, if your spiritual master says, you hear the message, I want to see you, then you go properly dressed in a presentable way. When you come to temple, we have to make our visit to Krishna in a very, very personal way. When we understand this point, Prabhupada, that's why he said, whenever you come to temple, you should bring one fruit. Just one fruit, Prabhupada says. You bring one fruit or one flower. You should bring something to Krishna because you are seeing Krishna. And Prabhupada, if you go to even, South Indian temples, they always do that. If you go even to Vrindavan, inside there is a temple. Just outside you will see a lot of malavalas. People will buy the mala. They would give it to Krishna. They would offer it and they'll give some Mahaprasad. Prabhupada says this is the procedure. Because you are going to see the Supreme Lord, you should not go empty-handed. And you will see, devotees always bring, some bring rice, some bring fruits, some bring vegetables, like that. Prabhupada says, that's the way, because we are going to meet the Supreme Lord. It's not like he needs rice. Okay, we offer rice, he gives them back to us only. Garland we offer, he gives us Maha garland back. Anything you give him, he gives it back only, more. I remember one donor, when they donated, they sent a mail to the treasury, they CC'd me, and they said, so money returned to Krishna. They are acknowledging the money which they have is actually given to them by Krishna. So they said, money returned to Krishna today, $2,000. During Purushottam Mass, I said like, that's a good mood. That's the proper mood to have. Not that, Krishna, here, take, now bless me. Prabhupada says that, in this material world, you stop paying water bill, water they'll cut it. Power, same. Gas, same. Prabhupada says, since time immemorial, we have been using water of Krishna, electricity, gas, everything, for free. So something we need to do. Actually, this is cheating. Do you really think this is your monthly electricity bill is more than a bag of rice? How many of you agree? But Krishna is satisfied. If nothing is there, Krishna says, offer me water. Patram, pushpam, phalam, toyam. Or leaf, tulsi. Offer one leaf. That's enough. So this is the mode with which we are supposed to worship. You can see how Hanuman is exemplifying our relationship, how it is supposed to be with the deity form of Krishna. Inspired by affection for me, the Lord may call me just to show me. How many of you have experience? Sometimes you had some desire and you think, I'm not qualified to, I'm thinking it may happen or may not happen. And then suddenly some devotee comes and says, hey Prabhu, do this. And you feel as if Gopinath has personally made that arrangement. Come on, stop lying. Yes, all of us have. How much I wanted to sit in Vyasasan and give class. How much I wanted to do deity service. How many times I scratched my head. What is happening in the other side of the half curtain? How many times we actually think, how are people dressing Radha Gopinath when Chota Gopinath is there on the way? How many times I wondered all of that. All of us have that desire, but it happens. Krishna knows, he is inside our heart and he will make arrangements. But when we are keen to acknowledge that reciprocation of Krishna, then you will see that relationship is going more and more personal. Okay, so here we can see Hanuman, he experiences no difference between serving Lord Ramachandra personally for 13,000 years, exclusively, versus worshipping his Murti form. There's no difference for him. He is saying, or inspired by my affection for me, the Lord may call me just to show me the beautiful form I love more than my own life. In other words, what is he saying? Just to take darshan of this beautiful Murti form of Lord, I better stay here. He is not trading off that to go and meet the Lord personally. Can you believe that? That's what he is doing here. Even though on one hand he is acknowledging the sweetness which Krishna is showing, Lord Ramachandra didn't show. The mercy which Krishna is showing, Lord Ramachandra didn't show. Nevertheless, I have to stay here to take darshan of the Lord. That's what he is saying. I must be ready to present myself before him without delay whenever he might call. This is the proper mood to worship Radha Gopinath. So when we read these sections like this, especially when they deal directly with the deity worship, we should take this opportunity to gauge where our bhakti is. Is our relationship with Radha Gopinath in the same level as Hanumanji's relationship with Murti form of the Lord? Answer is no. Question is, what should we do to go from wherever we are to that level? Or we may see 10 different things Hanumanji does. Let me try to do at least one thing. Darshan of the Lord. How much he is valuing. Am I valuing the darshan of the Lord? Hanuman, he wants to be at the beck and call of the Lord. Can I be like that? If some devotee asks me, Prabhuji, can you do this service in the temple? How am I responding? Am I seeing this as a burden? Or am I seeing this as a direct reciprocation of the Lord coming through this devotee? I must be ready to present myself before him without delay. whenever he might call. But now, please go visit the Pandavas at their home and see the supreme absolute truth in his appearance like a human being. I think a couple of weeks ago I was telling about Ganesham Baba, which Radhanath Maharaj, he writes in Journey Home, how despite having spent his entire life in Vrindavan Dham, taking care of his deities, until death he had never visited Varshana. Even though Varshana is just, 10-15 kilometers away. Why? Because he didn't want to miss even one single service for one single day to his own deities. So whole life he spent, but he had never left Vrindavan to go there because he wanted to simply serve his own deities. Lord Krishna is fully satisfied in himself. Even great sages cannot perceive him in their hearts or describe him with their words. He is the supreme enchanter because his wonderful pastimes are the source of endless attraction. Please do not let your intelligence become shrouded by the offensive idea that you and I are staunch celibates and Pandavas mere householders, distracted by political affairs. So here he is saying Hanumanji, Naishtik Brahmachari, Narada Muni, Naishtik Brahmachari, 4 Kumaras, Naishtik Brahmachari. So here Hanumanji, in the mood of friendship, he is telling to Narada Muni, we should not think that we are celibates and they are sense-gratifying grahasthas. And he will now start to extol the glories of Pandavas. Those Pandavas never desire anything material because they constantly serve Lord Krishna's lotus feet, and indeed their own lotus feet are worshipped by the spiritual masters of the Paramahamsas. The eldest of these brothers rules the state out of love for the personality of Godhead. Thus his kingdom is rich in all sorts of assets, rarely enjoyed by the demigods. It is said that Yudhishthir Maharaj, he took care of all his citizens like his own children, and they were all very prosperous. Material prosperity is one thing. Spiritual prosperity is more important. It's more significant. He made arrangements in such a way that practice of Krishna consciousness becomes very easy for all his prajas. So Prabhupada says that's the most important duty of any leader, to make everyone Krishna conscious. Guru na sasyat, svajano sa sasyat. Prabhupada would quote that. By sacrifices like the Rajasuya and Ashwamedha, he has earned pious credits great enough for attaining the world of Lord Vishnu. And while still in the world, he rules the entire sphere of Jambudvipa. Here also it's given. Bhagavatam also says that he was the ruler of Jambudvipa. His pure fame is known throughout the 3 worlds. His faultless possessions evoke the envy of gods. It is said that the amount of opulence that were possessed by Yudhishthira, even Indra didn't have that much. Demigods didn't have that much. They were feeling envious of the amount of riches he was possessing. The king achieved all this opulence by Krishna's mercy and has offered it all to Krishna. It never had any power to please him. Since his heart always burns in the fire of love for Krishna, those garlands, fine garments and sandalwood pulp attract him no more than they would attract a man afflicted by the fire of hunger. Interesting, right? When you are hungry, garland, fine garments and sandalwood pulp will not attract you much, correct? Just see, his superlative queen is none other than Srimati Draupadi. Draupadi's relationship with Krishna, it's in Sakya Rasa. But in Sakya, there is 2 levels. One level of Sakya means you are a well-wisher of Krishna. That's one way. The other way is your relationship with Krishna is my well-wisher. Somebody who is superior to Krishna, even in age you will come across Sridham or Balaram. Their mood with Krishna is more like a protective elder brother. They want to protect. As a well-wishing friend, they want to protect. In Draupadi's case, it's the other type, wherein she is totally, first of all, Draupadi is related to Krishna in the mode of friendship. She is a friend of Krishna. Just like Arjuna is friend of Krishna, Pandava is a friend of Krishna, Draupadi is also in Sakyaras only. But Draupadi's relationship is the subtle category. Prabhupada explains in Nectar of Devotion that Draupadi accepts Krishna as her well-wisher. Like Krishna is her elder brother. Whereas for some elderly gopas or senior gopas, or gopas who are slightly older than Krishna, like Sridama, they are very protective of Krishna. They think Krishna is their own little brother. Like that. So here, Srimati Draupadi, just see his superlative queen is none other than Srimati Draupadi, and his brothers are such men as the blessed Bhimasena and Arjuna. They are dear to him not because of bodily ties or because they help him reach the 4 goals of material life, but because of their loving bond with the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. In other words, even though they are brothers, band of brothers, their relationship was actually brought together. How? Keeping Krishna in center, not just because of bodily ties. But what can a forest monkey like me say about the Pandavas? Your lordship already know much more than I about their glories. Because Narada had already associated with the Pandavas. He knew. Narada also has already been to Dwaraka as well, even before this pastime has happened. I'll finish with one story. So once Krishna, he sends Garuda from Dwaraka to go and call Hanuman because he wanted to see Hanuman. And he says, you go to Kimpurusha Varsha and you call Hanuman and you tell him that I called him. So he goes, Garuda actually doesn't even tell Krishna called him. He says, hey, Krishna is there in Dwaraka, come let's go and see. Hanuman was so busy in his service, just with his tail, he just brushed aside, Garuda, don't disturb me, go away. And then he continues to worship Lord Ram. So when he goes back, Krishna this time he laughs when he hears about what happened to Garuda, and then he sends Garuda again. And he tells Garuda, now you go and tell him that Lord Ramachandra is calling him. He is there in Dwaraka, and Lord Ramachandra calls him. So as soon as Garuda says, Hanuman doesn't even wait for Garuda to complete the sentence. He immediately rushes back. But then Krishna, he doesn't cheat his devotees. So Krishna really wanted to favor, being pleased with Lord Ram. It's gonna finish, it's okay. Little kids, that's okay. So, Hare Krishna. So, second time when Krishna sends Garuda, Hanuman doesn't even wait for Garuda to finish, he immediately rushes. But then Krishna wanted to reciprocate with Hanuman. So before Hanuman arrives, Krishna turns his form to Lord Ramachandra, holding bow. Then he asks Balaram to become Lakshman. Then he becomes Lakshman. Then he asks Satyabhama become Sita. And the pastime goes, Satyabhama for some reason couldn't become Sita. Then Krishna smiles and he asks Rukmini, maybe you can try. And then Rukmini transforms to transforms to Mother Sita. And when Hanuman comes, he feels so blessed to be taking the darshan of Sita, Ram and Lakshman. And then he glorifies with the poem. Even if you read the section of Lord Hanuman's poem in Kimpurusha Varsha, it's there in Bhagavatam also. We read that at the beginning of this chapter, how Hanuman, he was offering a range of prayers. Some prayers he was repeating from the Shastras, some prayers based on what other devotees sing, and some prayers from his own simple language also he was singing. Prabhupada says the same way when gopis in Vrindavan also, early in the morning they don't sit and chant japa, but they sing Krishna's glories 24/7. Whatever activities Krishna do, they will make simple songs out of it, and then their own Braja Bhasha they would sing like that. Bhagavatam also says how Mother Yashoda, she would sing glories of Krishna like that. Okay, Leela Smaran, it's given. So in this way, Hanuman he comes and then Krishna reciprocates with them. being touched by his unalloyed devotion to Lord Ramachandra, Krishna manifests his form as Lord Ramachandra and he blesses him. And it's mentioned that Krishna fulfilled all the desires of Hanuman. Whatever desires Hanuman had, Krishna gave him boons for all of them to fulfill. Spiritual desires, of course. I'll stop there. Any questions or comments? We have 5 more minutes. Usually we have a lot of questions when we don't have time, correct? Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai, Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai, Shri Shri Gauranitai ki jai, Samaveda Gaur Bhakta Vrind ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Gopinath's devotees ki jai, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivashadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan Ki Jai. Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani Ki Jai. Shri Shri Gauranitai Ki Jai. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Sri Brihad Bhagavatamrita Ki Jai. Purushottammas Ki Jai. Samaveta Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Hare Krishna. Okay, let's recite these prayers. Brahmadaya Sri Prarada Uvacha Brahmadaya Suragana Munayota Siddha Satvaikatana Gatayo Vachasam Pravahai Naraditum Purugunai Raduna Pipipru Kim Toshtum Arhati Same Hari Ugrajate Manyedana Bijana Rupa Tapashritojas Teja Prabhava Bala Paurusha Buddhi Yoga Naradanaya Hi Bhavanti Parasya Pumso Bhaktya Tutosha Bhagavan Gajayutapaya Vipradvisad Gunayutadaravindanaba Padaravinda Vimukat Swapachamvarishtam Manyetadarpita Mano Vachane Hitartha Pranam Punati Sakulam Natubori Manaha Naivatmana Prabhurayam Nijalabha Purno Manam Janata Vidusak Karuno Vrinite Yad Yajjano Bhagavate Vidadita Manam Tachatmane Pratimukasya Yata Mukashri Tasmadaham Vikata Viklava Ishwarasya Sarvatmana Manigrinami Yata Manisham Nicho Jayak Guna Visargam Anupravishta Puyeta Yena Hipuman Anuvarnitena Sarve hi ami vidikarastava sattvadamno brahmadayo vayamiveshana chodvijantaha shemaya bhutaya utatma shukaya chasya vikriditam bhagavato ruchiravatare tadyaccha manyum ashurascha hatastvayadya modeta sadhurapi vrishchika sarpahatya Lokascha nirvritimita pratiyanti sarve Rupam narsimha vibhayaya jana smaranti Naham bibemi ajitate bhayanakasya Jivarka netra brukuti rabasugradam shrad Antrasrajak shatajakeshara shanku karnan Nirada bita digibat aribinna kagrat Trastosmyaham kripanavatssala dushahugra Samsara chakra kadanat grasatam pranitaha Baddasva karma birushattamate muulam Pritopa varga sharanam vayase kadanu Yasmat priya priya viyoga samyoga janma Shokagnina shakala yonishu dayyamanaha Dukkaushadam tadapi dukam atadiyaham Bhuman brahmami vadame tavadasya yogam Soham priyasya shuhrda paradevataya Leela katastava nirsimha virincha gita Anjasti tarmi anugrunan guna vipramukto Durganite padayugalaya hamsa sanga Balasya neha sharanam pitaro narsimha Nartasya chagadam udanvati majjataunau Taptasya tat pratividiryayhanga sheshtas Tavad vibhotanubhritam tvadupekshitanam Yasmin yato yarhi yena cha yasya yasmad Yasmai yata yatutas yastva parapparova Bhavak karoti vikaroti pritak svabhava sanchoti dastadakilam bhavatasvarupam maya manasrijati karma mayam baliyaha kalena chodita gunanumatena pumsa chandomayam yad ajayarpita shodasharam samsara chakramajako titaretvadanyaha satvam hi nitya vijitatma gunasvadamna kalo vashikrita visrijya visarga shaktihi chakre visrishtam ajayeshvadashodashare nispidyamanam upakarsha vibo prapannam drishta maya divi vibo kila dishnapanam ayushriyo vibhava ichchati yanjanoyam yesmat pituk kupita hasa vijrimbita bru vispurjitena lulita satute nirastaha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'll read that. 13. O my Lord, all the demigods headed by Lord Brahma are sincere servants of your Lordship, who are situated in a transcendental position. Therefore, they are not like us, Prahlada and his father, the demon Hiranyakashipu. Your appearance in this fearsome form is your pastime for your own pleasure. Such an incarnation is always meant for the protection and improvement of the universe. Hare Krishna. So last week we took a slight detour, literally. We had a look at the different planetary systems. And if you remember the journey of Narada Muni, we saw how it started with Prayag. From there he went to South India, from there to Swargaloka. From Swargaloka he went to Satyaloka. And from Satyaloka he went to Sadashivaloka. And from Sadashivaloka, today he is going to go to Sutala planet. Sutala Loka, which is below us, 3 planets below us. Atala, Vitala, Sutala. So he is going to Sutala planet to meet Prahlad Maharaj. So after hearing the glorification of Prahlad Maharaj from Lord Shiva, Narada Muni, Prabhupada says he is a transcendental spaceman. He can travel anywhere and he can travel at the speed of the mind. So here specifically there is a reference that's given by Parishit Maharaj. He says, Narada Muni was in Sadashiv Loka with Lord Shiva and he is thinking, I want to go to Sutala. And he says, next second he was in Sutala planet. So he was traveling, it's given, he traveled by the path of the heart, meaning all he has to do is just to desire. Like we see, Krishna also has got so many energies or Shakti. It's given Jnana Bala Kriyacha, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti, Sri, Bhu, Nila, Icha Shakti, Vibhuti Shakti, Karuna Shakti, you will come across. Devotees also, pure devotees of Krishna, also they are bestowed some of those Vibhutis by the Lord for special purpose. That's why we use the term to even denote or qualify an avatar as Sakti Avesh avatar. Normally, which is humanly not possible, becomes possible by some special power that is bestowed upon by the Supreme Lord Krishna. So here is one such Vibhuti we see. Now this Vibhuti is just like Krishna also has got Icha Shakti. Aptakama, one of Krishna's name. Aptakama means whatever he desires immediately gets fulfilled. He doesn't even need to endeavor. He just needs to think, even without thinking. All these energies, they are personalities, they are at his beck and call, they just wait. As soon as they know Krishna wants something, immediately they'll run and do. Just like a king may be there, as he walks in the assembly, he will be attended by so many servants flanking him. And all they would need is just a little gesture, a little signal from him. And they would immediately run to fulfill the order. So same way, each of these Shaktis also act in that way. So here Narada Muni is thinking, I want to go to Sutala, and immediately he is there in Sutala planet. So there, now we'll see the conversation between Narada Muni and Prahlad Maharaj. So he goes to see Prahlad Maharaj, and as he sees Prahlad Maharaj from far, he sees Prahlad Maharaj sitting in meditation. Prabhupada explains in Nectar of Instruction, verse 8, you can read the purport. Prabhupada there, he gives details about Smarana. Normally when we think about Smarana, Navvida Bhakti, we say Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. We sometimes think Smarana means you just sit there and close your eyes and think. What happens usually when you close your eyes? We fall asleep. So Prabhupada, he explains that Smarana also happens very gradually in a systematic fashion, and Prabhupada gives the details there. You can read Nectar of Instruction, text 8, purport. So there, first of all, on a high level, Prabhupada says to come to the process of Smarana and to attain perfection through that, it's a 4-step process. First step is called Shravana Vastha. First we need to hear. Everything starts with hearing, Shravana Vastha. After we hear, we then get attached to hearing. We accept the knowledge, we accept the sound vibration, and we get attached to it. That's called Varana Vastha. That's the second stage, Prabhupada says. By repeated hearing, we get attached to hearing. Varana Vastha. Then, third stage is called Smarana Vastha. After hearing, after getting attached to hearing, comes remembrance. And then after remembering, one then goes to the perfection of life, wherein simply by remembering the Lord over a period of time, one's eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord gets revealed, and that stage is called Sampati Dasha. So, Shravana Dasha, Varana Dasha, Smarana Vastha, Sampati Dasha. 4 stages are there. And then Prabhupada breaks it down even further. Prabhupada says, actually Smarana Vastha has 5 different stages. So on the top level there are 4, but the third stage, Smarana Vastha, has got 5 stages. It's not just after you get attached to hearing, you immediately remember. Remembering also happens in stages. Just like in chanting also we have Nama Parad, offensive chanting, initially we do. Nama Bas, then shadow chanting, and then Shuddha Nama. You then go to the third stage, wherein you chant purely. So similarly, even in remembering the Lord, there are 5 stages. First stage, Prabhupada said, is interrupted remembering. We will remember the Lord, but then we will forget also. We get distracted. How many of you have that experience? All the time. We try to remember and then we immediately forget. Again we think, no, we have to remember, and then again we forget. Interrupted, that's the first stage. Second one is uninterrupted. So, one progresses from interrupted chanting or interrupted remembrance to uninterrupted. And the third step, Prabhupada says, is uninterrupted and concentrated. It can be uninterrupted, but your meditation can be very shallow. Understand? That's the second stage. Third stage is when it's uninterrupted, but it's not shallow, concentrated. Not going here, there. You are very, very focused on meditating on the form of the Lord. And that stage is what we normally call as dhyana. Okay, so then after dhyana comes the next stage. Prabhupada says it's called anusmriti. So that stage is when our focus is uninterrupted, concentrated, meditation expands, and then it becomes a constant. It doesn't move here, there. Which means when the mind gets fixed in it, then it doesn't divert from anything. In fact, all you can think is only the form of the Lord, nothing else. Nothing else will come to your mind. You will come across Prahlad Maharaj. Even when he was a little boy, Bhagavatam says, sometimes he would sit in Gurukul class, suddenly he'll start to cry. Because of the such deep, concentrated remembrance of the Lord. He would sometimes laugh. Ashtavikara Bhav, he was demonstrating, he was experiencing, even when he was a little boy, 5-year-old boy. So, then we have from dhyana, then you have Anusmriti, and then finally fifth stage is Samadhi, when Anusmriti expands and one stays completely focused. Okay, the advanced stage of that, Prabhupada explains that as Samadhi, as what we say in the Ashtanga yoga process. So meditation, we should not take it that I can just lie down and meditate. I can just do whatever that I want and meditate. No. Meditation, there is a systematic process that Prabhupada explains in Nectar of Instruction. Now, why is remembrance given so much importance? For that, you can read Nectar of Devotion. In Nectar of Devotion, Srila Rupa Goswami says, the Nectar of Devotion, obviously, how many of you have read Nectar of Devotion? There are 4 sections called as the wave, eastern wave, northern wave, southern wave, western wave. What is part of, if you are doing Bhakti Shastri course, what's part of Bhakti Shastri course is the eastern wave. Now, who framed that syllabus? Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. So, he gave that syllabus. So, Bhakti Shastri course doesn't cover the full book of Nectar of Devotion. It covers only one section of it, 1/4 of it. That's eastern wave. Now, if you take why eastern wave is important, that has 19 chapters. 16 chapters focuses of 19 focuses only on sadhana bhakti. How are we supposed to practice bhakti? So in that sadhana, after enlisting everything, different rules, 64 items favorable, things you are supposed to avoid, everything, Rupa Goswami finally says only one rule. And he says whatever we are reading here, everything is subservient to this one single rule. Anyone knows that? Tena kena prakarena mana Krishna niveshet sarve vidhi nisedyasyur etyor eva kinkara smartavya satatam Vishnu vishmartavya najatuchit sarve vidhi nisedyasyur etyor eva kinkara. Always remember Krishna and never forget Krishna. This is one single rule which is considered the king of all the rules, or in other words, every other rule of the Shastra is subservient, or kinkara means servant. Etayor eva kinkara means for this single rule, every other rule is kinkar. Okay, every other rule is just the servant of this single rule. So remembrance is always emphasized. Krishna also you will see, where tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mam anusmara yudhyacha, you will come across Krishna telling to Arjuna. Therefore Arjuna, mam anusmara yudhyacha, always remember and fight. Okay, first thing is we have to remember, then we can fight. Usually we fight and then we think about Krishna. Even normally. So we are not supposed to fight. If you think about Krishna, you will not fight. But this instruction is given for Krishna, rather Arjuna. So he is saying always remember me and then execute your duty as a warrior. Okay, so emphasis is given so much on this one single point. Bhagavatam also says, Ante Narayana Smriti. Whatever you can do in this whole life will be tested with that one single condition. What is it? At the time of you quitting the body, how much can you remember the Lord? Okay, so always we should train our mind to remember. So what does it mean to remember Krishna? You read 8th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada quotes it almost half a dozen times minimum in this chapter purport. Prabhupada says, remembering means chanting Hare Krishna. Because we can't remember. Even if somebody talks to us, hey, listen to me. Already you are talking. But you have to still tell the other person, please listen to me. Because when you talk to someone else, you can already see their mind distracted. Sometimes you talk to a person, they'll be talking. Halfway through, they would forget that they are listening to you and they'll look here, there. How many of you have experience? And then you know you are lost and you think like, hey, what is this person thinking about me? We have to stop them and say like, look. So that's how powerful our thought process is. So here Prahlad Maharaj, he mastered this particular process of bhakti, Navvida bhakti, 9 different types of bhakti, of which Prahlad Maharaj is epitomizing. He is considered as the topmost devotee when it comes to remembering the Lord. Prahlada, this is chapter 4, Bhakta. First chapter is Bhauma, which is earth. Second chapter is Divya, which is heavenly kingdom. Third is Prapanchatita, which is beyond the material creation, which is Shivaloka we discussed. And now Fourth chapter is called Bhakta. So this particular chapter, we will be hearing about the glories of both Prahlad Maharaj and Hanumanji. So Lord Shiva is sending Narada Muni to meet Prahlad Maharaj. Prahlad Maharaj, he would also politely refute the glorifications of Narada Muni, and then he would direct Narada Muni to meet. He won't direct him, he would talk about Hanumanji, and then Narada Muni would go to Hanumanji. Prahlada, the best of the Vaishnavas, was in a secluded place, absorbed in loving meditation on the Supreme Lord's lotus feet. Seeing the Brahmana Narada approaching from a distance, Prahlada quickly stood up and then offered prostrate obeisances as Narada came close. And next verse talks about how he offered worship to Narada Muni, like how we do Guru Puja. Sometimes when our spiritual master is here physically, we do Guru Puja for them also, for their Vapu. So same way, here, Prahlad Maharaj, he is seating Narada Muni on an elevated seat. Who is Narada Muni to Prahlad Maharaj? He is his Diksha Guru. Okay, so he is giving respect to him that is accorded to saintly personalities like Narada Muni. Text 4, Sri Narada said, "Now after so long I have finally seen you, the true recipient of Krishna's full mercy." Every place, this is how Narada Muni's first utterance starts. Now my efforts have borne fruit. From your very childhood you have been endowed with pure devotion for Krishna. Such spontaneous love has never been seen anywhere before. By virtue of that pure devotion, you overcame terrible obstacles, the thousands of outrages your father committed against you, and by your influence, all the demons became Vaishnavas. While immersed in meditation on Krishna, you seemed to forget your existence. Like a madman, you danced and sang and called out loudly, your body trembling. In this way, you spread devotional service unto Lord Vishnu, delivering all the worlds from the cycle of material life and filling them with joy. When Lord Krishna appeared on the shore of the ocean, he placed you on his lap and caressed you like a mother. Now Narada Muni is going detail. First he is glorifying Prahlad Maharaj, and now he is glorifying specific qualities or specific experiences which Prahlad Maharaj had with Lord Narasimhadev. First point, in the previous verse, he was saying how Prahlad Maharaj, he delivered all his classmates. When Narasimhadev offers Prahlad Maharaj, ask for any boon, come with me to spiritual world. If Supreme Lord comes to you and says, come with me to spiritual world, what would you do? Immediately you will grab, my Lord, please don't change your mind. What does Prahlad Maharaj respond? Prayena deva muniya svavamukti kama maunam charanti vijane na parartha nishta naitan vihaya kripana na vimumuksha ego nanyam tvadasya sharanam brahmatonu pasya. He says, my Lord, I have seen many yogis. Prayena means, usually that's the case, that's what prayena means. Prayena deva muniya. There are many saintly munis, saintly persons who are interested swa vimukti kama. Kama means desire, swa like swadharma, swarupa. Swa means one's own. Swa vimukti kama means what? All they are desiring is their own liberation. Prayena deva munaya swa vimukti kama. Now in order to facilitate their own liberation, what they are doing? Maunam charanti vijane na parartha nishta. They go to the forest of Himalayas and they wander about here, there, taking the vow of silence. In 8th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, you see Gajendra. How many of you know Gajendra? All of us. Who was Gajendra in his previous life? King Indradumna. Not to be confused with King Indradumna of Puri. Okay, Indradumna Maharaj of Puri is different. This Indradumna, he is a South Indian king in Dravida Desh. I was thinking, most likely a Tamil. And one day, he has already ruled his kingdom, taken Vanaprasth, goes to the forest, have his bhajan kutir, sitting inside in silent meditation, taking the vow of silence. And at that time, Agastya Muni comes with his disciples. He doesn't notice him. So Agastya Muni, he curses him, saying, you don't know how to receive saintly people. I have come with my disciples also. So you have behaved like an elephant. Why elephant? Elephant usually looks very big. But the intelligence of elephant is not very proportionate, to the body size. Understand? Intelligence is small, just like for anyone, but the size is big. So he says, you are a great king, great devotee, you should know this. And he curses him. Now, if you pause this pastime and you observe it, it looks very unfair, correct? Because he is a great king, great devotee, sitting there meditating. Prabhupada gives a very beautiful purport in 8th canto. Prabhupada says, actually by cursing Indradumna, he had actually done him a great favor. Why? Because of that curse, in next life, he becomes an elephant. And in next life, what happens? Vishnu comes, he gets to see Vishnu face to face. And Vishnu personally takes him back. If you fast forward to the whole pastime, by the way, that particular pastime, Falastuti, if you read, specifically one point is mentioned 2 times. Shukadeva Goswami, he says, how many of you here have experienced bad dreams in life? What a silly question. 2 verses back to back, Shukadeva Goswami says, if anyone want to completely come out of that experience of going through bad dreams in life, they should hear and read Gajendra's pastime. 2 times it's given. Bad dreams, or if you come across anyone, sometimes even kids, you can teach them Gajendra Moksha Leela. Reciting verses is good, at least they can hear the pastime. If nobody wants to hear, okay, at least you can read. Whichever way you go, Krishna have got you covered. Some sense you have to engage somehow. For bad dreams, that is given as the antidote. So you can actually read that, but it gives so much more. Falastuti itself goes, Vishnu, in that instance, that particular form of Vishnu, his name is Hari. The one who came in front of Prahlad Maharaj, what's his name? Prishni Garbha. The one who comes in front of Gajendra, one who came to deliver Gajendra, that form of Vishnu, his name is called Hari. So Hari, he gives a whole series of verses about what are the different personalities you can actually remember and you get pure devotional service. We can have a separate class just on that section. Reason why I am saying is, of all the 100 items he lists there, not exactly 100, so many items he lists. Whoever remembers you, whoever remembers this lake, whoever remembers Trikuta mountain, he goes on saying. And suddenly out of the blue, he just throws this name, whoever remembers Prahlad Maharaj. Even though Prahlad Maharaj has no relationship with Gajendra in that pastime at all. But he just lists, whoever remembers me, whoever remembers you, whoever remembers, Devatas, he gives a list of personalities or paraphernalias that are related to Vishnu. And then at one point he says, whoever remembers Prahlad Maharaj. That's how dear Prahlad Maharaj is. For Vishnu, so much so he is reciting his name in a completely different yuga, different kalpa, different pastime, and he is saying you can remember him also, like that he says.
So Hari appeared before Gajendra, form of Vishnu, and Prishni Garbha appeared before?
Dhruva Maharaj. So Prahlad Maharaj is so dear. For Supreme Lord to even remember us once is such a great benediction. But for Supreme Lord to remember someone 24/7, we have to understand that that devotee must have pleased the Supreme Lord so much. He is holding the devotee so close to his heart, he cannot but always remember and recite his name. Just like devotees always can't stop chanting Krishna's name, Krishna also can't stop chanting his pure devotee's name. We'll read that in the final chapter of this part, 7th chapter, you will see. When Lord Krishna appeared on the shore of the ocean, he placed you on his lap and caressed you like a mother. So Prahlad Maharaj says, there are people who, or sages, they are only worried about Svavamukti Kama, their own, because of doing or because of wanting their own liberation, what do? They take the vow of silence. So Prabhupada says, vow of silence is only for people who speak nonsense. But for those who knows what to speak, how to engage the power of speech, Prabhupada said they should be talking about Krishna 24/7. Like Mohan Prabhu, distributing books. So we should be aspiring to talk about Krishna 24/7 because we know what we are supposed to talk. Kirtaniya Sadahari. Maunam charanti vijane na parartha nishta. Now these two lines, if you say, first line, Prahlad Maharaj is saying, those saintly people, svavamukti kama, they are worried only about them. Maunam charanti vijane na parartha nishta. They are not interested in others. Normally when you say, one person is selfish, what is implied there is, they are not selfless, correct? Does that make sense? First line, Prahlad Maharaj is saying, these people, they are worried only about themselves. And second line, he is saying, they are not worried about the others. In Vedic culture, sometimes the same thing is actually said repeatedly. Can you think of any verse that speaks about like that? Harer Nama, Harer Nama, Harer Nama Vekalam. 3 times it's given. Kalau Nastyeva, Nastyeva, Nastyeva. Vikriditam Vrajavadupir Idam Cha Vishnu Shraddhanvito Anushriya Data Varna Yedya Bhaktim Param Bhagavati Pratilabhya Kamam Hridrogam Ashu Apahinoti Acharya Dira. Hridroham. Simply by hearing about Krishna's dealings with the gopis, Krishna Lila, Hridrogam, the lust that's residing in one's heart will go away. How soon will they go away? Hridroham Ashu, quickly they'll go away. Apahinoti Acharya, without delay they'll go away. What's the difference between quickly, Ashu, and Acharya? They both mean the same, but in the same line 2 times he uses. Hridrogam Ashu, quickly and without delay they'll go away, like that he says. Likewise you will come across Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nama Vekavalam. Or Namam Virinchi Nabhavo, Nashrir Hapi Anga Shamshreha, Prashadam Lebire Gopi, Yattat Prapa Vimuktidat. This is a verse that Shukadeva Goswami says in 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam to glorify Mother Yashoda. He says this particular fortune, mercy which Krishna has showered upon Mother Yashoda, it's not experienced by, he didn't give this mercy to Na Imam, this mercy, Virinchi is Brahma, he didn't give to Brahma. Namam Virinchi, Nabhava, not to Shiva. Nashri, not to Sridevi also, which is Lakshmiji. 3 times he says. Which means that mercy is very, very special. That's what it means. So here also Prahlad Maharaj is saying, Swavamukti Kama, Maunam Charanti Vijane, Na Parartha Nishta. They are very selfish and they don't care about others. Naitan Vihaya Kripanan Vimumukshayako. My Lord, I actually, on the other hand, I want to be here and I want to deliver. Prabhupada travels, or rather translates, Naitan Vihaya Vimuda. He says, I want to actually stay here to deliver all this. Prabhupada translates that as fools and rascals. From this world, and I want to bring them. Apart from surrendering to your lotus feet, there is no other way I see for them to be delivered from this world. So this is mode of Prahlad Maharaj, which is glorified here by Narada Muni. Then Narada Muni is saying, when Vishnu came, he kills Hiranyakashipu. After that, what did he do? He picks up Prahlad Maharaj. Have you seen that artwork of Lord Narsingadev standing and having Prahlad Maharaj caressing just like a mother giving a pat? Have you seen that? That's not a speculative art. Reference for that is here. It's given here. After he killed, he picked up Prahlad Maharaj, held him here, holding him very tightly, embracing, like how a mother would do its baby. And what does the mother do after holding the baby here to make the baby child sleep? They'll pat, right? That's exactly what he did. As well as he was rocking. It's okay. It's over. This is what Narsingadev did. That's what is given here. This particular verse you can go through. This is in chapter 4, Brihad Bhagavatamrita, text 7. When Lord Krishna appeared on the shore of the ocean, he placed you on his lap and caressed you like a mother. Thus he honored you, ignoring Brahma, Shiva and other demigods offering prayers. Now again, one point. Like even when the verse which I quoted now, Namam Virinchi Nabhavo, Nashri Rapi Anga Shamsheha, some verses you will come across Krishna saying, oh my dear devotee, nobody is dear to me, even not my own body, not even Mahalakshmi, not Shiva, not Brahma. It doesn't mean they are actually not important. They are also important, but does that mean Krishna is lying there? No. Acharyas explain reason why Krishna speaks like that. Sometimes you see this favor is given only to this particular devotee. Krishna dances on top of Kaliya. Nagapatnis come and they sing. Kasyanu bhavosya nadeva vidmehe. My Lord, we know our husband, as far as we could think, he doesn't even like hearing about you. And to him you have danced so much, giving all dust of your lotus feet, something attaining for which Lakshmi ji has to sit and do thousands of years of penance. Like that it's given. So here, when you come across those verses, Acharyas explain that they are all eternal associates of Krishna. Shiva, Brahmaji, he is a pure devotee, Sri Devi, everyone. But the reason why Krishna actually sometimes says, you are more dear to me than everyone is, because they have always been devotees. They didn't have to go through the trials and tribulations which that particular devotee in question had to go through. So Krishna appreciates that. So much endeavor, so much difficulty you had gone through. Oh, you are so dear to me. So in that context he says. And the other demigods offering prayers and even ignoring goddess Padma. Brahma, terrified, begged you to approach Sri Narasimha. So Brahma asks Prahlad Maharaj to approach Narasimhadev to offer prayers. And when you fell at the Lord's divine lotus feet, the Lord stood up and raised you from the ground. He put his lotus hand upon your head and began to lick your entire body. Now again, this is another very intimate dealing of Narasimhadev to his devotee Prahlad Maharaj. Now Narasimhadev is behaving like a lion. How would a lion take care of its cub? Okay, or a dog would take care of its puppy, or a cat licking its body. So Narasimhadev is picking him up. First of all, he is touching his head, and Prahlad Maharaj feels so enlivened. And same effect you will come across when Dhruva Maharaj, when he sees Prishnigarbha, he doesn't know how to offer prayer. Then Prishnigarbha, he touches his shanka on his head. Same thing it's given. For 1000 celestial years, Gajendra had to fight with crocodile, who was Huhu. 1000 years he couldn't drink. Prabhupada says crocodile was actually chewing rather. So it's feeling very much nourished, taking, and it's also in the water. So simultaneously he is drinking also. Have you got that experience? Sometimes you'll be carrying so many things. And then you'll feel thirsty. Prabhuji, somebody will actually help you. You can still do. That's what the crocodile was doing. Simultaneously is fighting with Gajendra, but because it's in water, it's also getting its food. Some huge crocodile, fishes would go straight into his mouth. He's drinking water. He's feeling nourished. On the other hand, elephant is in the water. He has no food. 1000 years, no food. So it just kept on going back and forth, very tired. And he finished offering prayer. So when Vishnu comes, it's mentioned Vishnu just touched him slightly like that. And he immediately became relieved from all his bodily distress. He becomes rejuvenated. So here, Brahma is also, or rather, Narasimhadev is also now holding Prahlad Maharaj as if touching not enough, embracing not enough, rocking back and forth is not enough. He is now licking. He put his lotus hand upon your head and began to lick your entire body. So that reference is in Brihad Naradya Purana. Hare Krishna. When Lord Hari, with most attractive and clever enticements, tried to offer you the supreme abode, you showed no interest in liberation, which is prayed for by Brahma and by everyone else. Rather, you asked only devotion to Lord, birth after birth. Responding to your Lord's love, you agreed to assume your father's throne, which is Hiranyakashipu's throne. As you told Lord Narasimha in your prayers, by doing this you wished to help deliver all the people. You are still on that royal seat, fixed in meditation on Lord Narasimha. You once went to Naimisa forest to have darshana of Narayana. We were touching on this pastime last week. Once Lord Pitavasa, who is the presiding deity in Naimisharanya, Prahlad Maharaj goes to see him, but on the way, he comes across a renunciant who is carrying bow and arrow like a Kshatriya. So he thinks this person is a pseudo-Kshatriya or pseudo-renunciant. So he starts to fight, saying, I swear I'll defeat you. And then they both started dueling, engaged in a duel. And then at the end of the day, they both take a break and they both take rest. Next day again they continue. So this way the fight was going for so many days. Prahlad Maharaj was not able to defeat him. And finally one day morning, Prahlad Maharaj does his puja. After offering the garland to the deity, he then goes to fight. And much to his surprise, he sees that personality wearing the same garland he offered to the deity. That's when he recognizes, this is the same Lord who I came to meet here. Then he falls at his feet, prostrating obeisances. At that time, he asks for forgiveness for not being able to recognize the Lord and fighting with him. Vishnu, he feels very blessed and he embraces him. And then Prahlad Maharaj says, my dear Lord, I have already, as part of my Kshatriya duty, I already made a vow that I will defeat you. What will happen to the vow now? And then Vishnu says, oh, don't worry, I am always defeated by you. Don't worry about the vow. And then he takes him. So he says here specifically that you are not only staying in one place in Sutala planet meditating on Lord Narasimha, you also get the darshan of the Lord in other places as well. Likewise, you will come across another pastime of Prahlad Maharaj meeting Naranarayana Rishi. Okay, in Badrika. Badrika was also known as Vishala. In some places in Shastra, you will come across this place. Likewise, like Dwaraka is already ancient, but there is another ancient name for Dwaraka. It's called Kushasthali. You will come across some places where that term is used. It's actually the same place. Okay, just like we have Kasi, Banaras, Varanasi. Same, every name is already ancient, but there are more ancient names than that. And later on also you will come across Prahlad Maharaj in one of the reasons when he refutes, he says, Narada Muni, he says, my dear Gurudev, you are calling me as the most fortunate. Actually, many newer devotees, they had much more mercy than me. I am just a very tiny speck compared to them. And if you read the purport, newer devotee, he refers to Hanumanji. Compared to Prahlad Maharaj, Hanumanji is just a recent devotee. So you can imagine how old Prahlad Maharaj's devotion must have been. How ancient, how senior Prahlad Maharaj must have been. So he says, compared to me, many newer devotees like Hanuman, he says like that. Okay, so here, Sri Parishit continued, having said this, Narada, the ocean of ecstasies in devotion to Lord Hari, began to dance. That intimate servant of the Lord shouted, conquered by us. Sri Narada then said, O best of Vaishnavas, why should I say that Lord Mukunda has been conquered only by you? Your grandson Bali, chief of the Daityas, has also conquered him. By your grace, Bali keeps the Lord as his doorman. So he says, repeating the words of Lord Shiva, that because of Vishnu's relationship with Prahlad Maharaj, his son benefited. His grandson benefited. Great-grandson also benefited. Son is Virochan, grandson is Prahlad Maharaj. Bali Maharaj. Great-grandson is Banasura. They both benefited. So currently, Narada Muni is now shifting his focus to Bali Maharaj, saying, simply to favor you, Supreme Lord has come and staying at your grandson, which is Bali Maharaj's doorstep as the doorman. From now on, I intend to stay here permanently with you. By your power, I shall certainly be able to overcome the curses I received from Daksha and others. What curse did Daksha give to Narada Muni? Anyone knows? So Daksha, he has 10,000 sons. They are called Haryashvas. Before they could ascend the throne, he sends those 10,000 Haryashvas to go and do tapasya in the forest. This is the induction. So in those days, there is no election to choose king. They send the prospective kings, first of all, to prepare themselves spiritually. So they go to forest to do tapasya. So while they are going on the way, Narada Muni meets them. Now, reason why I laugh, you'll come to know if you don't know this story. The Narada Muni meets them and he gives big brahmachari class. At the end of the class, all 10,000 choose to take sannyas straight away. So, rather than getting ready to become king and go back, they all become sannyasis and they don't go home. Daksha gets upset by Narada Muni. Then next time, again Daksha, he does tapasya. Now he is blessed with another 1,000 sons. They are called Bahulashvas. So then he sends them, go to the forest, do tapasya and come back and ascend the throne. These 1,000 sons go. Narada Muni interrupts them again. But this time, Narada Muni doesn't waste time. He says, see, I don't want to talk much. You see, your brothers are there, just go and have a chat with them. So this time the 1,000 sons go, they also become sannyasis. Daksha, when he hears his second attempt also failed, he gets very upset. And then he curses Narada Muni. I curse you that you will never be able to stay in one place for more than 3 days. Then Narada Muni says, thank you, that's exactly what I wanted. Then he starts his traveling Sankirtan. That's the starting. Now here he is saying, Narada Muni is remembering that actually Prabhupada also says in one place, I have 108 palaces throughout the world, but I can't stay in one place because of the curse of the parents of my disciples. Like that Prabhupada says in one place. Likewise, all Hare Krishna devotees, we will all carry this curse of Narada Muni. Prabhupada says, which means we have to keep on traveling and sharing this knowledge of Krishna consciousness. So here, from now on, I intend to stay here permanently with you. Narada Muni is telling to Prahlad Maharaj, by your power, I shall certainly be able to overcome the curses I received from Daksha. So he is humbly putting himself. You are a great devotee, Mahabhagavat. You can help me counteract this curse which Daksha gave me. So by your mercy, I can permanently stay here. He is saying like that. Sri Parishit said, unable to tolerate hearing his own praise, Prahlada lowered his face in embarrassment, bowed down before Narada, and respectfully addressed him in a quiet voice. And now you will see the refutation of Prahlad Maharaj. Now Prahlad Maharaj, unlike, if you see in the past, when we saw Narada Muni heaping praises on, let's say, Lord Brahma, Brahma would first close all of his ears, all the foreheads, and then at one point, Brahma actually tells to Narada Muni, because who is Narada Muni to Lord Brahma? He is his disciple, he is his son. So he tells him, Vishnu Maya, this is very complicated. Because of that, sometimes truth becomes Maya and Maya looks like truth. Sometimes even we get influenced. Indirectly he is saying, you considering me as the Supreme Lord is effect of Maya on you. This is how he is chastising his own son. Understand? Likewise, when he goes to Shiva, Shiva has a more friendly relationship with Narada Muni. Because Shiva treats Narada Muni as his brother. Shiva comes as son of Lord Brahma. Narada Muni is also son of Lord Brahma, so they both deal with each other as brothers. So the refutation will be more on a friendly, banter style. Indra is a different case. Indra treats Narada Muni as Deva Rishi and he refutes on that platform. Prahlad Maharaj's position is very unique because his own Diksha Guru is coming and glorifying. How can you tell to your Diksha Guru that what you are saying is wrong? Understand, this is the predicament of Prahlad Maharaj. So Prahlad Maharaj, I was hearing glorification actually of my Guru Maharaj by one devotee. And then he was saying, once Prabhupada actually went to meet Srinathji Prabhu's father in Mumbai. And at that time he told Srinathji Prabhu's father that you see all these Westerners who have come here taking up Krishna consciousness, please arrange for them to stay here permanently. Arrange for citizenship for them to stay here. So then Prabhupada, to emphasize how important they are, Prabhupada says, they are not ordinary people, they have come from spiritual world. And then he points at my Guru Maharaj and he says, you see that boy, he is eternal associate of Lord Chaitanya. And then Srinathji Prabhu's father says, sure Swamiji, we will do. And then later on my Guru Maharaj says, when they were coming back to wherever they were staying, my Guru Maharaj asked Prabhupada, I am so sinful, I am so fallen, I just come from hippie culture. And you are saying I am eternal associate of Lord Chaitanya. Prabhupada immediately retorted back saying, don't doubt the words of your Guru, like that says. And my Guru Maharaj says, that was the last time I inquired about it. So when your Guru says something, it is true, you have to just take it. You don't refute back. It's for the same reason Arjuna, he comes down from the position of being a friend of Krishna, he goes down and he says, Sishas deham shadi mam tvam prapanam, which means, so far whatever you have said, I may agree, may not agree, I can refute, no problem. I may have even sarcastically spoken to you, but from this point onwards, whatever you speak, there is no question of arguing, I'll just accept it. So Prahlad Maharaj's position is unique. Why? Because his own Guru is telling him. Now he can't openly refute. He can feel humble, but he can't openly refute. So if you carefully read Prahlad Maharaj's responses, he will refute the glorification, but he won't refute in the same tone as what Brahmaji did or Lord Shiva did. He will refute indirectly by throwing a different light on each one of those facts which Narada Muni had mentioned. Does that make sense? So he won't say what you are saying is wrong. He would say, actually Gurudev, he will then divert his attention to someone else. Because of that reason only it happened. How could it happen because of me? How could it have happened because of me? This is how he will go one after the other. We will go through Prahlad Maharaj's refutations here. Prahlad Maharaj said, my Lord and spiritual master, please reconsider everything you have said. A young boy simply cannot understand correctly the science of devotional service to Krishna. So that's the first refutation he is giving. My Guru Maharaj recently in one class, somebody asked, why are we not giving initiation, Harinam Diksha to kids? Then my Guru Maharaj is responding, well, kids usually lie. So you can't, it's a 4 regulator principle, chanting 16 rounds, have you chanted? So my Guru Maharaj says, that's why we don't give. They need to grow, become a little more mature to be able to take that responsibility. Then only you can. So here first point Prahlad Maharaj is saying is, a young boy simply cannot understand correctly the science of devotional science of Krishna. He is saying, when Narsinghadev came and offered his blessings to me, I was just a 5-year-old boy, and whatever I did, you are my spiritual master, you asked me to do, I did, and he came. Where is my credit? I didn't even know what I was doing. This is the first point he's saying. Second, he's saying, still when one receives instructions from great souls, those instructions have the power to awaken one's higher understanding, and then one can engage in devotional service to Lord Hari. Therefore, it is not a sign of greatness that ordinary persons like me can persevere despite terrible disturbances, give spiritual enlightenment to children, behave like saintly persons, show compassion to suffering souls, or refuse the boon of liberation. So he's saying, I was just a little boy, I didn't even know what I was doing. You just told me to follow, I just followed. It's because of me trying to follow you, Supreme Lord being pleased, he came down and he blessed me. Where is my greatness here? Merely from these symptoms, the best of the saints do not conclude that Krishna has given a person his mercy. Krishna's mercy, blessed Narada, appears only in a truly worthy servant. So he is saying, like Narada Muni, he said, even when you are young, have you seen that artwork of Prahlad Maharaj dancing with his friends, raising his arms, and all the little kids also they do. So here Narada Muni is saying, you chanted and danced. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, merely from these symptoms, raising up and chanting and dancing, we do it as a part of our sadhana bhakti. So that's the whole point of sadhana bhakti. Prabhupada, he says in one place, Vaidhi sadhana bhakti means you do because I ask you to do. That's it. I here refers to Guru Tattva. Spiritual masters say, Shastras say, Krishna says, we follow. That's it. Whether we like or not, it doesn't matter. That's why the sadhana bhakti. Okay, you chant 16 rounds. You have to do. You feel like, will we ever feel like chanting 16 rounds? It's not possible. So there is no question of what we feel. It's Vaidhi means comes from Vidhi, rules which we simply follow. You know, when you drive on the left side of the road, I feel it's a bad idea. You can feel whatever, you still have to drive on the left side of the road. Otherwise, you will be penalized. So this is Vaidhi sadhana bhakti. So Vaidhi sadhana bhakti, one of the items of worshipping is you chant and dance in front of the Lord. Like that I was just doing my duty. This is not a great symptom of my elevated status. So Prahlad Maharaj is saying like that. Merely from these symptoms, the best of saints do not conclude that Krishna has given a person his mercy. I have never performed any real service for the Lord like Hanuman and others. Now he is slowly dropping the name of Hanuman. He'll come back again to Hanuman later. Now this is a very, very important point. Let me go back to that point of feeling. Prabhupada in 26 2nd Avenue, that's the very first ISKCON temple. They are still renting their place actually. The very same place where Prabhupada started ISKCON. You can still go there and see. So Prabhupada, one day when he walks, everyone bows down. And then one disciple of Prabhupada, Gargamuni Prabhu, if I am not wrong, he doesn't. Prabhupada calls him, why are you not bowing down? Then he says, Swamiji, I don't feel like. Then Prabhupada says, no problem, you keep bowing, naturally feeling will come. You know? And then true enough, after 2 weeks, Gargamuni Prabhu, then he goes to Prabhupada and he says, Swamiji, now I feel. And Prabhupada smiles. Now we are making progress. And Prabhupada says, this is Vaidhi Bhakti. Imagine when your spiritual master gives you Diksha at the time of initiation gives. So you chant when you feel like. Next day itself, you'll forget where you put the beads. You know. Nobody will chant. So Vaidhi Bhakti means, Prabhupada says, that's why Diksha is a very, very important thing. 4 personalities, Prabhupada says, we take initiation in front of. Hari, Guru, Vaishnava, Agnidev. 4. Supreme Lord in the front of deities, in front of Guru, in front of all the assembled Vaishnavas, as well as in the presence of fire, Prabhupada says. So whatever we actually promise, we have to uphold, no matter what. So here he is saying, I have never performed any real service for the Lord. Now generally there is this thought process. Sometimes you will see, even among devotee circles, we tend to get lazy. We think, let me first become very perfect, then I will preach. That's not the mode of Prabhupada. Prabhupada's point is always, whatever you know, you preach that much. And you still keep hearing. So sometimes you will see argument also, if I preach, I'll expose myself to Maya, then I'll fall down. So what should we do? People also cite, this is why even many Prabhupada's disciples also fell down. But there are devotees who are not preachers, they also fell down. What can you do? That's the refutation for that. But once when this point came to Prabhupada about, actually Giriraj Maharaj, he writes this. He tells to Prabhupada, please bless me so that I don't fall down in Maya, like that he says. And then Prabhupada told him, fall down in Maya, you are always in Maya, like that Prabhupada says. Like Adi Purush Prabhu, he was giving this point, I think last week's class, he was saying, soul is very, very tiny. How tiny it is? It is so tiny you cannot cut it anymore. It's that tiny. We are already fallen. Where is the scope for falling down more? You understand? So we have nothing to lose. All these are lame excuses. This doesn't reflect mood of Prabhupada, doesn't reflect mood of a parampara at all. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu preached, Prahlad Maharaj preached, everyone you take, Shukadeva Goswami preached, Prabhupada preached, so we also need to preach. Whatever little we know, we should start to preach, but then whoever wants to preach, empowerment will come. Krishna will give that empowerment. We also read Prabhupada's books, we hear from other devotees. So this is how we learn. Each one teach one while being taught by one. So this is our principle. So we don't wait until and sometimes again another school of thought, I'm talking only in devotee circle. Another school of thought is, what's the point in preaching all this when the ultimate goal of life is in Nirjan Bhajan? Who said that? Prabhupada didn't say that. In one place, there is a conversation. I can even share it in the WhatsApp group, not WhatsApp group. What do we have? Google group. I'll share in that. There is a conversation. Tamal Krishna Maharaj is asking Prabhupada, Prabhupada, so Prabhupada says, so you keep preaching now, when you grow old, at that time you can retire. Then Tamal Krishna Maharaj is asking, Prabhupada, when do you say somebody is actually old enough to retire? Prabhupada says, that depends. And then Prabhupada is saying, I'm 80, I still don't feel I'm old enough. And then Tamal Krishna Maharaj is saying, Prabhupada, if you say you are not old enough, then nobody can actually say that they are old enough to retire. Prabhupada says, yeah, like that, which means Prabhupada doesn't want anyone to retire. What's the point in retiring? Retiring means to go back to Maya. Retiring from what? From Krishna consciousness. So we can't. So we have to be very, very clear. This whole idea of, I will just sit to focus on my bhajan, and then what do we do? And what is the guarantee that we will actually progress that way? Because our whole point of bhakti starts and ends with what Prabhupada said, period. We can quote zillion other acharyas, zillion other Vaishnava Shastras only. None of them have any potency on us. Our only hope to practice Krishna consciousness is we have the order of our spiritual master, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. And we have to simply take that and we have to follow. That's it. Whether I am qualified or I am not qualified, that's up to my authorities to decide. That's not for me to decide. Okay, so we have to be very, very careful because it's a very lazy man's excuse, to be honest. Each one of us, we have our capacity to do, yes, not everyone may be able to sit in Vyasasan and give class, fine. Not everyone may be able to distribute books, fine. Do something, preach to your neighbor, preach to your friend, preach to some other person who comes to the temple and do. But suddenly if we show humility, saying, oh, I'm not qualified. Who said we are qualified enough to pick the plate to take prasad? Mahaprasad. We have to be consistent in how we think, correct? There we think, no, I am qualified to actually take prasad. Who told you that? So be consistent everywhere. Understand? So we should not be lazy. It's just a very, very, lame excuse. Okay, that doesn't reflect the mood of Prabhupada at all. It's a very selfish way. Remember, prayena deva munaya svavumukti kama. The funny part here is, even by focusing on our own liberation, still there is no guarantee that we'll get liberated. At least let us try to please Prabhupada. That's all we can do. Okay, Harinama I can't lead, just to go with them, what's the problem? Isn't that what's given in Bhagavatam with Lord Ram? It's mentioned there are people who pleased Lord Ram by glorifying him. There are people who pleased Lord Ram by doing Homa. There are people who pleased Lord Ram by doing good to all the other prajas in Ayodhya. And there are people who did nothing, they just were in the assembly going with the Lord Ram. That's all they did. Even they also get liberated, it's given. At least we are here, do something there. Okay, nothing, okay, come to temple, at least sit and chant here. You don't need to even go outside. At least sit and chant. If a new person comes, they will feel inspired. But if we sit here, sometimes I've seen some devotee would very happily sing Harinam and everyone sits and watches nice musical performance. Happens. All the time it happens, unfortunately. So that's not the proper mood. The whole mood itself is wrong and Krishna consciousness will go dry if we do that. If we want mercy, in whatever capacity we have, we should be giving mercy. Otherwise, Krishna will be thinking, this devotee have already given mercy. What's the point in giving him or her more mercy if the mercy is not going out? If we become like a conductor, electricity comes, superconductor. We pass it on, then more will keep on passing through us. Kadamkana Maharaj gives a beautiful analogy. He says, our position is like station we have set up to give water, nectar to people who are coming from the desert, parched desert, totally thirsty. And each one is coming with a cup, mercy, please give me some water. And he says, so you have this big trough full of nectar, bottomless trough, unlimited nectar, and you are given a pitcher. Have you seen? In festival days we do, big one. Charnamrit goes out like that. Like that you have a big trough. And you have people standing in queue. So Maharaj says, you scoop it and then you give. Okay, next. And next. And he says, between two people coming, there will be some gap. During that time, you also can drink some. In this way, whoever who distributes mercy, they have access to unlimited mercy. Understand? Whoever just holds to it,
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta-vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta-vrinda Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Nitai Gora Haribol, Haribol, Nitai Gora Haribol. Vigna Vinas Singh Bhagwan ki jai, Bhakta Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna will be thinking, anyway, chanting 16 rounds, shelter of Guru, anyway, you are not taking risk for me. You are anyway safe. Why should I give you more mercy? Understand, more mercy, more resources, more help is needed only when there is a need. If Krishna's name alone is enough, once japa alone is enough for one to go back to Godhead, then sit in your room. You can be in the temple, you can be in your home, you can be anywhere, doesn't matter. On the other hand, whoever takes the risk to come out of their comfort zone or even stay in the comfort zone, you don't even need to come out, at least inside the comfort zone, let us do something. Okay, otherwise we can come, sit here, or even don't come, sit online and hear, or don't hear at all about Prahlad Maharaj. We are not even following even a tiny bit of what Prahlad Maharaj is saying. Every day we are singing, we are glorifying Prahlad Maharaj. Unfortunately, we will all be clubbed under the category which Prahlad Maharaj is saying here. Prayana Deva Munaya Svavamuktigama. He is not bothered. Maunam Charanti Vijane Na Pararthanishta. 2 times he is condemning. 2 times he is chastising them. Svavamuktigama. They are only selfish. They are worried about them. Na Pararthanishta. They are not worried about them at all, others at all. Both means the same, but he is saying it 2 times. Okay, so here he's saying, I have never performed any real service for the Lord. He is saying, Hanuman, he did so much, my Lord. Practical service he did. I just sat down and meditated. How is this a great service? You praised me because he caressed me and showed other signs of affection. But some consider such affectionate behavior merely a false show of Maya, and others just a display of his pastimes. I think today we read that verse. Sarve hi ami vidikarastava satvadamno brahmadayo. That's the one. Vayamivesha nachod vijantaha shemaya bhutaya utatma shukaya chasya vikriditam bhagavato ruchiravatara. He says, Prahlad Maharaj says, my Lord, you coming down here in the form of a lion and displaying all this wonderful pastime, showing even your unparalleled rage, is simply a display of your pastime. Why are you doing? Third line he says, Shemaya Bhutaya Shuka Atma Shukaya, he says. Shemaya Bhutaya Uta Atma Shukaya. Shukaya means happiness. Atma Shukaya means one's own happiness. So why is Narsinghadev coming down here to display this pastime of half man, half lion, ripping the body of Hiranyakashipu, so on and so forth? He is saying that is simply for Shemaya Bhutaya Utatma Shukaya. Simply for his own pleasure he is doing this. So he is saying, you have praised me because he caressed me and showed other signs of affection. But actually my Lord here refers to his Guru. He is saying he came down, Narsinghadev came down and displayed those pastimes just for his own happiness, as part of his pastime. You regard those affectionate displays as natural symptoms of his love, but I consider them no more real than a dream. Why is he saying this as a dream? Sometimes, why do you think people take selfie? Okay, someone goes, let's say, for vivid they go. Again you'll say one photo, this angle and then that angle, alone, and then 20 people together, Hare Krishna. And then they give flash poses also. Have you seen that? They keep clicking, so many of them. Why? Because everyone knows this moment is going to be very short-lived. And they want to capture it, save it, so they can register it for posterity. Otherwise, how will it look? It will look like a dream, correct? Something that happens so fast. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, you regard those affectionate displays as a natural symptom of his love, but I consider them no more real than a dream. Why? Yeah, it was there, it looks like a distant dream. Lord came, but he was there only for a short time and he's gone. So this one feels like a dream. How is this a symptom of real love? He's asking like that. And by the way, that happened when I was 5 years old. Do you remember how old are we? Here Prahlad Maharaj was tens of thousands of years old when he spoke this. Remember, this pastime happened in Satya Yuga. Prahlad Maharaj being saved by Lord Narsinghadev. But this particular conversation is happening in end of Dwapara Yuga. When Krishna is in Dwaraka, that's exactly the time when this is happening. Can you imagine how many hundreds of thousands of years would have passed? And if I ask you, what were you doing when you were 5 years old? How many of you remember? And how old are we? Okay, 80? I'm talking my age. No, even we don't remember. Okay, even though 40, 50, 60 years later, we don't remember. So he is saying, that feels like a distant dream, my Gurudev. The Lord truly gives his mercy, saintly authorities believe, when he grants the right to render various kinds of service. Very important. Truly gives his mercy. So how can we understand whether we are recipient of Lord's mercy? When we have seva to do. When we have service to do for the Lord, and that service can be anything. Bhakti Bazaar shop, cleaning the temple, cooking, book distribution, giving class, attending Harinam, making garlands, anything. Making sweets, eating sweets. Service. Service is Lord's mercy. Who is the true recipient of Radha Gopinath's mercy? Whoever who does service for them. They are the true recipients of mercy of Radha Gopinath. When he grants the right to render various kinds of service, a blessing he gives to such devotees as Hanuman. Nothing else counts as his mercy. Furthermore, Sriman Narasimha performed his pastimes not to favor me, but to protect the demigods, his devotees, and deliver 2 of his eternal servants. We'll come to that. He also wished to uphold the truth of the words of Brahma and of others, such as Brahma's sons, and fully display the greatness of devotional service. These were the only reasons for his pastimes. In one verse, he puts so many reasons. First point, he is saying, I am born in Asura family, Hiranyakashipa. Hiranyakashipu's son, Asura Varya Dehinam. Nasadu Mani Asura Varya Dehinam. When Prahlad Maharaj addresses his father, he says, oh, best of the Asuras. Try saying that to a devotee will feel offended, correct? But here, he is addressing his father, oh, best of the Asuras. Prahlad Maharaj is identifying himself as, my father is a great Asura, I am also born in Asura family. Krishna, as Narsinghadev, he gave me his mercy simply to proclaim the power of devotional service, that, look, even somebody born in Asura family, how even such a person can be elevated to the platform of devotional service. Simply to do that, he gave me this favor, that's all. There's nothing so great about me. He wanted to establish about the supremacy of Bhakti Yoga process, that is why he chose me. And second point is saying, he didn't come down specifically only to protect me. He protected me, and then he gives a list of reasons. He says, he came to fulfill the words of many of his devotees. I am but a significant one. First devotee he is saying is Brahma. Brahma, when he appeared in front of Hiranyakashipu, Hiranyakashipu asked for a boon. Initially he asks for immortality, and Brahma says his usual reply, look, even I am not immortal, how can I make you immortal? So then Hiranyakashipu, then he comes up with a series of conditions. One of the conditions he says is, may I be not killed by anyone created by you. So Brahma says, Tatastu. To fulfill that promise, Supreme Lord himself came. Second promise he is saying, when I was in the womb of my mother, Kayadu, and my father went to do tapasya, Indra at that time imprisoned Kayadu, taking her to the prison, and it was you who interrupted him, and at that time you told him not to kill my mother because she is carrying a great Mahabhagavat in her womb, which is me. Simply to fulfill your word that some Mahabhagavat is there, Narsinghadev made me as a pure devotee. So it's not for me, it's because Narada Muni said that. So he is saying like that. Third thing he is saying, he came down to protect his 2 gatekeepers, Jai and Vijay. We have Jai and Vijay here also. They were cursed by the 4 Kumaras, and as their true master, he has assumed this form, he can personally deliver them. Fourth reason he is saying, 4 Kumaras, after they curse Jai Vijay, they request Vishnu to reclaim back them just after 3 births. So simply to fulfill their words also, he has come. Fifth reason he says, Hiranyakashipu in Bhagavatam itself, there is one section where Hiranyakashipu says, this boy, he is talking about his son, Prahlad, he says, this boy, no matter what I do, he is unmovable. Okay, he is not moved from his resilience, determination to practice bhakti. He is exhibiting so much power, I think it's just going to finish with me getting killed. He himself predicts. So he says, Hiranyakashipu, even though he is in a demoniac form, still he is your pure devotee. In spiritual world, because he predicted that he will be killed, you came down to kill. In fact, one acharya writes, there are many instances where people cook so much bhoga, try to offer to Supreme Lord. Supreme Lord, whether he takes or not, only he knows. But here, after killing Hiranyakashipu, Narsinghadev climbs up and sits on the throne. Nobody invites him to sit. But the throne was made by Hiranyakashipu. So Narsinghadev, remembering his relationship with him as Jai Vijay, he goes and says, hey, this is made by my pure devotee. No matter whether he invites me or not, I'll go and take. So he goes and sits down there on the throne. One acharya writes like that. So like that, Prahlad Maharaj says, my Lord, these many reasons are there for Supreme Lord to come down to enact that pastime. I am but just one, tiny cogwheel. in this whole dynamics, basically. I'll finish with this verse. O greatest of devotees who have nothing material to possess, when the personality of Godhead gave me a kingdom, I understood that I had not received even one atom of His mercy. Why? Because he feels, yes, I wanted to stay here to deliver all of the people as a full-time preacher. But Lord Narsimhadev, by giving the kingdom of Hiranyakashipu, which is very vast, I feel I'm entangled in my family material duties. Because of that, I'm not able to do bhakti properly. So I don't see this as a favor of the Lord. So he continues like that. Few more verses. And then he tells to Narada Muni, Hanuman is a better devotee than him. And then Narada Muni goes to Kimpurusha Varsha to meet Hanuman. And then Hanuman will give. So in this way, you can see Prahlad Maharaj, he is not directly refuting, but he is throwing a different light everywhere. He is saying, yeah, that is true. And by the way, these are the extra reasons. This is also true. By the way, these many reasons are there. Like that. This way, he is belittling his own position as a pure devotee of the Lord, and instead he is glorifying Hanumanji as the greater recipient of Lord's mercy. I'll finish here. Any questions or comments? After 1,000 years, he started to recite. So his whole realization comes after 1,000 years. So there is the tug of war that keeps on going back and forth. And then Gajendra is realizing, he's looking around, my relatives, wives, kids, even my friends, all they can do is just to howl, asking for help. Nobody can help me. Then he says, there is only one person who can help me. Gajendra didn't even know who he was praying to. Okay, so he just says, one who is all powerful. At that time, it's mentioned, Indra thinks maybe it's me. And then he says, one who is all powerful, who is the creator of even Indra. Then Indra is thinking, hey, that's not me. And then like that it says, oh, one who is the creator of this universe, Brahmaji is thinking. And then he says, one who creates even this universe and Brahma. And then Brahma is like taking a step back. Like that it goes to Shiva. Shiva is also taking back. And finally all his descriptions suit for only one person. Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagavan ki jai. And then they come down. Yeah, thank you very much. That prayer is for me. And then Vishnu comes. Yes. Yeah, good question. How should we take if a guru glorifies a disciple? Two things come to my mind. I was once, Vyasa Puja of His Holiness Bir Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Maharaj was here in person in one of the devotees' home. And Maharaj gave, initially there was Kirtan, Maharaj gave a class. And after the beautiful class, Maharaj says, okay, now we have come to to my favorite part of my Vyasa Puja. It was his Vyasa Puja. And he says, my favorite part of my Vyasa Puja is to hear glorification about me. And then he laughed and he says, I know you must be in a state of shock hearing me say that. And then Maharaj qualified what he said, and he said, throughout the year, I run around trying to do and trying to think that I'm being useful in Srila Prabhupada's mission to fulfill the order of my Guru. Now when I hear you glorifying me, telling me how I played a significant role or whatever tiny role that is in your life, that's what gives me hope that yes, I didn't waste my whole year last year. I did something useful in the service of Prabhupada. So there is some hope that Prabhupada will accept my service. You understand? So that's one thing to actually remember. Second point is, whenever a guru glorifies a disciple's proper mood to accept that is, I am insignificant. It's only due to the mercy of my guru that I was able to do something. In fact, I was just engaged in his hands as just an instrument. Through me, he is doing. That's all. And my only credit here is, I am the fortunate recipient of his mercy. That's all. And if the disciple maintains that mood, then on one hand, the disciple can accept the acknowledgement of the Guru that the disciple is indeed doing something useful for Guru, but at the same time, the disciple won't get carried away by the egoistic feeling that like, yeah, I did something great here. Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, he exemplifies what's the proper mood to get empowered. Another analogy comes to mind. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, it's given that the path of bhakti which a devotee takes is like a snake. It's given. Snake doesn't go in straight line. Have you seen? It goes. So you don't know at every step what is the will of Krishna. You have to keep bending. So that analogy is given. Anyway, side point. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, at the beginning of Chaitanya Charitamrita, he says, I am so fallen. Even if somebody hears my name, they will lose all their punya. He writes like that. But then at the end of Chaitanya Charitamrita, he says, whoever reads this book and worships Lord Chaitanya, they'll be blessed with the eternal seva of Radha Krishna. But whoever tries to understand Radha Krishna without going through Chaitanya as given here, even if he is Lord Brahma, he cannot understand Krishna. Like that he says. Now as he become proud, initially before writing the book, he feels very humble, but after writing the book, haha, I finished. Not like that. A Vaishnava simultaneously feels incapable and confident also. Incapable on his or her own capability to be able to do, but at the same time very hopeful and confident that by mercy of Guru, that's why we say Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Kirim. By mercy of Guru, one can, even a lame person can scale great mountains. Even a deaf and dumb person can actually become a great orator, like that. So simultaneously we need to understand these 2 points. Alone I am incapable, but by mercy of Guru anything is possible. And if for some reason, somehow, if I end up doing something good, it's not because of me. Remember, my position is this only, but by mercy of Guru I am able to do here. So whatever credit that's due here is simply because of my Guru. Prabhupada's mood was like that. In one pastime it's given, one disciple of Prabhupada, he's saying, have you seen photos of Prabhupada sometime walking into the room and everyone is bowing down? Have you seen it? So in one instance, they were doing Premadhwani, Prabhupada ki jai, jai, like that. As Prabhupada is walking, and at one point, one disciple says, he was bowing down and they are all saying, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki, and they are all saying jai. Prabhupada is also saying jai. And then this devotee is saying, he is looking up. Then he is saying instantly, looking at Prabhupada, he had this realization that he is telling to his Prabhupada. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he is saying jai, like that. Okay, so this is the proper mood. So we don't, for accepting, to think that I am the doer, that's on platform of false ego. To think that I am not the doer is also on the platform, I can't do it. That's also on the platform of false ego. That comes under the category of people I told you, oh Prabhuji, I'm so fallen, I cannot do anything. Prasadam Allaman, I'm qualified, That's both are false ego. We are not qualified at all. Like one disciple goes to Prabhupada and says, Prabhupada, I'm the most fallen, please protect me, I'm the most fallen. Prabhupada says, you are not the most anything, you are simply insignificant. Like that Prabhupada goes. Prabhupada had very interesting answers. In one place, one devotee, there was a tree that was leaning on a neighboring property. So devotees tell him, if you don't cut the branches, the tree can damage the building. So this devotee ends up chopping off all the branches. There was only a trunk. Big trunk left. Prabhupada goes to the temple after a long time. When he goes there, he looks at it, in Dallas temple. When he looks at it, Prabhupada gets upset. Who did this? And then he calls the temple president, he chastises him. And the temple president says, no Prabhupada, it was leaning back, the tree is already dead. Prabhupada is saying, tree dead, look at the green twig coming. Prabhupada is noticing that also. If it's dead, how can a fresh green twig come? Unnecessary. And then he goes, and then this devotee bows down to Prabhupada in his room and he says, sorry Prabhupada, was I offensive? Prabhupada said, not offensive, ignorant. Prabhupada says like that. Prabhupada was very precise when he corrects people for what purpose. Okay, so we have to understand that alone we cannot do anything. Alone we can't even practice bhakti. We can't chant Hare Krishna. We can't be Hare Krishna. But by mercy of Prabhupada, mercy of our spiritual masters, we can do whatever little we can. Same way, alone we can't preach. So same understanding we have to extend to that also. Alone we can't preach. Alone I can't be a Brahmana. Alone I can't do any seva for Radha Gopinath. But by mercy of Prabhupada, mercy of my Guru, I am able to do. So I should do something at least. Not that when it comes to taking mercy, I am most fallen, I cannot do, alone I can't do. And then when the Guru says, okay, I have given you mercy, go and do. No, Gurudev, I am unqualified. That's false ego. False humility. That's not benefiting anyone. It doesn't benefit Krishna, doesn't benefit Prabhupada, doesn't benefit any fallen conditioned soul. Okay, so finding that balance is always good. Okay, we understand alone we are insignificant, and we also understand anything is possible by mercy of Krishna and Guru. And through them, yes, it is possible. And if a credit comes, we give the credit back to the Guru. Gurudev, it's only because of your mercy I'm able to do. Please kindly keep engaging me in your mercy, in your service, like that. Okay? Hare Krishna. Yes, Mataji. Yeah, you can do. Anyone likes to read the verses? You can read even before the class starts. You don't need to wait for me. You can use the mic and you can just... That's fine. There are only few people even after I come. It doesn't matter. You can just start. No, you can take turns and start. So you start, and then whoever wants to, even you can, if you want to start reciting, you can start. That's what we used to do before COVID. Many things before COVID I have to remind everyone. So you recite, you can take turns, you can do, and then after you finish reading, we can start the class. You don't wait for me. So you start the recitation beforehand. If anyone of you want to do Kirtan, sit and do Kirtan, no problem. Okay. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai, Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai, Sri Shri Gauranitai ki jai, Samaveda Gaur Bhakta Vrind ki jai, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Shri Radha Gopinath's devotees ki jai, Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Prahlad Maharaj's mood won't be to directly refute, but instead he would throw a different perspective on that glorification. Which verse did we cover till last week? 26 we finish. Thank you, Prabhu. 27. As the Lord says, when I wish to favor someone, I make him lose his opulence. Yes. So, Narada Muni had glorified Prahlad Maharaj that you are the most favored devotee of the Lord. But we study in Bhagavatam, Yasyaham anugranami harishyatva dhanam shanai tatojayam tyajantesya swajana dukha dukitam. If Krishna wants to favor someone, what will he do? He'll take away everything from them. And then because the person, they lose, if you have any doubts about it, go through the lyrics of Chaurashtakam. The whole song is about how Krishna is the thief and how devotees are binding him in their heart. You have done so much, stole so many things away, we'll catch you, like that. So, Krishna, if he wants to show some special favor to someone, he will take everything away. Slowly. And then the relatives, when they understand that the person is bereft of any opulence, bereft of the riches, which they once used to possess, they are also take step back. And Krishna says, so that way, because I'm Dinanath, Dinabandhu, naturally people who have nothing, they will end up coming and taking shelter to me. In Purana, there is a story actually of once Narada Muni going and asking Krishna to favor two people in the same place. In a kingdom, there is a great king who is a Vaishnava, who engages all his wealth in the service of Krishna. On the other hand, there is an old widow lady whose only means of sustenance was her cow. And whatever milk she could get from the cow, she was selling them and maintaining herself. So Narada Muni, being touched by the devotion of these two devotees, he goes and he recommends to the Supreme Lord. We all need that recommendation. That's why we pray to Prabhupada, pray to Vaishnavas, pray to Srimati Radharani. Always we don't go directly to Krishna. Sitaram, Lakshmi, Narasimha, Radha Gopinath. So we always worship our Divine Mother to get their blessings, their recommendation. So here Narada Muni goes and puts forth the request to show favor to those devotees. Krishna says no problem. To the rich man, he gives more riches. And as far as the old lady is concerned, Krishna liberates the cow. So now she is left with nothing. So Narada Muni is shocked, because normally you would think one who is already having riches, Krishna would give them something else, and the one who is poor, we would think Krishna is going to give them riches. But in this case, it was the opposite. The person who had the riches, Krishna gave him more, and the person who is totally dependent on the cow, Krishna took away that cow also. So then Krishna explains that this king who is already engaged nicely, engaging all his wealth in my service, engaging all his senses. Yesterday I was giving Bhakti Shastri class, I asked this question. Rupa Goswami, he gives for Navida Bhakti, there is a verse, Sri Vishnu Shravane Parikshita Bhavat Vyasa Kirtane, that verse. He lists the Navida Bhakti and he gives one person who epitomized each one of those Navida Bhakti. So I was asking, who is the one who epitomized deity worship? And one devotee answered, Ambarish Maharaj. I said, Ambarish Maharaj, you can answer for all of them. Then I asked for distressed, they gave something else. I was telling them, see, distressed, I can even put Ganesham Govindadas. I need Shastric example. One who came to Krishna consciousness because of distress, we can put anyone in that name, but tell me something which Rupa Goswami said, not what you and me think. Shravanam. Who is the example? Rupa Goswami gives. Come on. Parishit Maharaj. Kirtanam. Good. Shravanam Kirtanam. Vishnu Smaranam. Remembering Krishna. Padasevanam. Fantastic. We are doing well so far. Archanam. Prithu Maharaj. So for deity worship, whoever doing deity worship, garlands we make, we do arati, bhog offering, he can always pray to Prithu Maharaj. His Leela is given in 4th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. He is Shakti-avash avatar of Supreme Lord. He comes along with his consort, Archi. They both lead in a very exemplary life. Prithu Maharaj is also known to have performed 99 Ashwamedha Yagya, 100th Yagya when he was supposed to do, Indra gets insecure. And then you know that Leela. So, Prithu Maharaj, he is known for his deity worship, Archanam. Prithu Maharaj also offers beautiful prayers to the Supreme Lord. One prayer which is commented by the acharyas as one of the most intelligent prayers you can ever offer to the Supreme Lord is, he prays to the Supreme Lord when Supreme Lord asks, so what boon do you want? Prithu Maharaj prays, my Lord, just like how a parent would actually give, a father and mother would give the child, fully understanding what the need of the child is. Similarly, please give me what you think is best for me. Nice prayer, right? Takes a lot of surrender to offer that prayer. Normally we have our own list of desires. But Prithu Maharaj offers that beautiful prayer. So you pray because many things we are asking, we ourselves don't know whether it's good for us. Correct? If only Hiranyakashipu knew that Narsingadev is going to come and rip his body, do you think he would have asked for that? He would have said like, no, normal killing is fine. You take Ravana. If only he knew that Supreme Lord will come in human's body to kill, he would have added humans also in that list when he asked for immunity from Lord Brahma. Okay, so here, when we offer our prayers to the Supreme Lord, we should understand that whatever Supreme Lord gives us is simply for our own benefit. It takes some conviction, it takes some maturity to understand that. Just like how, as parents, we won't desire, think of even anything bad that can possibly happen to our child. Similarly, Krishna is our Supreme Father, Aham Bija Pradapita. If we think we are so perfect in our parental relationship with our child, why do we not understand that Krishna being Achyuta, Krishna being the perfect parent, why do you think he will fumble in his role? That's our problem. We are ready to put faith in us, ready to put faith in our parents, ready to put faith in our own role as parents. But when it comes to putting the same trust on Krishna, we are having big problem. We think like, yes Krishna, but you don't know what I want. Excuse me, how would you like your kids to actually say that to you? What? How dare you show that attitude to me? Imagine if Krishna, instead of playing flute like this, if he shows like this, we have a problem. So, here Prithu Maharaj is exemplifying how we should offer prayers to the Supreme Lord. My Lord, you please give me what you think is best for me, just like how a parent would do for a child. So when Krishna fulfills our desires, that's his blessing, his Kripa. If Krishna doesn't fulfill our desire, that is his protection. Just like a child may ask, give me a knife from the parent, or they may play with it. Parent would actually take away the sharp item. The parent withholding something, holding back something is their protection to the child. Same way, when we ask something to Radha Gopinath may not give us. It's simply because of their own protective mentality towards us. Actually, in one place, Prabhupada is telling to Harishauri Prabhu that actually whatever you ask Krishna, Krishna will give you. Then Harishauri Prabhu asks, really Prabhupada? Prabhupada says, yes. In timing there may be some difference. Like, how big is the difference? A few lifetimes? Possibly. There are Puranic stories where somebody actually asked Krishna, Krishna, is that what I asked you? Krishna says like, yeah, you asked me before, but that's not what I meant. Well, I took it this way, you know. So, darshan is there. So, we have to understand, offering prayers to the Supreme Lord, we simply come and we follow in the footsteps of Prahlad Maharaj. Prahlad Maharaj, even when the Supreme Lord is pushing him. No, you should ask boon from me. Prahlad Maharaj says, no, my Lord, I don't want. You compare that attitude to that of Karma Kandi. They go, the only relationship they want to have with the Lord is only based on something. Dhanam Dehi, Putra Dehi, something material. This is their relationship. When that is cut, there is no more relationship. Material relationship, that's a what relationship do we have with the government? Are they taking care of our spiritual welfare? Vedic times they do. Currently, no country actually is doing that. What relationship do we have with our boss? Material relationship only. If they stop the pay, we won't go to work. So, if you think about it this way, we can gradually and naturally come to this conclusion that only with Krishna we can have that eternal relationship. Prithu Maharaj, Archanam, Vandanam, who exemplified it? Akrura. So Akrura, if you see, Kamsa, he hears about Krishna Balram. He also hears first-hand information about them when he sends each one of the different demons to kill Krishna. But these demons, instead of killing Krishna, they end up being killed, one after the other. So when Kamsa comes to know about it, Kamsa sends Akrura. Why is he sending Akrura? Akrura is uncle of Krishna and Balaram, for a start. Prabhu, don't show your back. So Akrura is Krishna Balaram's uncle. Akrura is also known to be honoring his word. If he makes a promise, even someone like Kamsa can trust him. It's one thing to trust your friend. These days we don't even trust them. That's a different thing. But it's one thing to trust somebody who your relationship is in good standing. But if someone as demoniac as Kamsa, if he puts the trust on someone who is good, you can imagine how much trustworthy the person must have been. And you will see Kamsa putting same level of trust to one other person. Who is it? Vasudev. When Kamsa was about to kill Devaki at that time, Vasudev stops him and tells him, don't do this heinous act. It won't befit you as a great king. Instead, what you do, you let your sister live, and then I promise that every child that is going to be born to us, I will bring. And for Kamsa, that is satisfying. Yes, Vasudeva is a man of his words. I'll follow his suggestion. So that's what he does. So here he sends Akrura, and he also makes a beautiful golden chariot. Because he is thinking Krishna Balram, they are just ordinary young village cowherd boys, and he's thinking we can lure them, showing some gold. So this is his attitude. So now Akrura gets on the chariot and he starts to drive. It's mentioned in Bhagavatam, Akrura's body, it got on to this golden chariot. Akrura's mind, it boarded his mental chariot. So even though from Mathura to Vrindavan is not very far, Akrura, after getting on the chariot, he was going on his meditation. I will go, I'll see Krishna, I will see his lotus imprints that is going to be on the ground. And then when Krishna looks at me, he will first smile and he will call me Akrura uncle, like that. So his mind is on Manorath that way. And then his body is in the physical chariot. And the horses of the chariot, they are having good time. Whole day they are going grazing here, grazing there. So they took the whole day. Finally they reach in the evening. You will see the pastime. That's why it took such a long time. He actually left after Mangalarati. But it takes a whole day. Imagine from here, you to go to Paramata, you take that long. That's pretty much how long must have been. But then when he goes there, gets down, there he sees the lotus footprints of Krishna. It's mentioned in Bhagavatam that when Krishna was very young, all the symbols of his lotus footprint, because he's a small boy, very, very tiny little child, so the impression won't be that clear. But because Krishna, when he's grown up, by the time Akrura came, Krishna was a 12-year-old boy. So at that time it's mentioned that each one of those symbols within his lotus feet, they were very well pronounced. So when Akrura looks at them, he offers beautiful prayers. You can read the section in Bhagavatam. Dasyam, who is the example? Hanuman. We'll come to Hanumanji later today. Dasyam, Sakyam, Arjun, Atmanivedanam, Bali Maharaj. Okay, so these are Navida Bhakti, different types how we can worship. But there are exemplary kings, Raja Rishis, Ambarish Maharaj. He mastered in all the 9. It's mentioned Ambarish Maharaj was such a great king. Despite having to manage the whole Bhumandala, he was coolly sitting in one place. Where? In Vrindavan. Whole day he'll spend only in the temple room, cleaning, cooking for the Lord, doing arati, dancing for the Lord, everything he would do. Whenever he hears his army general coming and telling there is some problem somewhere, all Ambarish Maharaj would do is pick up his bow and he'll just do a tiny twang, ting, and that vibration will go to every nook and corner of his kingdom. As soon as even anyone who wants to do something wrong, when they hear that, they'll keep quiet. No, if we go ahead with this, that king will come. He is protected by the Supreme Lord. And they know very well what happened to Durvasa Muni. Sudarshana Chakra will come next. Sometimes you want to do something wrong and you think like, no, better not. So like that they think and they keep quiet. It's mentioned like that. So very efficient management. There is one quote of Prabhupada. Prabhupada says in management, there is 4 styles. Active intelligence, lazy intelligence, active unintelligence, lazy unintelligence. I'll first speak about unintelligence. It's easy to understand. Very close to our heart. We'll relate to that. Unintelligent, somebody who is doing something stupid, actively if they are doing it, it's bad for everyone. Lazy, unintelligent. They are unintelligent and they are not doing anything. Again, what needs to be done won't be done. So then you have passive, intelligent. Someone who is intelligent, but they created the system in such a way that things will just go on automatically without them having to do much. Then there is active intelligent. Somebody who is intelligent, but they have to run from pillar to post to get things done. Prabhupada says of these 4, lazy intelligent or passive intelligent is first class management. And Prabhupada says active unintelligent is dangerous. So Ambarish Maharaj was actually doing lazy intelligent management. He was sitting in one place, he was doing everything, but then things are going on automatically, even without him having to intervene. So here, this is what happened with Akrura. He is going to Vrindavan from Mathura. This Leela happened. So here, coming back to this verse, Harishye taddanam shanai. If Krishna wants to favor someone, just like how he took away the cow of the old lady, Krishna will take things away from him. Avanti Brahmana's prayers, if you read, you will see Krishna takes away if somebody wants to do. Why is Prahlad Maharaj quoting all this? Because just now, Narada Muni had glorified him saying, don't you know, or do you remember, my dear Prahlad, Supreme Lord himself came and he ordered you to take the kingship of this whole world, inheriting from your father. So Prahlad Maharaj is saying, you see, this is what Shastra says. When Krishna wants to favor someone, what does he do? He takes everything away. What kind of favor is this when Supreme Lord is giving everything to me? This is his point. O greatest of devotees who have nothing material to possess, when the personality of Godhead gave me a kingdom, I understood that I had not received even one atom of his mercy. Understand? So he is saying, I want to do full-time devotional service. And he is asking me to be the king. How is this any favor for me? So this is his point. As the Lord says, when I wish to favor someone, I make him lose his opulence. Such statements as this are evidence. And so also are the statements of his exalted devotees. Just see how my worship of the Lord has been eclipsed by my attachment to ruling my kingdom and by my ties to family members, servants and others. For not crying over this in remorse, I should be condemned again and again. So this is the attitude of Prahlad Maharaj. Why else would I have fought against the renowned Lord at Vishala, as I had reverted to low conditioning of my birth? As we were touching on this point last week, there is one instance we say Prahlad Maharaj fought with Pitavasa, Vishnu, when he was on the way to Naimisharanya. There is another instance of his Leela also with the Naranarayana Rishi also, you will see. So Vishala is another name of Badrikashram. Text 30. The demons in their teachings are always inclined to bad scholarship about the truth of the self. Because of my association with such demons, even today my understanding is not free from the degraded element of dry speculation. Normally, material tendency is, even if you go to a temple, Radha Gopinath is merciful, you can come anytime and you can take darshan. You can go to some temples like Tirupati, very difficult to take darshan of the Lord. You have to stand because lakhs of people go to take darshan, very difficult. I once went to Pandharpur after Padayatra, Alandi to Pandharpur. Took us like 18 days, about 270 kilometers. I was going with the Pune devotees, there are like 200 of us. So every day we would go walking like about 18-20 kilometers doing Harinam throughout the day. And then after 18-19 days we arrived there, we did a big Mahaharinam on the occasion of Ashada Ekadasi. To take darshan of the Lord in Pandharpur, Vittal, especially during Ashada Ekadasi, is practically impossible. I stood in the queue for close to, I think, 28 hours or something. In between, I took a break just to take prasad, came back again. And finally you go in front of the Lord, you, did I say 28? It's 14, sorry. It's, I mixed the numbers. 14 hours I had to stand. I went the previous evening, next day morning. Evening we went at 4 o'clock, next day morning 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock like that. Yeah, it took me close to 14 hours. And then I finished a good portion of Prabhupada Leelamrita, going. Some places you recollect with some activity. So we had that 8-volume one, and we were like a group of brahmacharis. We took turns. Each one is reading one book, and then it just went. So like that I remember. Once I went from Mumbai to Kolkata. I finished Ramayana throughout. I was reading Bhaktivikas Maharaj's Ramayana book. So you will come across like that. So here finally you go. That's one deity in the whole world where they will actually let you to go and touch. Let you to go put your head on his lotus feet. It's self-manifested deity of Krishna. He stands like this, so you can go. Anybody, Prabhu's Matajis, they allow. Everyone can go and you can put your head. And my mentor told me, this is in Pandharpur. Okay, Vittala. So when, like my counselor told me that when you go there after standing for such a long time, you go put your head on his lotus feet, then at that moment you will understand, yes, this is all worth it. 14 hours standing in the queue and doing. My mentor told me another thing, because you have to walk in the sun during the whole journey. He said, when you go, you meditate on Vittala. And after 20 days when you go to Vittala, he'll make you to look in the same color as him, like that. Very, very merciful deity. Anybody can go. It's the Moola Murti, Archa Vigraha. They'll allow you to go in and they can do. With him, the mood of worship is also different. They do everything open. They'll feed the Lord, everything. They won't put any curtain. So he's like Patita Pavan. Enjoy whatever darshan you want. Okay, you watch me eating prasad or boga. So everything they do. You can go there. Beautiful place. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had gone. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's brother, Vishwarup, he disappeared from that place. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he goes during the whole South Indian tour to Pandharpur also. There is a beautiful river also, Chandrabhaga. ISKCON has a beautiful temple there as well on the banks of the river. So here he is actually saying the demons in their teachings are always inclined to bad scholarship about the truth of the self. Because of my association with such demons, even today my understanding is not free. So any temple you go to India to visit the temple and you take darshan of the Lord is not very easy. Pandharpur is, I was giving example, Tirupati is so hard, Pandharpur is also hard, but you will get to touch the Lord actually. I was reading on this point. Prabhupada is writing in Gajendra Moksha that when Krishna is pulling Gajendra out, he first pulls Gajendra out and then he simultaneously releases Sudarshana Chakra. Sudarshana Chakra comes and cuts the head of the crocodile. Hoo-hoo. So that's the Gandharva king who became crocodile. It cuts his head. And then Shukadeva Goswami says, because Krishna touched Gajendra, anyone who is touched by the Lord are sure to get liberated. So immediately Gajendra also got liberated. He also went back with the Lord, back to the spiritual world, attaining Sarupya Mukti. Now Prabhupada is writing in the purport that here is a proof how much one gets benefited by doing deity worship. If someone, when we are doing deity worship, we have to understand that we are directly dealing with the Lord. Just like here, simply by the touch of the Lord, Gajendra, he got liberated. Similarly, Prabhupada says all our pujaris, when they are worshipping the Lord, touching the paraphernalia of the Lord, they are also in a very fortunate position to be liberated by the Lord, Prabhupada says. Okay, and Prabhupada says, not only doing deity worship, whoever even chanting the holy name of the Lord, because the name of the Lord is non-different. Whoever who is doing any kind of devotional service to the Lord, same purport Prabhupada writes, all of them will be equally benefited. Like that Prabhupada says. So normally, when we go to a place like that, our tendency is somehow or other, let me get ahead of the queue. This is our general tendency. Somehow fight with everyone and then in front of the Lord go and say, Trinada Pisunichena, my Lord. I'm the most humblest of the humblest, my Lord. So we lie even to the Lord also. Unfortunately, this is our position. But if you see great personalities like Prahlad Maharaj, great personalities like Ambarish Maharaj, personalities like Haridas Thakur, Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, rather than their position as Goswamis, they still like to remember their connection with their background, with their roots, and they still take that as an opportunity to remain humble. Haridas Thakur, he has never gone to Puri temple inside. Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, they won't even go through the main door. They go through roundabout way along the beach sand it's given. Like that you will find many instances. Like you take even Swarup Damodar, slightly unrelated point, but we can understand, we think somehow or other if I go to Vrindavan, everything will be fine. Nothing will be fine. When disciples asked Prabhupada, should we come to Vrindavan? Prabhupada says, no, there are already enough monkeys. Like that Prabhupada says, in one place, 3 days you can go to Vrindavan. Prabhupada says, if you go there, first day, second day, you will start to get familiar. Third day, you should offer pranam and you should leave. Because the benefit is more. Prabhupada says, if you don't maintain a proper consciousness, offense also will be more. Prabhupada says, benefit is multiplied 1,000 times, aparadh is also multiplied 1,000 times. Risky, right? Big gambling. So Prabhupada says, so that's why Vrindavan, we should be careful. You go there only with the proper mood. And if you read the section of Akrura visiting Vrindavan, there you can see Prabhupada explaining about this should be the mood. Akrura, right from the time he got on to his chariot, he was meditating on Krishna. He was meditating on, when I see the Supreme Lord, this is how I'll actually offer prayer. This is how the Supreme Lord will reciprocate. And true to his meditation, when he gets down, what does he see? He sees the lotus imprints of Krishna, Gopinath on the land of Vrindavan. And then he sees the dust of Vrindavan that's raised by the hooves of the cows in the horizon. And then he sees Krishna Balram coming. If you meditate on that, then you will see. And then guess how Krishna addresses Akrur? Akrur uncle. Same as what he thought about. So Krishna is very, very personal. Okay, so we have to understand that. Devamrita Maharaj, I was hearing one class, he was saying that when Ajamila, when he was about to leave his body, at that time, he was scared. He didn't know what is going to happen. And he's seeing all these disfigured faces, people with disfigured faces coming with the noose. And he could understand, yeah, I've read about these guys, they are going to take me to heavenly, hellish planet. Thinking this way, he is very scared and he is looking at his son, Narayan, and he is calling him Narayana. And Maharaj said that as soon as he calls Narayana, he suddenly sees 4 personalities. And then he is looking on one side, there are these 3 Yamadutas who are ready. And Maharaj says, Krishna is so personal because Ajamila, he committed offenses, sins, Deha, Vak, Buddhi, using his body, using his mind and using his words. Because of that, Krishna sent him 3 Yamadutas. And now, because Ajamila chanted Narayana, Na, Ra, Ya, Na, 4 syllable, Krishna sent 4 Vishnudutas. Krishna is very, very personal. Whatever you do, Ye Tamam Prapadente. Krishna will be very, very proportionately reciprocating with us. But then Krishna goes back on the promise also. Later on, when Krishna speaks to gopis, he says, yeah, in Bhagavad Gita I have said, Ye Tamam Prapadente, but your devotional service is so high, I can't reciprocate. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, see, Krishna going back on promise now. So Krishna is always sweet. That's why Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, he says, the path of the bhakta, to attain Krishna Prema is like the path traversed by a snake. It will never be straightforward. Going like this, it's in Chaitanya Charitamrita it's given. So this is how it will be. What Krishna is going to do, nobody knows. Just like, can you imagine what Narada Muni would have thought when he sees Krishna liberating the cow? Did I say the prayer right? Krishna, I actually meant him, not her. This is what we'll think. But that's Krishna. What he does, only he knows. We don't know. But we need to put the trust, fully understanding, thank God, at least one person is in control of my life. Because nothing seems to be going right. How many of you feel like that? Thank you. It's not me alone. So it happens many times. So here, Prahlad Maharaj is associating himself with all the demoniac kings, saying, my Lord, this is my lower birth. He is telling to his spiritual master Narada Muni, why are you glorifying so great? I am not so favored. You are calling me favored because Krishna gave me kingdom. Krishna, normally when he shows favor, he takes the kingdom away. So how can any pure devotion appear in me that would signify the Lord's mercy? I see proof of my lack of devotion when I ponder the wickedness of Banasura. He is now associating himself with Banasura. Because Narada Muni glorified Banasura, Krishna spared him because of his relationship with you. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, you are calling me devotee. Prabhupada says, Palena Parichayate. Correct? You judge a tree by his fruits. He is saying, if I am so great, look at my grandson. Great grandson. He is number 1 demon. He is actually a avowed enemy of Vishnu. He is a Shiva Bhakta and he takes vow that I'll be against him because he has this grudge against Vishnu that it's given in Shastra actually. One of his friends actually tell him that, what happened to your father Bali Maharaj, Krishna has imprisoned him. And just to make sure that he doesn't escape, Krishna is standing as door guard. Like that he says. But here we see glorification that Vishnu is protecting his kingdom. Same act, but everyone is having their own interpretation. But this is how demons see. So Banasura has that grudge against Vishnu. So here Prahlad Maharaj is saying, you are calling me great devotee, look at what my great grandson is doing. He is a vowed enemy of Vishnu. How is Krishna favoring me? Imagine you go offer prayer to Supreme Lord Krishna. Krishna, please give me a devotee child who is like Prahlad Maharaj. And Krishna gives you Hiranyakashipu. How will you feel? How will you feel? Krishna is favoring you? That's what Prahlad Maharaj is saying here. I have heard some say that now after arresting and imprisoning Bali, the Lord stays here in Sutala as the doorman just to keep him captive. You see, this is what Prahlad Maharaj is saying, what demons are talking about. Krishna's reciprocation. Prabhupada says, when Krishna, many times we may think, how many of you think like this? I should have been born 5,000 years ago. I would have just caught hold of Krishna's lotus feet. How many of you think like that? Prabhupada says, Don't worry, Prabhupada talks about it 50 years ago. There were devotees who thought like this also. Prabhupada says, when Krishna was physically present 5,000 years ago, Prabhupada says, hardly 30-40 people know that he is actually Supreme Lord. In 125 years, after showing so much Leela, Prabhupada says hardly 30-40 people only know. So 100% we won't be in that category. So it's not about that. Sometimes we may think, 500 years ago, only if I was there, at least I would have taken shelter of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Even Columbus appeared 500 years ago. Actually, if you see, he discovered America. What would have done, You might have been born in some other place. Nobody knows. So we have to understand, Prabhupada says in one place, same opportunity that is given to Arjuna, same opportunity that's given to Subhadra Maharani, same opportunity that's given to Yashoda Maya, it's also given to us. So we need to understand, Krishna is there, Krishna is still accessible through his Leela, Krishna is still accessible through his name, Krishna is still standing right here. All we have to do is come and take darshan of Radha Gopinath. Stand in front and then allow Radha Gopinath to look at us. We are seeing them, they will also see us. And whenever we come in front of them to take darshan of them, it's mentioned all our ocean of faults, all our ocean of suffering will get dried up. Simply by coming in front of the Lord and letting the Lord see us. So that's why when we come to temple, we should come properly dressed. Sometimes people come with beach shorts. That's not a great thing. Singing Kirtan, we should follow proper standard, at least wear devotional clothing when you are singing at least. Leading the Kirtan, for example. So the more serious we are, come properly, in a presentable way, because we are coming to take darshan of a king and a queen. Imagine you go for an interview. How will you go? Disheveled, without taking bath? Yeah, I thought I'll actually wash my hair, but just changed my mind, We don't do that. You go in the best presentable form. Narendra Modi is coming. Okay, there'll be hundreds of thousands of people going. Everyone properly dressed as if he is coming for a one-to-one audience. He won't even turn in your direction. Still we are so calculative when we actually go. We are coming to take darshan of Supreme Lord. How much more careful we should be. To that extent, we take devotion to Radha Gopinath seriously. To that extent, Supreme Lord also will take us seriously. To the extent we take it lightly, remember Krishna, yayatamam prapadente. Krishna will reciprocate in exactly same way. Putana, how many of you know who is Putana? She is a demon who came to kill Krishna. So in the previous life, she is actually thinking when Krishna as Vamanadev, he is taking away the wealth of Bali Maharaj. At that time, she is the sister of Bali Maharaj and she is thinking, if only, I have heard sister, I have heard her as a daughter also. One of that, she is related to Bali Maharaj. At that time, when she looks at Vamanadev, she thinks, oh, he is looking so cute. I wish he is born as my son. But then as soon as she sees Vamanadev taking the wealth, she thinks, if only he happened to be my son, I would kill him like that. Krishna made a note of everything. Okay, mother, and then killing, like that. So in the next life, she gets born as Putana. And she takes baby Krishna, she is feeding him her milk. At that time, remember, Krishna remembers, okay, this is my mother, tick. And then he goes, okay, killing. She is trying to kill me, I will also kill her. He kills her back. So Krishna reciprocates perfectly. She wants to treat him as the child. Krishna, despite her being in the body of a demoness, Krishna is still accepting her milk. But then she wants to kill, Krishna is accepting that also. Krishna is saying, no problem, Krishna is killing. Prabhupada says, when in first canto, when Prabhupada is writing about Bhishma Dev's prayers, there Prabhupada says, Bhishma Dev, he is related to Krishna in virya, in chivalry. So Krishna, he gets pleasure by fighting with Bhishma Dev. So Bhishma Dev, understanding what Krishna wants, Bhishma Dev is also fighting. And Prabhupada says, whatever arrow which Bhishma Dev shot, which hit Krishna's body, Krishna took the same amount of pleasure which he experienced when he embraced gopis like that. We can't experience like that, but Prabhupada says, this is Krishna. Everything about him is absolute. Even killing of Krishna is absolute. Krishna kills, it's good for them. They'll get liberated, they go back to spiritual world. Okay, so this is Supreme Lord. So here it's given, so how can any pure devotion appear in me? That would signify. So he is saying, On one hand, you are saying Vamana Dev is standing there guarding Sutala planet, guarding Bali Maharaj, so he can actually perform his bhakti. But I am actually hearing among devotee circle that actually Krishna doesn't want Bali Maharaj to leave. That's why he is standing there, making sure he doesn't leave the place. So this is what he is saying, but the same thing is spoken. There is a reference also of Banasura hearing this from his friend Kushmanda. That's how he actually develops that enmity towards Krishna. That I will never worship him, and instead he becomes worshipper of Shiva. On rare occasions, some persons like Ravana can see the Lord here. The Lord shows himself only when it suits his own purpose. Now he is saying, you are telling, Lord is standing in Sutala planet as if to favor me and Bali Maharaj. But actually it is not so. Supreme Lord is coming for his own purpose. And he is saying, on rare occasions, some persons like Ravana can see the Lord here. As if Ravana is a great devotee. No, actually once Ravana, if you read in Ramayana about ego of Ravana, you will have a good laugh. Most of that will resonate with our mentality. So many times he will get beaten. At one point, Yamaraj thinks, this is even before the advent of Lord Ram, enough is enough. I'll just go punish Ravana. He picks up his danda and he wages war against Ravana. And right at the moment when he is about to kill him, because nobody can withstand Yamaraj's weapon. So at that time, Brahma comes and he tells to Yamaraj, look, this demon, I have already marked him for Lord Ram. If you kill him, what will Lord Ram do? So you better go back. Then Yamaraj, very hesitatingly, he turns back and he goes, Ravana mocks at him. See, he is afraid of me and that's why he is going. So you will come across many instances. So here, Ravana, once he goes down to fight and he goes all the way to Sutala. So in Sutala planet, when he actually goes, guess who he first meets? Vamana Dev. He is standing right on the doorstep of Sutala's immigration department. So then Ravana says, I want to go inside. Vamana Dev says, no, this is beyond your limits, go elsewhere. Ravana says, no, don't you know who I am? And at that time it's mentioned, Shastras say, Vamana Dev tried telling him, he is still insisting. Vamana Dev didn't even care to talk to him. He just neglectfully, sometimes if a mosquito comes, how will you do? If sometimes something annoys, some flies annoys, you do like this, right? Like that it's given, specifically it's given, Vamana Dev just neglectfully kicked the Ravana like that. He kicks him. Not focusing on it, very neglectfully it's given, get lost, he kicks him like that. And Ravana flies away. So far. So here he is citing that pastime saying, on rare occasions, even persons like Ravana has taken darshan, but even in that case, Vamana Dev appeared there to serve his own purpose of Leela. He thus showed himself in this very place to Durvasa because Durvasa had strong faith in able to see the Lord. This happened even before Krishna Leela. Durvasa was in Kushastali. That's the name of Dwaraka. At that time, they were disturbed by, 10 demons. They come and disturb. So Durvasa, wanting protection, he then asks Narada Muni, where should I go? Then Narada Muni tells him, you go to Sutala planet, the Supreme Lord is there, physically present there, you can go seek his help. So he goes to Sutala planet and he asks his help. At that time, Vamana Dev says, look, I am property of Bali Maharaj. I am just a servant. You go seek permission from Bali Maharaj. Durvasa has already learnt that lesson before also. Remember, during Ambarish Maharaj pastime, he tried going to Vishnu and Vishnu also says, Aham Bhakta Paradino, he says Tvantantra. Then Durvasa says, I've heard all this before. Then Durvasa goes to Bali Maharaj next, asking him, I have a problem there. I heard you are known to give whatever people ask of you. So please send Vamana Dev to my kingdom, Kushastali, which later becomes Dwarka. So he can come, kill those demons and protect all of us. Bali Maharaj gives a very interesting reply. I think we'll read that. In short, Bali Maharaj says no. But there is a verse that actually says that, we can read that, it has interesting details. What Bali Maharaj says, wherever one develops an intense desire. Now point here is, Prahlad Maharaj is saying, the reason why, because on one hand, Prahlad Maharaj is saying, Vamana Dev is here, but he is not here all the time. I don't even get to see him. Some rare occasion Ravana comes, yeah, he has seen. Another occasion Durvasa comes, he has also seen. But then Prahlad Maharaj is also saying why Durvasa was able to see him and not a pure devotee like Prahlad Maharaj couldn't. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, when Durvasa asked Narada Muni, I want help from the Lord, somebody can protect from these 10 demons. Where can I find him? Narada Muni tells him, go to Sutala. Simply to fulfill the words of Narada Muni, Krishna, he manifested there as Vamanadev. Like we saw this earlier also when Prahlad Maharaj saying it's not just to protect him did Narasimhadev appeared, instead to fulfill the promise of so many other people, including Prahlad Maharaj. Narada Muni had told, when Indra was going to kill Kayadu, at that time he said, no, Mahabhagavat is there. Likewise, Brahma said, you will be killed by someone who is not created by me. Each one, 4 Kumaras have said, Jai Vijay has said, so on and so forth. Prahlad Maharaj himself has said, remember, the demon Hiranyakashipu, he comes, he gets totally frustrated with not being able to kill Prahlad Maharaj and he asks him, is your Lord even in this pillar? Prahlad Maharaj looks and he sees Lord, yes, he is there. And then he kills, because Prahlad Maharaj also said he is there, to fulfill his promise also he has come. Interesting on this point about, sometimes you will come across some instances, devotees going on places of pilgrimage, and they say, this is exactly the pillar where, Hiranyakashipu was killed, Narasimhadev has come out and killed Hiranyakashipu like that. Once in South India, devotees, when Prabhupada was in Chennai, Hyderabad, in that tour, few devotees actually told Prabhupada, we visited this temple, very ancient temple, and that temple still has the pillar from which Narasimhadev has actually come. And then Prabhupada smiles and he says, I don't think this is the place. Prabhupada didn't visit, but Prabhupada says, I don't think this is the place. Interestingly, I've come across one reference in Brihad Bhagavatamrita where it's mentioned the palace of Hiranyakashipu where Narasimhadev came out of the pillar, it was on the shore of an ocean. And then I was going back to this place where the devotees mentioned there is no ocean there. Then I thought Prabhupada is always correct. But here is an evidence. But Brihad Bhagavatamrita says the palace, the pillar of the palace from which Narasimhadev had come out, it was on the shore of an ocean. It's given like that. If my Lord were always present here in person, why would I have traveled all the way to Naimisharanya to see him as Lord Pitavasa, the yellow-garbed form of Narayana? We can say that by your mercy, the Supreme Lord developed some love for me and so I appear glorious. Now he is giving credit to Narada Muni. Prahlad Maharaj is saying to Narada Muni, my Lord, I might have developed some bhakti, that is because I happen to be your disciple, simply to favor you. But my greatness is just like a tiny speck before the heaps of mercy the Lord bestows on his newer devotees. Newer devotees here refers to Hanumanji. So that's what he's going to come to. Oh Narada, your heart overflows with causeless compassion. Why should I go on describing all my misfortunes which simply make you unhappy? So now he's coming. Sometimes, you try to guide devotees. But sometimes you sit here, you hear the problem. After half an hour, you will feel depressed. So we have to be careful. We need to sit and we need to study Shastra. We need to be positive. Otherwise, trying to, it's like somebody goes to psychologist, the person will come out happy, but the psychologist needs to go to another psychologist. So here Prahlad Maharaj is saying, oh Narada, I don't want to tell you about my misfortune and make you feel sad. Now let me tell you the greatness of another devotee. Why should I go on describing all my misfortunes which simply make you unhappy? Instead, please consider the Lord's mercy on Hanuman. Bajrang Hanuman ki jai. Bajrang Bali Hanuman. Please note, my Lord, that the Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared suddenly in his form of Narasimha just to kill my father. And as soon as the Lord fulfilled his purpose, he at once disappeared. It just happened like a flash. I haven't been able to see my Lord directly whenever I wanted. When I saw him once on the shore of the ocean, it was just like seeing a dream. So here he is saying, it was on the shore of the ocean. And in Sanskrit it's given Maha Udadi. Uda of the ocean. It's given. But Hanuman is much more fortunate. For many thousands of years, he has enjoyed serving the Lord constantly without obstruction. How many years? According to Ramayana, 11,000. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, 13,000 years. He was personally present by the side of Lord Ram and he was serving. He is the most powerful person. When he was just a child, the demigods favored him with several wonderful benedictions. Thus he became immune to old age and death. He is free of all fear. He maintains great vows. And Shastra say, among the many vows Hanumanji took, the greatest vow is celibacy. He was a Naishtik Brahmachari. And he performs auspicious deeds. Outstanding among heroes, he is an exceptional servant of the Lord of the Raghus. Ramachandra Bhagavan ki jai. With playful disregard, he jumped across thousands of miles of fathomless ocean. Expertly in the capital of Rakshasa king, he comforted Mother Sita in her distress. He boldly threatened his enemies, burned Lanka and destroyed its citadel. Citadel is his fort. When he brought back news of Sita, he received his master's deep embrace. Actually, each one has a beautiful lila attached to it. Then it will become a Ramayana class. We won't make much progress. I was also, when I was reading this, how much should I talk? Control. We cannot lose track of it. So we'll continue with this. It was Hanuman who acted as his Lord's best carrier. Okay, before we go, just a couple of points I will touch. Here it's given, expertly in the capital of Rakshasa king, he comforted Mother Sita in her distress. Of course, Mother Sita, she is the divine consort of the Lord. But here, according to the Leela, Hanumanji comes, appears, and then Sita Devi initially she might think, this is what Hanumanji thought, she might think that Hanuman is also Ravana in disguise, because Ravana previously also has come in disguise. In fact, when he comes for Bhiksha, he came in disguise. So, Hanuman thinks, if I go asking for Bhiksha, then she may mistake me and she may alert, making noise, alert all the other Rakshasas also. Then I won't be able to convey the message of Lord Ram to her. So thinking this way, Hanumanji, he starts to glorify about the beauty of Lord Ram, his chivalrous activities, his unparalleled, fathomless ocean of qualities. Describing about the beauty. That section is called Sundarakanda. That's why it's called Sundarakanda. Sometimes, you hear interpretation, Lanka was so beautiful, that because this Leela happened, that's why it's called Sundarakanda. Lanka has got nothing to do with that. Sundara here refers to the beauty of Lord Ram, beauty of his qualities, beauty of his Leelas. So this is Sundarakanda. So after narrating that, Hanumanji comes, conveys the message. Now, here it's given, he had comforted, given comfort, given encouragement to Mother Sita, that Lord Ram, your dear Lord, will soon come here. Now, we have to understand, Mother Sita, is she dependent on the comfort of her devotee? No, it's not like that. Part of the Leela, everyone is acting their role. You will see same mood exhibited by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, I have this big beautiful garden of Krishna Prema and I am collecting all the fruits. How much can I distribute? As a gardener, I am cultivating all these Bhakti Vrikshas, Kalpa Vrikshas, Prema Vrikshas, Krishna Prema Vrikshas, and I am having the fruits of Krishna Prema. Alone, how many people can I actually distribute it to? When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that, all his associates come and they comfort the Lord. Don't worry, Lord, we will assist. So then everyone, Nityananda Prabhu, they take responsibility for Bengal. Each one of those associates, they go to different places, you will see. Likewise, Haridas Thakur, he takes the responsibility. Each of Srivas Thakur, Advaita Acharya. Even, can you imagine if, Supreme Lord is in Chatswood. He's like, wow, all of you beg, borrow, steal, somehow buy a home in Chatswood, correct? That means it's Vaikunta. I want to be in Vaikunta, like that. Imagine if Supreme Lord says go to Perth, I will stay in Chatswood. How will you feel? But this is what devotees had to endure. They had to go so far away simply to assist the Lord. You may think even it is happening only in the case of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. No. Take Krishna. Brajabasis had to be staying in one place. Krishna had to go to so many other places. Hastinapur, he goes, Pandavas are saying, please stay with us. He goes to Dwaraka, they say, stay with us. Brajabasis, they also say, stay with us. Where will Krishna go? So, every place, if you actually see, Sambhoga and Vipralamba. Sambhoga means serving in the company of the beloved. Vipralamba means serving the Supreme Lord in separation, in mode of separation. Okay, so when we sometimes don't get the opportunity, it's one thing to think, my home is actually far away from the temple. I feel disconnected. Realized, you're laughing. Happens. Mind says that. My mind has told me that when I was staying outside. So on one hand, it will say, this is one way of thinking. But if we go by the Shastra, if we see how Prabhupada, how he exemplified. Prabhupada, he led a very exemplary Grahastha life. Then he takes Vanaprasth, printing literatures, distributing everything. Then his god brothers tell him, Swamiji, you should take, Abhay Babu, you should take sannyas initiation. Then you can travel and preach. Prabhupada takes that as the order of his guru coming through his god brothers. And in his mind also, Prabhupada says in few times, his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur himself has appeared in his dream, asking him to take sannyas. And then when it happens repeatedly, Prabhupada says, okay, this is what my spiritual master wants, and Prabhupada takes sannyas. And Prabhupada then leaves Vrindavan. If you read, especially in the poem which Prabhupada writes in the first year as well as in the second year in US, your heart will melt. Prabhupada is saying in one place, this is Gaura Purnima, they do Gaura Purnima Parikrama, like that they say. Prabhupada is writing, feeling separation from Mayapur. Because Navadip Mandal Parikrama, it was there since 500 years ago. Nityananda Prabhu, he takes Jiva Goswami on that Parikrama. That's when he actually says, Adbhuta Mandir is going to come here. TOVP ki Jai. So like that, and then you will see Ishan Thakur also taking. So this Parikrama was going on for so many years. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was also taken. Bhaktivinoda Thakur was taken. So Prabhupada is writing, my heart is in Mayapur and this is Gaura Purnima time. And at that time, Prabhupada hasn't even introduced much about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Actually, in one morning class, Prabhupada is giving Bhagavad Gita. Actually, if you read Bhagavad Gita introduction, do you know how many people was presented for that class? Nobody was there. Prabhupada just turned on the tape recorder, gave the class, and then recorded it. That got transcribed and that became printed as Bhagavad Gita, in Bhagavad Gita as it is. Now how many students are there? Millions. Because Prabhupada desired, pure devotee desires, Krishna will fulfill it. So Prabhupada there he actually says, so in one morning class he is giving, everyone is like, they haven't actually still come out of hippie culture. And then any questions Prabhupada is asking, nobody is asking question. And then Govinda Dasi Mataji, she is asking, Swamiji, I saw in the other book you are having, who is Lord Chaitanya? And then she says, when she asked Prabhupada that question, Prabhupada face actually bloomed like a full moon. Prabhupada was so happy. Prabhupada says, that's a very nice question. And then Prabhupada gives a half an hour class on Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But Prabhupada is saying, this is Gaura Purnima, this is what is going to happen. But I am here in such a faraway place. But still, I am not separated from there. Prabhupada is saying, conviction. Prabhupada gave up Vrindavan for all of us. So we have to understand. So going to Vrindavan, settling there is not a great achievement. What is a great achievement is, if we follow in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada, take one instruction of Srila Prabhupada and try to do whatever we can. I was giving a Bhakti Shastri class and I was saying, if you think getting a certificate of Bhakti Shastri is a great achievement, I said that's not a great achievement. If match fixing is already done, you are not going to fail anyway. So that's not a great achievement. Great achievement is if you can pick up the habit of reading Prabhupada's books. If you can pick up the habit of reading Shastras every day, that's a great achievement. Okay, so we have to understand there are a lot of sacrifices which Srila Prabhupada has done. We are here, especially on a Saturday morning. Have you seen old movies? For flashback, they show this. Have you seen? They'll take like one circle and they'll do. That's like, your flashback. You think about it, 20 years ago, what were you doing on Saturday morning? 11:15, most likely we would have been in bed still. This is what we would have been doing, okay, before coming to Krishna consciousness. So we need to be grateful and we need to understand there is, Bhagavatam itself says, whoever thinks they can repay the debt of Srila Prabhupada, whoever thinks they can repay the debt of spiritual master, Bhagavatam says like this, whoever thinks they can repay the debt of the spiritual master is a joker. That's the word that's given. Don't blame me, Bhagavatam says that. When one place Prabhupada is preaching, and then Prabhupada says, rascals. And then devotees ask, rascal? Prabhupada says, yeah, there's difference between fool and rascal. Fool don't know what they are doing. Rascal knows what they are doing, still they do stupid things. That's why they are called rascals. And then one person is asking, Swamiji, you are actually calling people. Krishna, he said, Pandita Samadarshina. Prabhupada is saying, no. Krishna himself says, Namam Duskritano Muda. Muda means rascal. Prabhupada is saying, I'm just repeating. Don't blame me. Krishna is saying this like that. Bhagavatam is saying, whoever thinks they can repay the debt of their guru is a joker. Because we simply can't repay the debt. How can you repay what Prabhupada has given us? We can't. So it would be impudent of us to think that, I actually have a better idea. Thank you very much. We are following Prabhupada's movement. Let's follow. Prabhupada has given everything. What to chant, Prabhupada has given, how to worship Radha Gopinath. Prabhupada has given us Radha Gopinath. We don't even know who is Radha Gopinath. Okay, I remember coming to this temple, one day, 2 day, 3rd day, one devotee looked at me and he said, Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances. I said, it's okay. Like that I walked away. How do I know what it means? Normally, please means, somebody does something wrong, they ask, please. I said, like, okay, whatever. I said, okay, that's okay. And I just walked away. This temple, Vrindavan, Tulsi Devaya, Priya, Gasa, Vishnu Bhakti, Prade Devi, Satyavati, Namo Namaha, nothing. I just slept. Varnai Prabhu came and he kicked. Namo Namaha. And then, Tulasi, get up, I was sleeping in this temple. So, if we are not born devotees, we are given this mercy simply by desire of Srila Prabhupada, mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, we have to take that to our heart. First of all, take it up fully, worship those instructions. But most important is understand the desire of Guru. Prabhupada wants this Krishna consciousness to be spread to every nook and corner of the world. At least we should spread to every nook and corner of Sydney, nook and corner of to Australia. Doable. Okay, we all have many more summers to go. Okay, so we can do. This should be our long-term plan. So we need to have goals. I remember when I joined the temple, Varnak Prabhu asked, so what's the goal? Goal? I told him very proudly, to go back to Godhead. He said, I know that. What's your goal for 1 year, next 5 years, next 10 years, how do you see? Then I asked him, so are we allowed to have goals? He said, yeah, go think and come back. So then I told him, I want to do book distribution. Then you come up with I want to do deity service, I want to do traveling Sankirtan. If we have goal, then at least we know in a certain direction we are heading towards. Otherwise, everyone will pull in different direction. We won't have a vision. We won't have a goal and we won't have any achievement. Okay, so for Prabhupada, we need to be very clear. We need to do it systematically. In one place, Prabhupada is saying, how karmis work, we need to work even more hard because we are working for Krishna. They are working for material thing. If we are working for a permanent thing, how much more careful we should be, how much more strenuous effort we should put. So we should take it very, very seriously. When we come to temple, we need to come properly dressed, put proper tilak, come in front of the Lord and deal with Radha Gopinath, Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra Maharani, Shishi Gaur Nitai, exactly like how you would go take the audience of a king and the queen and the brother of the king, sister of the king. Okay, so this is the mood with which we should come and our presentation should be like that. To the extent we take it seriously, to that extent, Supreme Lord also will take us seriously. Now, does the Supreme Lord makes note of all of this? Yes. You can read Chaitanya Charitamrita. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would tell specifically how each devotee has worshipped their own home deity. How they worshipped the temple deity. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, there are so many pastimes. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself narrates. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself participates in to teach the whole world how deity worship is non-different to directly dealing with Krishna. So we have to be very, very mindful of that. Temple room, we still see mats left everywhere. That's not good. Temple room, we still see flower petals there. When you look at it, pick it up. Temple room, this is the king's assembly. Temple room, there is still prajalpa going on. We need to be careful. Temple room, we are still standing in front of the Lord, ignoring the Lord and then talking loud. We have to be very, very careful because there are many people who come from outside. We don't know what background they come. Okay, many people have distress. How many of you came to Krishna consciousness because of distress? All of us. So we have to be mindful. By Gopinath's mercy, by Prabhupada's mercy, we are okay. But then there are other people who may want to be here to spend some time with the Lord because they feel peaceful. And we don't know their distressed condition. And they may be sitting here and talking and we talk loud, it will be disturbing them. So that's not good. So we need to be very, very mindful and we have to understand Radha Gopinath is for everyone. And as fortunate recipients, it's our utmost responsibility to make sure that we facilitate others also coming and taking shelter of Radha Gopinath. Okay, I'll stop there. Any questions or comments? Okay, that's an 8th chapter about living this planet. Krishna gives symptoms, but Krishna also says towards the end of the chapter, you can read, there attaining the absolute, there Krishna is actually saying none of these conditions apply to Krishna Bhaktas. Okay, in Australia, the path that is given is Krishna gives all of those for the path of the enlightened yogis. Because yogis, they can leave the body at a time when they actually like. So they will wait to quit the body at a certain time, like that. But Krishna says, as devotees, we don't need to bother. All we need to worry is, Tasmat Sarveshu Kaleshu Mam Anusmara Yudhyacha. So, Srila Rupa Goswami, he says, there are so many rules and regulations. We talk 4 regulative principles, but if you want the elaborate version of it, you can get a book if you don't have Nectar of Devotion that has the 64 regulative principles. So you can go through each one of them. So Rupa Goswami says, all these 64 regulative principles, they are all subservient, they are all servant to one single rule. Smartavya satatam Vishnu, Vishmartavya najatuchit. Sarve vidhi nishedhyashur, eteyor eva kinkara. Kinkara is servant. All the rules, they are servant of this one single rule, which is always remember Krishna and never forget Krishna. They both mean the same, but it is mentioned 2 times because it's very important. Just in case if you have misunderstood it. Like that, okay? So, it's like telling, so you please go to the restaurant through this door. That door is locked. So you go through this, it's like 2 times repeated. So, for devotees, all we have to worry about, especially in Kali Yuga, Prabhupada made it even simple. Prabhupada explains, you read 8th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, you will find a lot of instructions of Prabhupada. Prabhupada says, in Kali Yuga, you close your eyes and you try to think something, except that everything else you will think. Or sometimes your mind will say, actually I should not think this. Still you will not think what you are supposed to do. All your mind will be making plans, I should not think that, not this, not this. But the very time you think, I will not think about it, you will end up thinking about it. Okay, have you got that experience? Always happy feeling, you have to keep on holding. That's why people take selfie. I always say that. Take video, because it will go away. Okay, have you ever seen, today I'm very sad, let me take a selfie. Why? Because I'll forget it. No, everyone knows that's the normal state of mind, correct? There is nothing special about it. So, material world, we don't need to make a plan to be sad. It's anyway sad. But because the so-called happiness keeps on fleeting, keeps on going away, it's a problem. But when we practice Krishna consciousness, we will come to a point when we will understand Krishna is the only person who is worthy of us putting all our effort and energy in. Everyone at some point of time will disappoint us. Everyone, everything at some point in time will let us down. Krishna is the only person who will never let us down, not only now, future lives also. The only afterlife insurance is chanting Hare Krishna. Okay, otherwise normal life insurance, I will pay the premium. But then after I die, can I enjoy it? We pay the premium, so people who are dependents, they will enjoy, basically. That's life insurance. But then who's going to take care of us? There has to be something that we can do that can take care of us, correct? That is possible only in Bhakti. So in Bhakti, Prabhupada says, simply if we chant Hare Krishna, if I tell you, suddenly, Sachin Tendulkar, immediately, I'm telling a sound, immediately the form of Sachin Tendulkar is coming in mind. Correct? Virat Kohli, Narendra Modi, Roger Federer, anyone. Okay, sound has that potency of bringing that memory. Sometimes we are conscious of it, sometimes we are not, but that's what it means. Sound can bring memory. Sound alone can bring memory in Kali Yuga. Okay, so in Kali Yuga, remembrance is not possible. We can't sit in one place and think. That's the reason why I was saying. Because our mind always holds on to a lot of negative feelings, despite our trying to forget. Actually, negative experiences we are trying to forget, but we are not able to forget. Positive feelings we want to remember, but we are forgetting. Very difficult life, correct? Very unfair. That's what's happening. So, to come out of this, we have to cultivate positive thoughts. Now, the best way to counteract, to cultivate positive thoughts is, you can take any celebrity, any person who you think, yeah, this is my favorite, or I am the star. Either if it's a movie star, their movie will be flop. Then you'll feel disappointed at that person. Okay, like recently one devotee told me someone committed suicide because their favorite movie star, the movie became flop. Movie may be flop. Movie star took the money. Why are you committing suicide? But that's what people do. People likewise, you will come across politicians. They may be good politicians, but they lose the election. What to do? Not every politician who is good also wins the election. Or some cricket star maybe. Anything can happen. So at some point of time you will see, you will be let down by someone. Could be relative, could be friend, could be some richest person, could be someone who promised you they'll do. They'll always let you down. Krishna, that doesn't mean we need to hate them. Their intention may be good. Have you got that experience? You actually want to help someone, but you just got, for some reason you are not able to do. So you can't blame yourself for that. You tried your best, you can't. But reality is we are letting someone else down. But Krishna is the only person who never lets anyone down. Why? Prabhupada says, after installing Krishna Balram in Vrindavan, Prabhupada says, you go and pray to Krishna Balram. They will fulfill whatever your prayers is. Why? First of all, they don't have problem themselves. Very important. Because most of us, all of us, have problems. There is only so much we can help others. Beyond that point, what can you do? You cannot. So first point Prabhupada is saying is, because Supreme Lord, He has no problem, He can solve everyone else's problem. Point number one. Point number two, Prabhupada says is, they are standing here, any problem you have, you go and tell them, my dear sirs, I have this problem. Because they are capable, they are so powerful, they can also do. They can also solve the problem like that. So the best recourse for us in this precarious situation in Kali Yuga, when inflation is up, somehow prices always go up, correct? It never comes down. Have you seen it? Toll rate also goes up. After some time you think, you just get used to it. So things just go bad to worse. They are all in, if you are still in doubts about effects of Kali Yuga, read 12th canto of Bhagavatam. It tells very graphically how tax is going to increase, how housing will actually go up higher and higher, the cost of a house, and then how people will run to forest because they can't take paying so much tax anymore. Like that. It's given in Bhagavatam. It will come to pass. It's already realizing in many ways actually. So we have to understand it. So the best recourse that's given in Shastra is simply to chant the holy name of the Lord. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So if we simply keep chanting the Supreme Lord, what that will do is it creates positive impression in our mind. Just like when I was saying a few names of some cricket star, movie star, whoever, it comes to our mind. Like that, by saying Radha Krishna's name, they will also come to our mind, but we may not realize it immediately. Gradually it will come. Slowly. Sometimes you sleep, in dream, you watch something and you think, where did that come from? It's totally out of our control. Likewise, positively, the impression of Radha Krishna is also not in our control. We are chanting Supreme Lord's name, asking Him to please come to the altar of our heart, and then take care of us, to protect us. That's what Supreme Lord will do. So if we do, then it doesn't matter. When we leave, when we quit the body, quitting the body is not such a great thing. It will just, Krishna will take care automatically. We don't need to bother. Okay? Hare Krishna. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Sri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai. Sri Jagannath.
Was never conquered by anyone, and certainly not afraid of the ferocious mouth and tongue. Your eyes bright like the sun, or your frowning eyebrows. I do not fear your sharp, pinching teeth, your garland of intestines, your mane soaked with blood, or your high ridge-like ears. Nor do I fear your tumultuous roaring, which makes elephants flee to distant places, or your nails, which are meant to kill your enemies. Jai Reciting.
Jai Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai. Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai. Shri Shri Gauranita ki jai. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Samaved Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. Let's do the Mangalacharan. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivashadi Gaura Bhaktavranda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Kam karoti vachalam pangum langaya tantaram yat kripatamaham vande Shri Gurun Dinataranam Paramananda Madhavam Shri Chaitanya Ishwaram. Hare Krishna. We'll continue our discussion on the Brihad Bhagavatamrita. So just to give a recap, Narada Muni is in the search of a devotee who got maximum mercy from the Supreme Lord, and we see him going from one place to another, starting from Prayag to South India to Swargaloka to Satyaloka to Shivaloka, Sutala, and now is going to Kimpurusha, Varsha, which is part of Bhumandala, to see Hanuman. Because when he approached Prahlad Maharaj, who is his disciple, glorifying him of being the most fortunate devotee, Prahlad Maharaj, while he acknowledges Narada Muni's words that Lord Narasimhadev had indeed showered him with greatest fortune, he nevertheless diverts most part of that glorification towards Hanuman, stating that Hanuman was even more favored. And we saw how in Ramayana it's given, Hanuman was personally serving Lord Ramachandra for 11,000 years. And according to Srimad Bhagavatam, more than 13,000 years. So he had personally served, and Prahlad Maharaj says, in comparison to the amount of personal association which Hanumanji had with Lord Ram to serve him, Prahlad Maharaj had but very few minutes, less than an hour, because Narasimhadev was there until the duration of the whole killing, and then he offered prayers, and then Narasimhadev moves away from there. So Prahlad Maharaj says, what is this mercy which I received? This is so tiny compared to what Hanumanji received. And we saw Prahlad Maharaj is saying the amount of mercy which Supreme Lord gave, newer devotees like Hanuman, they received even more. So it goes to show how much Prahlad Maharaj was senior to Hanumanji. So this is, pastime is happening. 11,000 years he had personally associated, according to Ramayana. So this is how Narada Muni now gets directed indirectly. to go and meet Hanumanji. Which was, did we cover till last week?
44 we finished.
44 we finished. It was Hanuman who acted as his Lord's best carrier, his tail serving as a royal white umbrella, his broad back as comfortable seat for the Lord, and it was Hanuman who directed the project of bridging the ocean. So Hanuman, he is serving still Lord Ramachandra in so many ways. In last week we were discussing how in Navada Bhakti there are different devotees who epitomized different types of devotion, devotional service. Hanumanji, Dasya, in perfect servitude, which is the mood with which we should be serving the Supreme Lord. Normally, I was giving example, you come to the temple room and you see some mats here, we think someone else is supposed to do. But we are supposed to do. Servant means, here we see. And today we will see a verse that will tell you how many different ways Lord Hanuman or Hanumanji served Lord Ram. He served as it has his umbrella, flag, servant, advisor, counselor, as a general, so on and so forth. It is said that Lord Hanuman is so tall, even among those 10 to the power 65 Vanaras, okay, 1 followed by 65 zeros. That's how many Vanaras there were, monkeys, who were fighting alongside Lord Ram. For anyone to locate where Lord Ram is very easy, because Hanuman is very tall. If they see Lord Hanuman, they know that's where Lord Ram is. So it is said just the presence of Hanumanji itself is like a flag where the presence of the Supreme Lord is. I remember we went for Vrindavan. This is in 2016. We were doing Govardhan Parikram and we didn't realize it was actually Guru Purnima. Supposed to be one of the 2 occasions when in Govardhan and Vrindavan has maximum number of crowd. And Asim Prabhu took us and we were a group of brahmacharis. So he showed us one place in Chakratirtha and we were taking darshan. Asim Prabhu thought we were following him and he left. And we got lost. Thankfully we had Eshwareshwar Prabhu with us. So when Asim Prabhu came to me and he told me one thing, Prabhu, one advice I'll give you, whenever you come to Vrindavan, please bring Eshwareshwar Prabhu with you. Wherever you are, we will still be able to locate you. So he said, we have no problem locating, no, take your time. So Hanuman was like that. He's so tall, his tail also would be so tall. He would do so many things with his tail. He builds a fort, umbrella, okay, protecting the Lord. He uses his tail to burn Lanka. It's given. Tail is also, Hanumanji is incarnation of Lord Shiva himself, and his tail, it's given, it's incarnation of Parvati ji. Because Lord Shiva is appearing as the Naishtik Brahmachari, Parvati is also Lord Shiva's eternal consort. So she appeared. So it looks like an ordinary tail, but it's not ordinary tail, it's a personality in itself. This is Durga Devi. So you know, Durga means fort. So Hanuman, he did so many things with his tail itself. So here we can see, servant means one who understands the mood of the spiritual master. My Guru Maharaj says, once he actually noticed in Mayapur, when Prabhupada was there, and my Guru Maharaj says in 2 instances he noticed, once with Tamal Krishna Maharaj, how he serves Prabhupada, another time Shrutakirti Prabhu serving Srila Prabhupada. If Prabhupada is in the room, and if the room is warm, Prabhupada will just look at the fan, just once. And then immediately he saw, in different occasions, Shrutakirti Prabhu will immediately go and he'll turn on the fan. Or Tamal Krishna Maharaj also. Likewise, if the room is too windy, Prabhupada will just look at the window just once. That's it. Immediately the servant would go close. Another instance, it was getting cold. Prabhupada just looks at the fan and he just do. Immediately servant runs in to switch off the fan. Prabhupada, Guru Maharaj says, that's first class servant. One who understands the mood of the master and who fulfills the order of the master even without the master having to say a word. That's first class servant. Second class servant means somebody needs to be told to do. Once, then they will do. Third class servant means somebody has to be told repeatedly. Same thing over. Then when I heard that in my Guru Maharaj's class, after the class I once remember going close to him and I told Guru Maharaj, please bless me so that from third class one day I'll become first class. Then my Guru Maharaj said, actually there is a fourth class also. And my Guru Maharaj said, like a dumb. No matter how many times you say, still the person may not be able to do. But our mood should be, we want to be first class servant of the Lord. Bhavantam evanucharan nirantara, prashanta nishesha manoratantara, kataika aikantika nitya kinkara, prahasheshyami sanata jivitam. This is a verse from Shrotra Ratna, Prabhupada would quote often. This is the verse by acharya. Another verse of acharya, which Srila Prabhupada again quotes very often, is Yadavadi mama cheta Krishna padaravinda navanava rasadamni udyatamantumasit. How the pleasure which one gets by performing devotional service to the Supreme Lord, it far outweighs the happiness which one gets from sexual pleasure. But in this particular verse, Bhavantam evanu charan nirantara, Yamunacharya, he says, "Oh my Lord, simply by doing your devotional service, all my material faults, material qualities will go away and my heart will be filled with bliss. When will I become your first class servant? When at every moment I would rejoice that I have such a befitting master." So this should be the mood of any devotee, that we are simply servants of the Supreme Lord and we simply have to do our bhakti in the best possible way. And if we do, then we can be convinced that Supreme Lord is pleased with us. Yasya prasadat bhagavad prasado, yasya aprasadan nagati kutopi. Simply by pleasing spiritual master, we can understand we are pleasing Guru, we are pleasing Krishna. If the spiritual master is displeased, we can understand that Krishna is displeased and we have to make some adjustment. Okay, so it works both ways. If the Guru is pleased, Krishna is pleased. If the Guru is displeased, Krishna is displeased. Therefore, Dhyayans tuvam stasya sastri sandhyam vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Therefore, let us remember the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada at least 3 times a day and let us fulfill the instruction of Srila Prabhupada for his pleasure. Why? We have to keep remembering. If Prabhupada is pleased, Gopinath is pleased. If Prabhupada is displeased, Gopinath is displeased. That's all. It's very easy for us to understand that. Now, how do we know whether Prabhupada is pleased? If we take the instructions of Srila Prabhupada sincerely and we follow. If we follow that, then we can be convinced, yes, this is the best we can do, and we beg Prabhupada, Prabhupada, please accept my service. Then we can understand Krishna is pleased. Prabhupada in one place he says, Supreme Lord is also a Guru. Chaitya Guru, Prabhupada says. So Supreme Lord is seated inside our heart. So his name is Chaitya Guru. And the same Guru, when he manifests outside, Prabhupada says, that's your initiating Guru. So there is no difference. Whatever Krishna wants to tell us or is telling us inside, he will tell from outside. So that is Guru. And we'll see the manifestation of that description of Srila Prabhupada in Narada Muni or Narada boy, when he was a young boy. When he meditates, at the peak of his meditation, he sees the Supreme Lord within his heart. And then suddenly the form inside his heart vanishes. Then again he tries to search, it's gone. Then he opens his eyes, same form that he saw inside, standing in front of him. Okay, so we have to take instructions of Srila Prabhupada very seriously. That's the only way for us to gain the favor. And here we see Hanumanji exemplifying in so many ways. Nobody gave him job description. These are the services you are supposed to do. Nobody even told him what he's supposed to do. He is his eternal servant, and he just keeps on doing this as his life and soul. There is no other meaning for his existence. So this is Hanuman. He fulfilled the desires of Vibhishana. Now we may say, when we think about Kanishta, Madhyama and Uttama, Kanishta Adhikari means one who has good relationship with Krishna. Madhyama means one who has good relationship with Krishna, as well as with the devotees, as well as superior, as well as brand new people. Ishwaretad adineshu balisheshu dvishatshucha prema maitri kripa peksha ya karoti sa madhyama. They know how to deal with Supreme Lord, they know how to deal with peers, they know how to deal with people who are innocent, and they know how to avoid the envious as well. So Madhyama, they are considered to be more superior than Kanishta, more superior than beginning level devotees or neophyte devotees. Uttama means one who is superlative in their dealings with the Supreme Lord, dealings with the devotees. In fact, they don't even see distinction between devotees and non-devotees. That's the highest form. So here we can see he fulfilled the desires of Vibhishan. Hanuman not only fulfilled the desires of Supreme Lord, he is also fulfilling the desires of Vibhishan. When Hanuman asks Vibhishan, how are you feeling, when he meets him in Sri Lanka? So Hanumanji meets Vibhishan when he goes to Lanka. At that time, Vibhishan says, my position is like that of a tongue, trying to escape being bitten by 2 rows of teeth. Why is he using that analogy? He says he is the only devotee there. Whole Rakshasa Sena only there around him. So how can he even openly chant Hare Krishna? He can't. So he's saying, this is my position. So from that position, he is desiring constant separation from the Supreme Lord. So then Hanumanji, he speaks about him to Lord Ram, and later on Hanumanji recommends, when Vibhishan changes his party from Rakshasas when he comes to the Vanaras, at that time most of the people were opposing. We should not let Vibhishan come, because we can never put trust on a Rakshasa. He is already coming from one party. Modern day politicians will have very tough time, like summer and winter changes. Matra sparshas gonte, they keep changing also parties so often, but here just once they were not ready to accept him. Okay, so he fulfilled the desires of Vibhishan. So Hanuman is dealing with the devotees also very nicely. He destroyed the military force of Rakshasas, and he had the special power to deliver the healing herb called Pishalyakarani. So that's the herb he brings from the Himalayas. He was the very life of his soldiers, always giving great pleasure to his divine Lord and the Lord's younger brother Lakshmana. It's given when Ram and Hanuman, when they met Sugriva. Sugriva didn't understand about the divine position of Ram and Lakshman. When Hanuman introduces Lord Ram as the son of Dashrath, prince of Ayodhya, Sugriva thought, all right, I will respect him. I am also a great king. He is also there. So he offered a seat to Lord Ram. But he didn't offer respect to Lakshman. Now, Lord Ram wasn't very pleased, but he is also not expressing his displeasure. But Hanuman, as the first class servant, he reads the expression of Lord Ram. Immediately he brings branches and he makes an even better seat than Lord Ram. For Lakshman, Lord Ram was very pleased. Now, because Sugriva didn't show proper respect to Lakshman, when Sugriva goes and challenges Vali, Lord Ram makes him to get beaten first time. Lord Ram gives a different reason. You both look the same. How am I supposed to distinguish? But actually, that's Lord Ram's sweet way of teaching Sugriva some lessons there. So he makes him to get beaten. Because you didn't offer seat to my brother, get beaten up. But here you can see, he was the very life of his soldiers, always giving great pleasure to his divine Lord and the Lord's younger brother. And later on you will see Hanuman, he himself acted as a vehicle when Lakshman was fighting with Indrajit. And then later, Indrajit gets killed by Lakshman also. During the time, Hanumanji was actually carrying him on his back. So many chivalrous activities Hanumanji has done. Supremely intelligent and valorous, he brought victory for Lord Ramachandra. He added to the spotless fame of his Lord who killed the king of the Rakshasas. Very, very important. Prabhupada says, now I have made ISKCON, I have given you the framework. At least maintain it. What does it mean? At least maintain it. Don't bring any bad name to it. Don't reduce it, Prabhupada says in one place. Whatever activities Prabhupada has established, even if you are not able to expand, at least maintain it. But here you say, Hanuman, supremely intelligent, he added to the spotless fame. He is not only maintaining the fame, but he is enhancing the fame. Like how Srila Prabhupada enhanced the fame of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Not many people know. Now the whole world knows about the glory of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. How Prabhupada is expanding the fame of Lord Krishna and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now whole world knows about Krishna, Hare Krishnas. So you can see each one of these qualities, how he is not just physically serving. We have the tendency to be very dutiful when our spiritual masters are around, our superiors are around. But when nobody is around, how are we behaving? How are we dealing with each other? Here we can see how Hanumanji is dealing with everyone. So, superlative devotee. It was Hanuman who encouraged Mother Sita. Sita Pramodanaha, it's given. This is one name of Hanuman. Literally translates to the encourager of Goddess Sita. She is goddess of fortune. But look at the role which Hanuman is taking. He is encouraging Mother Sita. We touched upon this last week. Similarly, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also takes the position. He says, I'm just a lone gardener. I have so many fruits of Krishna Prema. Alone, how many can I actually distribute? And then the devotees, Haridas Thakur, Nityananda Prabhu, who is Supreme Lord himself, they go and pacify the Lord. Don't worry, Lord, we will do. So every single day, they would go door to door, distributing the mercy. And then in the evening, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would ask the report. So what did you do? What is your experience? Tell me. It was in one such conversation, Haridas Thakur tells about Jagai Madai. Today my Lord, today me and Nitai, we both came across these two drunkards. And they started chasing after us. Even though I was very scared, I was not even wanting to go close, this Avaduta forced me to go closer. And we escaped that we were this close, my Lord, he tells. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu smiles and he says, simply by the desire of Lord Nityananda, you take it that they are already liberated. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately liberates them simply by saying it. And then what happens after that is just a detail. So we have to understand that the mood of the Lord here is, he is Supreme Lord, but Prabhupada says there are people who worship Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as the supreme enjoyer. Prabhupada says that's rasabas, very wrong. Even though yes, he is Krishna himself, but we are supposed to assist him in his mood as devotee. So Prabhupada says there are people who come under one of those, Aula Baula, you will come across 13 Apasampradaya. And that was there prominent even during Bhakti Vinod Thakur's times. So you can imagine how quickly irreligion can actually seep in. So Prabhupada there, he warns that we shouldn't worship the Lord based on our liking. We should worship the Lord based on his liking. His liking is, I am the supreme, or I am the devotee of the Lord. Na dhanam, na janam, na sundarim. Mama janmani janmaneshware, bhavatad bhakti rahitu gitavi. I just want to be your servant life after life, my Lord. This is all he is desiring. And as devotees, it's our duty to assist him in that. And as devotees of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it's important for us to understand the mood of the Lord and simply to follow his instruction. That's all we need to do. If you read Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, he explains, in order to go to Goloka Vrindavan, we should be practicing Raganuga Bhakti. Now, if we ask ourselves sincerely, are we practicing Raganuga Bhakti? We are not. What are we practicing? Sadhana Bhakti, Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti specifically. If you want to know more, you can read Nectar of Devotion, Eastern Wave, the very first section, chapter 2 to chapter 15. It discusses about Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, 16 and 17. Or 17 and 18, sorry. 2 to 16 is Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti. 17 and 18 Bhava Bhakti, and 19 is Prema Bhakti. But 2 to 16 is of importance for us because there Prabhupada introduces two types of sadhana bhakti. One is Vaidhi sadhana bhakti and the second one is Raganuga Bhakti. Prabhupada says. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, he explains in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, in order to go to Goloka Vrindavan, one should be practicing Raganuga Bhakti. If we practice only Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, then he says, you will go to only Vaikunta. When I say only, it's considered, it's not like, I remember I was in Padayatra and service which I was given was to dress Gauranitai, big Neem deities, very beautiful deities. And I was new. So when senior brahmachari was training me. So as we were training, he was training me, I asked, Prabhuji, I have one question, can I ask? Then he said, yes. And night time we were dressing rather. It's covered in a bullock. Then I asked, Prabhuji, we are actually worshipping Vishnu, because on the way of Padayatra we came across so many Vishnu temples. We are worshipping, but actually we want to go only to Krishna only, to Goloka Vrindavan only. So, aren't we cheating the Lord? We go, in one sense, it feels like that, right? You go to one Lord and you say, generally, materially, this is what you would think. Are you undermining my position if somebody comes and tells you? I feel like that. Then he told me, okay, we have this curtain now, nobody can see us. And we are with the Lords. I said, yes, Prabhuji, we were still. Then he told me, if you open this veil slightly, and if you see the vehicle from Vaikunta waiting just outside, what will you do? Will you say no? I said, no. I'll even catch hold of the footboard and I'll go. Then he looked at me and he said, see, this is our level. Keep quiet and just do dressing. You're talking all big things, but then Vaikunta Viman, if it comes, will you say no? I said no. I will at least catch hold of the footboard and I'll go. So Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, if you do Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, you will go to Vaikunta. But if you are Krishna's devotee, then you have to do Raganuga Bhakti to go to Golok Vrindavan. If you are Krishna's devotee and you do Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, you will still go to Vaikunta. Which is not bad, it's just that it's not what you desired. So Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, when Krishna came 5,000 years ago, he gave all the instructions through Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and then everyone were following rules and regulations sincerely. And then Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, who is Kasturi Manjari in Golok Vrindavan, he says, but then Krishna says everyone practicing Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti and they are going to Vaikunta. And then Krishna was thinking, hang on, is this why I came down? I want everyone to come to me, but everyone was going to Vaikunta. So he says, thinking like this, Krishna thought, I need to go down and I have to teach them specifically the path of Vrajagopis. Thinking this way, Supreme Lord desired to descend down as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is how he writes. Now question to you. Okay, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come. Has Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught us Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti or Raganuga Bhakti? Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti only. Chant 16 rounds a day. Follow 4 regulative principles. Vairagya Vidya, Nija Bhakti Yoga, Sikshartam Eka Purusha Purana, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Shariradari, Kripambudhirastvam Aham Prapadya. He comes to teach us Vairagya Vidya only. In fact, it's given one of the most common trait means like a quality, attribute of Gaura Bhaktas. or the devotees of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is they'll be detached. That's why it's called Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga. This is the true essence of Bhakti Yoga. Vairagya here doesn't mean dry renunciation. Vairagya here refers to renunciation of all material desires and to do only things which are going to please Radha Gopinath. That's Vairagya Vidya in its true essence. Just like liberation. For people who are jnanis, liberation means to go away from the painful situation of this material world. But for devotees, liberation means muktir hitva anyata rupam swarupena vyavasthiti, to go back to the spiritual world and to be engaged in one's original swarupa in Golaka Vrindavan. That's the real mukti. So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes, what does he teach us? He teaches us Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti only. However, when we do Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti to worship Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will take our Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, and then when he offers to Krishna, that's where magic happens. So whatever Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti we do, it goes to Krishna as Raganuga Bhakti. So we don't need to do anything extra. We won't even come to comprehend what Srila Prabhupada has given, even after we die. So we don't need to do anything, simply we need to follow the rules and regulations and worship Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will take whatever bhakti we offer and he will offer that as Raganuga Bhakti of the topmost quality to Krishna. If you see Prabhupada, now comes the fundamental question, what is Raganuga Bhakti? Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti means we practice rules and regulations which any Vaishnava would do, irrespective of whether they worship Krishna, Vishnu, Rama, Narsingha, Varaha, everyone does it. And if you read Nectar of Devotion, Srila Rupa Goswami, he gives specifically 64 items of devotional service. So he'll first list that in chapter 6, and from 7 to 12, 6 chapters, he will elaborate on all those 64. In fact, that forms the major chunk of Nectar of Devotion that's covered under Bhakti Shastri. How to practice Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti. Because we would think we have 24 hours a day, 2 hours we take for chanting, hopefully. Sometimes it goes too less, sometimes it goes too long also. The faster you try to finish, longer it gets. Have you got that? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. What? So, 2 hours we chant. And it's not like for remaining 22 hours we have to keep remembering about, no meat eating, no intoxication, no meat eating. How many times do we remember? We don't even have to remember now. Okay, it's part of our value system. What are we going to do in the remaining 22 hours? We have that question, right? How to engage the remaining 22 hours in a day? Rupa Goswami gives us 64 options. He says, okay, choose. Prabhupada squeezed so many of them just in morning program itself. You come for Mangalarati, you attend Tulsi Arati, you attend Guru Puja. Each one comes under Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti or Raganuga Bhakti. Okay, I'll go back to the fundamental question. Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti means we follow the rules and regulations. Raganuga Bhakti means we worship and we follow in the footsteps of Ragatmika Bhaktas, of eternal associates of the Lord. Okay, devotees who are always with the Lord, Nitya Siddha devotees who never leave the company of the Lord. All of us fall in that category of people who have already left. Have no doubt about it. If you are in material world, that means we are already away. We are all the rebelling souls. Krishna consciousness movement is the movement of rebels. All of us. We'll recruit more rebels. And we'll keep rebelling inside also. It's all one big family. So, Ragatmika Bhaktas means Yashoda Marani, Ragatmika Bhakta. Gopis, Ragatmika Bhaktas. Arjuna, Ragatmika Bhakta. Madhumangal, Lalita, Vishaka. Whenever we say Madhumangal, everyone laughs. His humor is like that. Can you imagine how much Krishna must be loving him? So you worship any eternal associate of the Lord, then that becomes, you follow in their footsteps, not only worshipping but following their instructions and doing what they are doing or asking us to do. That is Raga Anuga Bhakti. In other, Anuga means to follow, Anu means to follow. Ragatmika Bhaktas are eternal associates. If we follow in their footsteps, then we are called Raga Anuga Bhaktas. Okay, if we follow Prabhupada, we are called Prabhupada Anugas. We follow Rupa Goswami, Prabhupada says, in ISKCON devotees are all Rupa Anugas. So here Ragatmika Bhaktas means eternal associates of the Lord. If we follow in the footsteps of Ragatmika Bhaktas, then we are called Raga Anuga Bhaktas. And our bhakti is called Raga Anuga Bhakti. But how do we execute that bhakti? We execute Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti following in the footsteps of Ragatmika Bhaktas, then it automatically becomes Raga Anuga Bhakti. Now, do we worship any eternal associates of the Lord? Example? Guru Puja. Even though it looks very simple, it's Raga Anuga Bhakti. Why? Prabhupada, he is eternal associate of Krishna and we are worshipping Prabhupada. Make no mistake. Tulasi Maharani, Tulasi Arati, make no mistake. Mangalarati, make no mistake. Anything that we do, this is the genius of Prabhupada. Even without us realizing, Prabhupada has given bhakti of the topmost order. And we don't, best thing is, you don't need to do anything extra. But all of this is possible only by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So that's why worshipping Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is not just, it's just a nice to have. It's mandatory, it's indispensable. Without that, going to Goloka Vrindavan is practically impossible. Katanchana smrite yasmin dushkaram shukaram bhavet vishmrite viparitam syat Sri Chaitanyam namamitam. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, especially in Kali Yuga, if you remember somehow or other the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, even the most difficult things become very easy. However, if we forget the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the opposite will happen, which is even the most easiest things will become very difficult. So we should always remember Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Shri Gaur Nitai Ki Jai. And they have specifically manifested to give us that mercy, and they have given us instruction. All we have to do is Bharata Bhumite Hoela Manushya Janmayar Janma Shartaka Kari Kara Paraupakar. We make our life perfect, and then whatever little way we can, we should try to give this bhakti to others. We should try to make other people's life also happy. Because we are enjoying, then enjoy. Make other people also enjoy. You see the quality of Hanumanji here, coming back. His service to the Supreme Lord, which was done so many hundreds of thousands of years ago. Simply hearing it, it's rejuvenating us. Some places you will see Hanuman temple, Sanjeev Hanuman, they'll put it. Because simply hearing Lord or simply hearing Hanumanji's glories rejuvenates one's enthusiasm. Have you got that experience? You watch, you'll get goosebumps. Even a cartoon movie, you know. That's how powerful it is. If somebody reads about our activities, you know, they lose their enthusiasm. But look at what Hanuman has done. Anything you make, think, even a simple form, one hill, one hand holding, you get goosebumps. Can you imagine the potency of his service? Lord Ram himself says at one point, when the fight is going on between him and Ravan, at one point Lord Ram twangs his bow and he says, everyone, just take your seat and watch. I will actually fight with Ravan in such a way, to such an extent that simply by remembering this fight, one will get liberated. Can you imagine? How can two people fight and looking at it, you will get liberated? Inconceivable. But that's what the quality of Hanumanji's service to the Supreme Lord is. Simply hearing it rejuvenates one's bhakti. Otherwise, bhakti is already Prabhu, sleeping. Okay, Jai Hanuman and Jnana Guna Sagara. You feel like, yes, yes, yes. You feel as if you are also flying with Hanuman. Supremely intelligent and valorous, he brought victory for Lord Ramachandra. He added to the spotless fame. May that be our goal. That we expand the glories of Srila Prabhupada. We expand the glories of Shri Radha Gopinath, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani, Gauranitai. We should expand. It was Hanuman who encouraged Mother Sita. Sita Pramodanaha. And by the Lord's order, this Hanuman, the one true recipient of his master's favor, still lives in this world, though unable to bear separation from the Lord. Lord Ramachandra made Hanuman to stay here to help other fallen conditioned souls to be liberated. So he's still staying as a Chiranjeevi in Kimpurusha Varsha. And he is worshipping his Lord there in the form of deity. He keeps himself alive by constantly hearing the glories of Lord Ram, staying by the side of the Lord's deity. He is present even today. Sometimes we have that question, right? When we were discussing Vedic cosmology about different Varshas, how different personalities are being Hari Varsha, Prahlad Maharaj actually worships. In some instances, they are personally present. Like for example, if you take Bharata Varsha, who's the devotee who is leading the worship of the Lord in Bharata Varsha? Any guess? We have been discussing about him since the first class of this series. Narada Muni. So in Bharata Varsha, Narada Muni is the devotee leader for the entire Bharata Varsha, not just Bharata Kanda. Entire Bharata Varsha. And who is the presiding deity of Bharata Varsha? We recite, it's two devotees, or rather two lords, we recite their names before starting every Bhagavatam class. What is the prayer we recite before Bhagavatam class? Narayanam. Who knows that verse? So who are we offering our first prayers to? Naranarayana Rishi. Narayanam Namaskritya Nara. Narayanam Nara. Many times we recite prayers without knowing the meaning. Prabhupada isn't very impressed with that. Prabhupada visits one Gurukul and he asks to meet with the kids, and the teachers actually get the kids to recite about the 10 Bhagavad Gita verses. Prabhupada sits, hears, and he says, okay. Then Prabhupada says one verse and he says, okay, tell the meaning. Then nobody knows the meaning. Then Prabhupada looks at the teachers and he says, what's the use? Okay, so when we recite every prayer, what's the prayer we offer for having prasad? Before having prasad. Govinde Namo Brahmani Vaishnave. What's the meaning? Mahaprasade Govinde Namo Brahmani Vaishnave. 5 people we are saying. Mahaprasade Govinde Namo Brahmani Vaishnave Swalpa Punyavatam Rajan Vishwasho Naiva Jayate. Which means, if one doesn't have faith in these 5 personalities, Mahaprasade Govinda, Supreme Lord, first Mahaprasad, no problem. It comes under one of the 64 items of devotional service, by the way. The service which we all love the most. There's credit to it. You can read chapter 6, and there is a listing. First he gives the 10 items of pravriti, things we are supposed to do. Sadhu Marga, Anugavanam, taking shelter of Guru, taking Diksha, they are like 10 items. Then he talks about 10 nivriti, 10 items you are not supposed to do. And then he gives 44 extra items. In the 44 extra items, there is, celebrating Janmashtami festival coming soon. It's there. In the 10 items which are pravriti, following Ekadashi is there. Tulasi worship, it's there in 44 items you will come across. Mahaprasad, honoring, it's there. I was like, thank you, there is hope. So, when the prayer that we recite, Mahaprasade Govinde, Namo Brahmani Vaishnave Swalpa Punyam. If one is practicing bhakti, Vishwasho na eva jayate. But if they don't have faith in these 5, then these 5 is Mahaprasad, Govinda, Supreme Lord, Nama, holy name of the Lord, Brahmana, Vaishnava. If one is saying, I'm practicing bhakti, but without worshipping these 5, without putting faith, then what do they get? Swalpa punyavatam rajan. They get only very little benefit. That's what the prayer says. We are reciting, sometimes you recite, you go in front of Gopinath and you recite Gopinath, you will be thinking, I also know the verse. In fact, I spoke them. Do you mean it? Sorry, my lord. Like, even simple, Govinda Amadi Purusham, when we sing, every single verse we are saying, Tammaham Bhajami, my Lord, I am paying. Are we conscious when we are singing? We are singing loud also. Ananda, Chinmaya, Sadhu, We need to be conscious. In fact, the effectiveness of our prayer, effectiveness of our bhakti will be strongly pronounced by our consciousness. In other words, same activity, if you do, being fully conscious of what you are doing, you will get maximum benefit. Same activity, if you do mechanically, you will get less benefit only. Like Mahaprasad. If somebody eats without realizing it's Mahaprasad, one thing guarantee. What is it? They'll get human form of life. Prabhupada says. In the next life. Whether they realize it or not. Bird will eat, animal will eat, dog eats, everyone will get human form of life. Bare minimum. If somebody actually eats this, thinking, oh, food is tasting good, that much consciousness is enough. Then in the next life, they'll get human form of life and they will get a position wherein they can practice bhakti. Even with the slight appreciation that it is tasty, that much. But if someone fully realizes, this is coming from the Supreme Lord Himself with full consciousness. Prabhupada says simply eating one can go back to Godhead. Like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's associates, they would eat and they'll go to ecstasy. They will go to ecstasy? No. One bite they'll eat and they can't stop chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra, they'll go to ecstasy. And then they'll come and continue to eat. Once Prabhupada visits one temple in US, devotees say, Prabhupada, there is one boy who joined. And Prabhupada says, okay, what service is he doing? That's the problem, Prabhupada. He doesn't do any service. All he wants to do is just eat Mahaprasad. But you look at the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada is saying, that's all right. He can eat. Just ask him to chant Hare Krishna between bites. That's all. Can you see how liberal Prabhupada is? Okay, so, not to be imitated. Prabhupada told it to that person only, not to us. So some special instructions, some places you will see, like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He goes to South Indian tour, there he sees one devotee who takes so much pleasure just reciting Bhagavatam, day in and day out. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu calls him Bhagavatam acharya. And for everyone, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Kirtanya Sadakari, to that particular person of
Kibadakine nitai chan pame gada